and it's Brady Harris. Like, what am I gonna do? It's like I'm gonna give you my best, and see what you can do. And I think the guys like Wilson Anderson had a really good first inning yesterday. Not the second inning was bad by any means, but he just came out and just really set the tone early, and I think that was kind of the theme of the day in terms of like the arms who really had success on the mound.
Yeah, I like that. It's a really good point. Sometimes the first inning goes really well. Maybe there's so much adrenaline. There's a little slow up in the second one. It kind of depends. Sometimes guys show their off speed in the first inning, and then they go to their fastball in the second as Nate Davis fouls off a pitch, the LSU commit out of Orlando, Florida. But, man, there are really tall lefties yesterday. It was such a show of power arms. I felt like there was some finesse as well. I was impressed by Jenker Romero. I felt like his stuff looked really good.
100%. I think Jenker came out and he was up to 94, I believe. Breaker looked really good once he kind of found the feel for it and was able to spin it pretty well. He just kind of, again, came out and just was able to attack guys. Just overall, I think, found ways to put himself in good counts and just attack hitters when he needed to with different pitches and kind of mix as needed. I think that was just something that really showed with him. Kind of similar boat to him with Spencer Krasner from the
point.
He came out and was just really good. 3-pitch mix. Changeup's always been really good. It was good to see that take some steps forward. I think he was up to 89, just kind of consistently just living there, throwing a bunch of strikes, mixing in the breaker as well, kind of getting some hitters to buckle at times. I mean, there's 3 pitches for strikes, and overall, I think just a really good outing from Krasner.
Swing and a miss from Davis on the inside part of the plate, and that is the second strikeout. Harris reached, by the way, to drop third strike. He's over at first base.
Now batting number 21, Jordan Martinez.
That's going to bring up Jordan Martinez. So last year, during our Perfect Game All-Star Game, Bo Holloway was the most valuable pitcher. Was up to 95, sat between 93 and 95 on the radar gun as Harris takes off for second, and he's going to slide in safely. His slider was sitting at 85, Tyler. The spin rate on that was 2,200. Changeup was sitting at 84, and that spin rate was 1,900.
All right, yeah, it looks like the changeup and fastball's always shown today so far. Fastball, I mean, been consistently 95, so obviously a little bit of a tick up. I mean, it's, not just getting to 95 yesterday, or not yesterday, last year at the All-Star game, but he's like sitting 95 today. Good sinker profile to it. Shape's been pretty good so far. Changeup's been good when he's throwing it. So, I mean, I'd like to see that slider. That'd definitely be cool. So, hopefully gets ahead in the plus counter. 0-2 might be a good time for it.
Martinez, another LSU commit, by the way, out of Jacksonville, Florida. Goes to Trinity Christian Academy. Swing and a miss. So we get a chance to see Bo Holloway in his first inning of work. He does strike out 3 batters, let somebody on, but a first good inning from him. We, of course, will get a chance to see him come back out for the second, but initial impressions.
I thought it was really good. He was up to 96 that last fastball there. Again, like to see the slider a little bit more, but it's hard to argue when you're being able to beat guys with the fastball consistently. Got some whips there. Definitely everything I was hoping for from what Burrows said, so it's good to see that for sure.
All right, we'll be back. RJ Cope will take the mound for Team Black. welcome back to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, day 2 of our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Here's the lineups for Team Gold. As we said earlier, the showcase style, these guys will get probably 2 at-bats, sometimes just 1 in these games. 2 games for these guys. They've already done their skills and drills. That happened yesterday. Top times and top velos, top catcher pop times, those are all on perfectgame.org if you want to go check those out. We have more today, of course, coming up all day on PG TV. But now we get a chance to check out RJ Cope, the Vanderbilt commit out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. And what a special guy, right? We've had a chance to get to know him over the past couple of years. He is all of 6'8" and 245, Tyler.
Oh, yeah, he's one of the bigger guys out there. I mean, I feel like he's been this big since he was 14. It's been crazy, Showing up, I was at a 14U Select Fest, and I remember walking up, and he was coming to shake everybody's hand and thank us, and I was like, wow. I mean, I don't know what we're feeding kids these days, but I probably should have been on that diet. But no, he's always been a big guy, and just great human being too, super respectful. He comes and thanks us every time we do everything, and I mean, hey, heck of a pitcher too, so that always helps. Excited
to see this arm. 102 strikeouts in 83 1/3 innings. Last year at Perfect Game events. That is quite the staggering amount of strikeouts. So look forward to seeing him throw a bunch of those today. As we said, the Gold team now gets a chance to come to the plate. Christian Doty will lead things off. And that pitch in there for strike 1, coming in at 94. Top left of your screen, we've got velocity and spin rate for you. Fouled away. It's 0-2. So RJ shared with us that his goals this year to get more flexible, to hit between 97 and 100, create a better routine, and make adjustments quicker. He said, I want to get to know the game better and also be a better athlete. We saw him hit yesterday. So two-way guy right now. I know that's something that he's still continuing to pursue. We were kind of talking about it yesterday, Tyler, at least at the college level. Jack Caglione, drafted out of Florida, now with the Royals, not a two-way guy anymore. I think people are realizing as Cope gets the strikeout there how hard that is. But, man, when he's on the mound, I think you can dream of what RJ can be for a major league team.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've already talked about, the body and the frame alone is beyond projectable. It's really easy to fall in love with a frame like that for sure. And, somebody who does do it on both sides of the plate always excites people. I think right now the talent on the mound's really just what's drawing people in. But, I mean, he's that strong and that big that he's gonna be able to hit the ball hard and drive it to all fields. And definitely pull aside. I think a couple balls during BP he was able to get to out front and drive really well. So that was fun to see.
And that's Jacob Lombard, by the way, poking that through the right side of the infield. You talked about getting a chance to see him yesterday. Jacob, the number 2 player in the class, uncommitted right now. He said he'll probably make that decision come this fall, but getting a chance to see him go up against one of the best arms in the class.
Oh, 100%. I think for me, Jacob's been one of my favorite players in the class for a long time. Obviously, when I used to be in Florida as our Fort Myers guy, I kind of saw him growing up. A lot of these guys I've been able to see since they were, in the 13, 14 rank. So it's been really cool to watch them come through, the entire process and see a lot of these guys really grow. And I think for me, one of the things that stood out is I went to go see George Lombard when he was at Gulliver Prep. And obviously they both played together. George was at shortstop and Jacob was at third. And it just really stood out how advanced Jacob was for an underclassman at the time. And obviously George, got drafted with the Yankees and going to be a great player for a long time. And I think Jacob might even have more upside than him. And I mean, he just goes about things the right way. I think he can stick at shortstop, whether it's short or third. Gonna be fine either way. And there's just a lot to like at the play. I mean, he's constantly been able to find barrels. Last week at 17U WWBA, he hit a ball out to dead center field. One of the looks that I got, and it's just been really excited to kind of see the strides he's taken, the development that he's followed, and just the player that he's become. I mean, I think at one point he was almost near 10th in our rankings, and now he's all the way up to 2. He's just kind of steadily gotten better and just proven that he's one of the best players in the entire class.
You got Keon Johnson at the plate right now, another guy that we've had a chance to know for a long time. Pretty handy with the glove, made some nice plays yesterday as Lombard takes second base, but now he's back at the plate right now. committed to Vanderbilt, out of Macon, Georgia, goes to First Presbyterian Day School. That one's in on him. It's 2-2.
I think Keaton, too, is another one of those guys that's always really stood out since, the 14U Select Fest days, and one of those guys that just, has always been a big name on the circuit and has backed it up, whether it's performance in the field with the glove or just the ability to hit. I've always been a big fan of him, and I think that there's just been a lot to like there. I mean, there is some serious power there when he is able to get into it, and it's just such a strong frame that there's just so much you can dream on there. And I think even before he committed to Vanderbilt, it was like somebody's going to get a really good player.
Oh, yeah. He is super thoughtful and so wildly talented. His mom, Sheena, playing a huge role in helping him develop as well. So 2 strikeouts now for Cope. Keaton Neal is the batter. That one's going to get away. The battery right now in the first inning with Cope is Luke Labby. He's behind the plate to start this game off. So Lombard's going to be on third base. RJ Cope right now, 2 strikeouts for him. We've been talking a little bit about the hitters, but is it what you thought it would be here on this stage?
Definitely. I think, it's been 92, 94. Slider's been up to 80, mostly in the upper 70s. Looks like it's got some pretty good shape to it from here. Fastball's getting a little bit of sinker traits to it. It's been a little inconsistent in shape, but it looks like he's just kind of mixing a 4-seam and a sinker in there. But it's a good pitch regardless. I mean, he's got 2 punch-outs, been able to miss some bats with some really good hitters, too, which is always important. And on top of that, the slider's had good shape, good tilt to it as well. Looks like he's just kind of going out there and doing his thing. I mean, like we talked about, we've seen RJ a lot, and it's been good to kind of see him do that and settle in on this stage and just do his thing.
Neal, by the way, gets that one through very similar to what Jacob Lombard did. That brings Lombard home. Neal, the Florida commit, just kind of going with the pitch, right? The bat to ball there, doesn't try to pull it, goes with it and drives it into right field.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you get a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, you got to be able to do something with it. 1-1 count, trying to do some damage, obviously, but he just stayed on time for it enough and just flicked one backside, and that's going to do a job.
Noah Wilson, another Vanderbilt commit, steps into the box with 2 away in the bottom of the first. That is smacked into right field off of the bat of Noah Wilson. He's going to turn for second, and it looks like that one snuck into the bullpen. That is a great piece of hitting, though. Waited for a pitch, hit it 101, almost 102, basically, off the bat.
Yeah, it looks like he took the hands of one out in front. He's got stayed on time for the fastball there. Just turned on it and belted it down the line. Obviously, got in for a ground rule double, but great swing there. You see on that replay there, he kind of stays short to it and just is able to get the barrel to it out front. I mean, that's just what you like. I'm a big proponent of short to it and long through it, just not wasting too much movement in the back when you're, loading up to hit and stuff like that. Just taking the hands directly to contact, always something that you like to see. And I mean, it's a great piece of hitting there. Picked up a double. We're going to roll the inning because that's what we do here sometimes at showcases. We make our own rules. So a double right there. Noah Wilson, 102 off the bat for him. 2 strikeouts for RJ Cope. When we come back, we get a chance to see Bo Holloway come back again. But one word to describe what you saw? Impressive. All right. We'll have some more of that when we come back in a second.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
All right, we welcome you back inside Chase Field. Danny Wexelman here alongside Tyler Cotilla, who's the National Scouting Coordinator for Perfect Game. Iowa is your territory. Do we call it your territory? Is that what we say? Region. Okay, region. That is Tyler's region. So we welcome you back inside. Great insights from Tyler right now. Bo Holloway back. He gets one more inning of work. Anything you want to see from him?
I'd like to see him go to the breaking ball a little bit more. Kind of just get ahead in counts early, establish the fastball like he did in the first. Just get ahead and throw some breaking balls. Especially just try to see where he's going to locate him. Just see how the shape looks first off, but also just how he's going to attack the hitters. Is he going to try and tunnel things well? Is he going to try and back foot it to the righties? I want to see the way he's going to attack these guys. See if he can get some more whiffs on the fastball, especially up in the zone would be cool. I think just kind of mixing pitches again and just trying to get through an easy second inning.
He plays for Rawlings Southeast Mad Mavericks 17U. Nolensville is his high school. He's got a couple more months until he turns 18. He's going to face Parker Lowe, who steps in to lead off for Team Black, the LSU commit, 6 foot 175 out of Jacksonville, Florida. And he takes ball one high. Lowe set his goals over the next year, continue getting stronger in the weight room, refining areas of my game that I feel are needed. He said that recruiting process, by the way, for LSU pretty short. He said LSU was always a place I wanted to be. Seeing campus and talking with Coach Jay Johnson only made me want to go there even more. 3-0 count. Swings. Free swing in there. It's a 3-1 count. Holloway went up with it, and he got the swing and miss.
I think that was too something I just mentioned that you want to see out of a guy, especially with a fastball that's up to 96. Just can he miss the bats up in the zone? Are hitters able to get the barrel on it, or are they going to swing through it? And obviously, just did so with there, and I think that's something we've seen through both of the first two innings, just him being able to elevate that pitch and get some swings and misses.
If you're new to the showcase format here with Perfect Game, nobody wants to see these guys walk. They are here to showcase their skills behind the plate, at the plate. That ball hit behind the plate. And so there is a ghost runner over at first base right now. Those guys have the green light to run when they want. And then the pitcher's also required to throw all fastballs is what they're making sure of right now. Bo Holloway knows that it's all fastballs from here. On his hands, another pitch fouled away. Parker's been rocking a 4.4 plus GPA throughout high school. He's taking dual enrollment college courses as well, which is really impressive. That's a good pitch there from Holloway. Not called a strike, but I liked it. The count goes to 2-2. Cole Koninger is the runner over there, by the way, at second base, came in to run. Cody Goff behind the plate for the gold team to start things off. And that's called strike 3. So Holloway coming all the way back, working that one to get the strikeout. He's got 3 so far in his outing today.
Now batting number 14, Maxi.
Looks like he's just been living arm side a lot, especially with the fastball. Even when it was up, it was elevated just a little bit to that arm side third. And he just had a lot of success there, whether it's called strikes, getting some swinging there. And just when he gets a little bit of ride on it at times, especially when it's up in the zone. That last one there, kind of more like middle third there. He just gets a little bit of run, runs it off on the outer third, and gets a called strike.
Koninger taking third base there, showing off the wheels that he has. And now he's going to head for home. So let's see this. Sliding in. He's safe. That's fun. That's a ton of fun to watch him run the bases.
Oh, yeah, he's a great athlete. I mean, he does it on both sides of the ball. I mean, saw his outing yesterday up to 96, and he came out and swung it well during BP. I mean, hey, and then he's just doing it on the bases, too. He's just, showing off tools in all facets of the game for sure.
Matthew Kerrigan is at the plate. Ball's in the air to left and trailing foul. Kerrigan, the Auburn commit. His goals this year to get a 4.0 GPA. As he swings through that pitch and strikes out. Spend some quality time with his older siblings as well. So Bo Holloway, 4 strikeouts now, 2 outs in the top of the second.
There's that slider, too, for the first time that we get to see. Kind of like shorter depth to it. Just a little bit more flat lateral, a little cuttery. Definitely has some tilt to it, though. And profile is a little bit like a cutter in terms of horizontal and vertical movement, but it's a quality pitch there. Kind of good to see him finally mix that in there and, showcase that as part of the arsenal.
Levi Nikolai is the batter. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama. Another Auburn commit on this team. A pitch at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1.
When he gets more of that sinker shape on the fastball, it's a really good pitch in the lower half of the zone. I mean, he starts it, kind of like the mid thigh and just lets it just have that sinking depth just right into around the knees and just catches the bottom of the zone. And I think a lot of these guys that are taking it for strikes are thinking it's just going to drop kind of out of the zone, just never get in there for a strike. And he's kind of lived there so far, which has been really cool to see.
3-1 pitch on its way. It's outside, so we'll see a ghost runner. Nikolai, by the way, this calendar year, 44 plate appearances in perfect game events. He's got an OPS over 1,200 in those 14 games. 10 walks, only 8 strikeouts, 7 stolen bases. He's got a ton of speed. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
I think Nikolai looked pretty good yesterday all around from what I saw. I took a good round of BP. Actions were just pretty good overall. Just good athlete. Ran like a 6.5, I believe it was. Just good all around.
How about Bo Holloway there? Gets another strikeout, so 5 in his 2 innings of work. A little traffic on the bases, but we got to see that slider. We obviously saw what the fastball can do. Living low in the zone.
Either they or elevating, and I think he just did a really good job of missing bats and getting called strikes to put together a good inning.
One more inning of RJ Cope coming up on the other side of this break.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, Tony don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
All right, so we just had 2 innings of Bo Holloway starting things off in our first game today. We've got another game coming up after this, and then the rest of our day here at Chase Field filled with our drills portion, the workouts portion, which is the style of this showcase. All of those numbers, by the way, up on perfectgame.org if you want to check those out. 5 strikeouts for Holloway. Now we get a second inning of RJ Cope. He had 2 strikeouts in the first. Cy Chrisman is the batter. This guy had a smile on his face all day yesterday. Plays a mean first base. He's got some speed for his size, 6'4", 220. It's Oklahoma State commit. Breaking ball there, catches outside for strike 2.
Just a really physical right-handed bat. I think he's just taking some really loud, swings overall, whether it's during BP, in game. He taps into that power a little bit, especially when he can get to the ball out front and drive it to the pull side. I think that's where his best results are going to come. Just kind of what we've seen on the circuit and yesterday during BP. But it's hard to argue with that frame for sure. Just a big, strong guy that's just going to be able to put some good swings on the ball and just show off that strength in the frame.
He shared with us over this last year's defense work has improved a lot, especially over the summer. He said his coaches have been working with him and trying to catch the ball first, then throwing, not rushing things, which I really like. And he said being around some of the top defensive talent this summer has also helped me to make tremendous strides.
Definitely an important thing when you're on defense there. I mean, you have to have a clean funnel, whether it's on the infield or the outfield. I think there's a lot of guys that don't really invest too much time into that, but just being able to, on the infield and outfield, it's obviously a little bit different, but just on the infield, just making sure that everything sinks and is balanced all the way through. You don't want to get, your hands too ahead of yourself, or just you want to be rushing it all and then it just speeds everything up, or, causes things to go out of whack. Same thing from the outfield. If you're not, coming to the baseball with some momentum and just carrying it through it, you'll see a lot of guys that they feel the ball out in front, which is great. And then when they come up with the baseball, they just kind of shuffle into things. So I think just showing clean actions with good funnels working through it's just key on both sides.
Yeah, that's a really, really great point. Yodelkis Quevedo is the batter. RJ Cope now with a couple of strikeouts as he fires in 92 inside. It's quickly 0-2.
Quevedo is another big bat there, just big physical guy. Ton of bat speed there. He is able to impact really loud, and I've seen it on the circuit before, so definitely no shortage of power there.
I think it just goes to show you how good RJ Cope is right now, right? He's got 4 strikeouts, and it kind of feels like everything is working for him.
100%. That slider there was really good. I mean, that's just the way he's able to snap that off, find the zone with it, miss bats, it's a really good pitch. I mean, he's looked phenomenal so far today.
JoJo Kemp steps up to the plate, 2 away in the bottom of the second. He'll get a chance to face Cope. He's out of Moore, Oklahoma, committed to Oklahoma. As he takes a pitch low, it's 2-0. He loves to watch Ronald Acuna Jr. play. He's got the stolen base record at Westmore, 48 stolen bases. And he said he had straight A's in his anatomy class and honors pre-calc trig class, GPA 4.3.
Jeez.
Yeah. Wow.
Can't say I'd be doing that.
Absolutely not. I didn't even know how to tell you what time we were on air today, so math is not my strong suit. Time zones and math, as that one's filed away. Mountain time here in Arizona. But then sometimes it's not. It changes. It's confusing. It's Pacific time today. It could be mountain time tomorrow. Arizona confuses me.
It is funny. We have a couple different guys on our draft board across the company. And I'm in Central Time, Vinny's in Eastern Time, and Henny is in Mountain Time, or I guess whatever Arizona's official time.
We're in Pacific time here.
Pacific, I think, and it's always funny because there's that part of the year where they're 2 hours behind us, and then sometimes they're 3 hours behind us. So we'll set a meeting,
Tyler.
and it just confuses us all the time. There's usually some times where we'll all be ready, and it's like, where's Henny? What happened? And then we text him, and he's like, oh shoot, yeah, it's an hour different, still because they didn't do the daylight saving or whatever it was. So that's always been fun. The last couple of years, we do have several meetings, I think, every fall where we kind of get back into things where we usually end up having something get messed up. We're like, oh, yep, that's a problem.
You get me. 3-2 pitch is low. That one's going to bounce away. So we'll see a ghost run over there. Good at bat so far by Kemp. David Ojeda going to ghost run at first, and RJ didn't like that. I can appreciate that. Always a guy who holds himself accountable. He knows what's in his arsenal, and I think he knows, he's super humble. It's a great foul ball. He's super humble, but I think he also knows how good he is and the potential that he has. Like, he knows what his standards are.
Agreed. I think he's kind of showed that maturity come along, you know, in a good way since he was at Select Fest, and he's just really kind of settled into this role of, you know, I know I have the talent. I just got to figure out the best ways to use it.
Kemp with a drive into center field. That one's going to be caught, but nice piece of hitting, great at bat by him. So that's going to be it for RJ Cope. 4 strikeouts through 2 innings of work, and just a chance to see the grown-up RJ Cope here. You liked it?
Yeah, definitely. It was really good to see him kind of go out and do his thing. A couple bumps along the way, but he was able to just go out, work around it, and trust his stuff. I think that was the main thing he did, was trust his stuff.
So here's a little highlight of what he did, painting the corners, touching those low 90s. 2 innings of work for RJ Cope in the book. Welcome back. Danny Wexelman here with Tyler Cotilla, the National Scouting Coordinator for Perfect Game, your region, Iowa. We welcome you back into Arizona, where we've got our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2026, so they are a year out from their draft. A ton of guys committed to incredible programs. There's a lot of guys who are uncommitted here. We've got a new arm on the mound for the gold team. Braxton Beaty will get a chance to have a couple innings of work. You've got Lucas Kennedy at the plate. Beatty's an LSU commit. It's out of Angleton, Texas. So there he is. 6 foot 170. He's already got that purple headband. He's got the purple and gold on today.
Got a bit of a funky release that kind of gets some deception to it. First few pitches, it just looks like it's coming out. A little deceptive. You know, it's just that lower slaw you'll see here.
That's in the air, just outside of the foul lines, and a nice catch there. We were just talking about Cy Chrisman and what he does at first base, man. It's special, and I feel like the first base position at the major league level is becoming more valuable since the shift has been banned. Little Willie Mays.
Yeah, a little over the shoulder there.
Yeah, it's nice. All right, so 1 away. Again, Braxton Beaty in his first inning of work. Jeffrey Todd Darden will bat. Beaty, a fan of Marcus Stroman. That's hit on the ground. Left side, third base charging, and a nice play across the diamond. Yadelkis Cavedo playing third base right now for the gold team.
Some quick outs here for Beaty. Good slider there he showed last at bat too. First time we've seen that. Good shape.
He shared a scouting report for himself, Tyler said. His fastball 90 to 93. He's got a sharp sweeping slider that sits 78 to 80. His go-to changeup 80 to 83 and a curveball 73 to 75 that he can land for a strike. He's going to face Dominic Santorelli, 6'2", 230, a Louisville commit. It's inside and catches for strike one.
Santorelli's a guy that I've actually seen out on the circuit in Iowa at Prospect Meadows a good amount with his hitters team. And he's put some really, really good swings on the baseball. You can see the frame there alone. Just big physical guy, just that big, strong, frame where there's just some serious, ability to produce some power. He's hit some balls really far, really hard at Prospect Meadows. A couple times left the yard, flirting with the corn and the Field of Dreams like setup out there. But it's been good. It took good BP yesterday, just showing off some of that power and just really being able to get into it and drive the baseball well. So it's good to see him out here.
1-2 pitch on its way. He muscles it into second, and that one's going to be caught. So quick 1-2-3 inning for Braxton Beaty in his first inning of work. Jacob Lombard making that catch. We'll have a new pitcher on the mound for Team Black when we come back. But a quick and efficient inning. We almost saw it all there from Beaty. We'll come back in the bottom of the third here at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero. Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super Smart Pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
We got some scouts in the stands. Pro scouts, college scouts, by the way. A lot of head coaches out here. I see John Savage with his UCLA on. Saw him during the LA Regional and then, of course, in Omaha at the Men's College World Series. Awesome to see that team back in Omaha, Nebraska for that event. But it's been a ton of fun already. We are through day one and change here. We're here all week long at Chase Field. I'm alongside Tyler Cotilla, talking about these guys in the next wave of prospects here. Anything about the scouts that are here? Anything that stands out to you about that side of things?
I think they're definitely going to get their money's worth. You got a week full of baseball, a lot of the best players around. Guys from all the different teams, a lot of different area guys. Some just send people out to cover guys for next year's getting ahead early. Obviously, the draft's next week for this year, but we're kind of turning the page already. It's definitely been different since they moved the draft from June to July. So I think some teams are kind of attacking a little bit different now that we're at this point in the 25 cycle. That some teams are going to send some of their guys here so that they can start getting looks on the 26 cycle and just get ahead on it. Kind of get ahead on the guys they can see early. Obviously guys that you'll see on the national level, guys that are just covering their own area people or area players and just kind of things like that. But it's been good. There's been a lot of familiar faces down there. Like you said, a lot of college coaches as well, kind of getting some of their looks in at some of their own commits, and obviously some other guys that are here that are uncommitted, still showing off some of their talent.
Lucas McDowell, the North Florida commit, 6'8", 245 out of Kingston, Ontario. The righty will start his first inning of work. Hudson Reed is the batter, and he takes a ball low and outside. Left side of your screen, top part is our velocity and our spin rate if you are interested at home. we were talking about all the tall lefties from yesterday. Obviously, McDowell, the righty, but another 6'8". I mean, it feels like that's kind of the theme of this class right now, is the length of the starting pitchers. That's on the ground to shortstop. First quick out there for Lucas McDowell.
I was going to say, it's kind of impressive how many starters I think that we've rolled out both yesterday and today that are like 6'5" and taller. I mean, today, so we've had Cope and Holloway, who are both, you know, up there in height. Obviously McDowell out there now. It's been crazy. I mean, like I said, you know, I don't know what they're feeding kids these days, but it's crazy.
You're watching, by the way, Carson May, who had the lone home run of our games yesterday. It was a blast to left field. He'll get a chance to come back to the plate. He takes a ball outside. So some of the goals for Lucas McDowell this year: graduate high school with honors, get bigger in the gym, make his friends and family proud. That's a nice pitch from him for a strike. It's 1-1. He loves to watch Tyler Glass now. He said, we're both 6'8", and I like to take parts of his mechanics and incorporate it into my own. I've learned how to use my physique to my advantage, and it's something we talk about with these guys a lot when they grow so fast, learning to use their levers and how they work together. There's a swing and a miss from May, and I find it really fascinating, Tyler, how these guys kind of figure out how to work those long arms and long legs in a motion that allows them to have so much success. I think that it takes a little trial and error, so to speak. And there's a nice pitch and a strikeout for McDowell. But he's obviously, Tyler Glasnow is a great guy to learn from.
Oh, 100%. I think, you know, with these guys that have these long frames, it's a testament to their pitching development coaches or whoever, you know, they're working with. It's impressive to see how some of these guys move, though. I mean, being able to control the limbs that well at some of these sizes has been really cool to see. Just, you know, the way they move, the way that, you know, they actually are able to get into the leg lift and kind of generate some actual like torque and some push down the mound's been good for some different guys that we've seen. And the arm speed too, when you have that long of an arm, you know, kind of getting all the way through the back and being able to just create a bunch of whip through release without, you know, having an arm action that might break or, you know, have issues. Being able to be efficient and just smooth through release has been cool for some of these guys. Being able to just kind of optimize how you move is incredible. And I think, like I said, it's a testament to how hard these kids work, you know, even at this age, and just how hard that, you know, some of their, you know, pitching development and pitch design, you know, guys work with these guys.
Cale Barney is the batter, an Oregon State commit out of Nolensville, Tennessee.
It's a really good slider that he's shown so far. He's able to kind of get around it and just create that bite to it.
Comes back with it again and gets a call, third strike. And so a pair of strikeouts there for Lucas McDowell in his first inning of work. Pretty impressive. We get a chance to see him again. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, that was a heck of a first inning there.
Welcome back, top four. Braxton Beaty back out on the mound for the gold team. We mentioned yesterday the workout portion of our day. Here are the top 60-yard dash times. Jacob Lombard there at the top ran a 6.1. The last time he was clocked, he ran a 6.3. So improving that, working on his starts to the 60-yard dash. We know he's got a ton of speed. Nate Davis, a 6.3. Noah Wilson, 6.3. Jeffrey Todd Darden and Brady Harris rounding out the top 5 from the class. If you want the rest of those numbers, by the way, infield and outfield velocities, catcher pop times, first base velocities, you can go to perfectgame.org. All of those numbers are up there if you are interested. Another inning for Beaty. Ben Koulitsch is the batter. Beaty shared with us that over this last year, he completed his Tommy John rehab. So that's tapped on the ground to third base, charging, making a really nice play. Really nice play over there. It's Quevedo. Was that Quevedo who made that play again? Yeah, Yodelkis Quevedo making that play again at third base. He's made 2 really nice charging plays in the game so far. But Beaty talking about his rehab, Tyler, he said he helped lead his team to a state championship as well after that rehab process. Competed at area code games, Team USA. He's hoping to do a lot over this next year. He said, report to LSU early for summer workouts and prep for the fall. Swing and a miss.
A lot of drive and motivation there for sure.
Luke Labby is the batter. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you go through something like that, especially in high school, it either drives you in that direction or maybe not. But I'm glad that he's decided to look at the positive side of things, and it kind of feels like he's putting his foot down on the gas and he's ready to go. That pitch is up. It's 2-2.
I think too, you said earlier, Stroman's one of his favorite pitchers too, and I think that's somebody that kind of dealt with some adversity during his pro career. Definitely something that I'm sure Beaty's kind of looked at and seen how he's battled through everything and just been able to carve out an incredible big league career. Just kind of modeling the way that he handled this with, his Tommy John and his rehab and getting back to everything just in a similar light, just finding ways to just battle through the adversity and just instead of, sulking or going, down a bad road, just saying, I'm gonna attack this the right way. I'm gonna go about things the right way, get healthy, and just be the best teammate I can be until I'm at that point where I can, impact them on the field. And obviously he's definitely been able to do that since he is healthy again.
Yeah, he's looking really good right now, finishing that rehab process up. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it, but I know that that's such a grueling rehab that you come back from, especially when you're still in high school, right? These guys are young, and he's landing his off-speed stuff right now for strikes, painting in and out. He's looked really good so far. 2 away in the top of the 4th.
This slider's been very good. I mean, he's thrown it a ton so far. Just kind of mix it in there. And the changeup's been there for him as well. I mean, he's throwing 3 different pitches for strikes and just having a ton of success so far. Missing bats, getting called strikes. Just like to see the way he's attacking so far. Just kind of, like we said earlier, just giving him his best, just coming out and attacking guys from the get-go, finding ways to just do what he can to, hey, this is my best stuff, try and hit it.
Absolutely. I love that mindset. And I think, what Marcus Stroman has done so well for the game is remind guys that no matter how tall you are, whatever those numbers might say, it doesn't measure your heart. His height doesn't measure your heart, and that's something that's spoken to Braxton Beaty and has stood out to him throughout his baseball career, his young baseball career. Maddox Lassard pops it up. Quevedo is there right behind third base. And so another quick inning for Braxton Beaty. Doing a nice job. 2 innings of work. Very impressive by him.
He's been very good today, just locating. I mean, really impressive innings.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Rolling right along. Day 2 of our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2026. We are tied up, by the way, in the bottom of the 4th inning. We're concerned about what these guys are doing moment to moment compared to what the score of the game is, but we will keep you updated on the score, of course. We got a tie one here. We usually play 10. That's flexible as well. We get another inning of work from Lucas McDowell now as Cody Goff steps up to the plate. He takes a ball outside. Goff behind the plate. We've had a chance to see him come up through select fests as well, which has been awesome to see him develop, man. And he's been at that catcher position for the entire time.
Obviously on the graphic there, not to mention too that brother of Coco Golf. That's definitely something to talk about.
Yeah, we have, I think, been so lucky. Like Cody has been so thoughtful with his answers when we get a chance to talk to him about Coco, and I mean, an incredibly athletic family. Yeah. His parents so supportive of all of his siblings and him, and I can't imagine what that grind must look like for them to be in 2 places at once. She's competing in Wimbledon right now. Cody's here, but yeah, it's been a ton of fun to get to know him and see his personality grow and watch his game grow as well.
I think the personality too is just one of those things as a catcher. Just kind of that's just kind of how some of them are. They have that personality to them, a little bit of moxie. Just the way they approach the game, just kind of like the funny guy of the team as well. Sometimes just they're that glue guy at times. So it's definitely something that Cody's shown us between Select Fest and just on the circuit as well.
Hard hit on the ground to short, backhanded, and they get the lead runner over there.
Kenninger over there making that play at shortstop again.
It looks like it's Cole Koninger making that play. He's been all over the place, smooth hands. He is very good at that position.
Really impressed for him to get to that ball. I mean, gets deep into the hole there and just able to flip back over to second, get the out, get the lead runner. That's a really impressive play.
Ranging to make the backhand play, 1 away in the bottom of the 4th inning. John Mora is the batter. Mora, the Miami commit. He goes to Somerset Academy. Jonathan Griggs behind the plate, thought about that back pick and held on.
He keeps looking over there, too. You can kind of see his eyes flashing over to first base, just checking on the runner. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to back pick again. Just keep him honest over there.
I like it. I'm always a fan of that. We see it a lot in the college game. It's in there for strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. McDowell said the part of his game that's grown the most over the last year so far is accuracy and confidence. That one's tapped right past his glove. Koninger, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Cole? Wow. Across the diamond. That is an unbelievable play.
Just shows off the range again to the forehand. Just checked off the box for the backhand. Said, I'll show you guys the forehand here. I mean, comes all the way across, ends up just past second base, and just flips it over there and says, yeah, I'll take another out.
Wow.
Wow.
Taking over this game right now with his defense. Just to put a bow on McDowell, he said, I've learned how to trick my mind into getting super confident. This helps me keep everything simple without overthinking it. Because of my accuracy and my speed, those things improved greatly.
I think in the first inning, he kind of had that, was able to just live in that mindset. You know, a lot of just, I'm going to go out and give you the best and just throw a bunch of strikes. Obviously, this inning, he's thrown a couple more balls, mixed those in, but he's still done just fine. He's finding ways to work back into counts and kind of get back into that good mindset or that good place on the mound of like, hey, you know, I'm down in a 2-1 count or whatever it is. Like, I'm still going to go attack this guy and get him. And it helps when you have, Koninger just running around left and right, just making plays for you back there. But no, he's done good kind of working through counts and just battling.
Trust your defense, right?
Yeah.
All right, so it's a 4-ball count. We're going to see a runner head over to first, so that's going to put 2 guys on. David Ojeda is the batter. Right down the middle for a strike. It's all fastballs from here, by the way, from McDowell. Goff's over at second base. The Mizzou commit.
That last fastball there had a little bit of carry to it, and it's kind of been the MO with him, but it's good to see him kind of generate that riding life to and just be able to spot it up. I think the whole outing so far, it's just been really good from him, just throwing a bunch of strikes and mixing pitches, but just that last one kind of really stood out to me.
It's felt like a theme, honestly, through the first day and change now. These guys, which I like, aren't necessarily blowing velocity every single time. Some of these guys are saving it for their last inning of work or their last batter, right? You mentioned yesterday when we saw triple digits from Savion Sims, right? Not using it every time, but when you need to use it, which is something I think I would guess a lot of Major League scouts like as well. It's a long fly ball into right field. Nice job coming over and making that catch there for Team Black. It's Brady Harris over in right. But the star right now, Cole Koninger with those 2 defensive gems. That's going to be it for Lucas McDowell in 2 innings of work. What'd you like?
I think he did a good job in that second inning of just finding ways to battle back when he got behind in the count, just make some pitches well and find the success.
Letting his defense work for him, which we always love to see here at this showcase. So we're through 4 in the books here from our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. All right, we bring on a new pitcher. Grayson Willoughby is going to take the mound for the Gold Team, the Kentucky commit out of Louisville, Kentucky. Get a chance to see him throw 2 innings of work here. Just saw some nice defense from Cole Koninger. 2 innings of work from Lucas McDowell. Now we move along to Willoughby, 6'2", 185.
Got a good athletic frame. I think just projects really well. Obviously listed right-handed pitcher and third baseman, so we'll see what he does here on the mound for us. Just from what I've seen in the past, just good arm speed, comes out really well. So hopefully see some of that today on the fastball.
Brady Marshall's going to lead things off for the black team, and he takes strike one. Willoughby goes to Trinity High School. Schools over this next year to win a second state baseball championship and earn Mr. Baseball in Kentucky. That's a fly ball into center field and one quick out there for Grayson Willoughby.
Living 94, 95 first few pitches a year. Good ride to it. You can see it just come out of the hand, just gets that arm side run to it, run it in on hitters. Spinning at above 2,400 RPMs too.
Top left of your screen, if that's your kind of thing, velo and spin rate. RJ Cope is the batter. He got the start today for the black team. 4 strikeouts for him in 2 innings of work. Two-way player, committed to Vanderbilt. I mean, we're talking Aaron Judge type height, rate, and body as a high schooler. Two-way guy. I mean, just the amount of room he's taken up in the box is amazing.
And you can see it in the swing too. There's some aggression to it, just being able to just try and generate some power with that frame. See him kind of as he's coming through contact, just shift off that back foot and just throw everything he's got into that swing.
On the ground, right back up the middle, hopping over second base, and a nice play over there at shortstop. Keon Johnson, nice job playing the hop and ranging over to make the play.
So I'm going mostly fastball changeup there to Cope, just kind of showing that the ability to pronate and just get that tumble to it. Mixing in the fastball as well, kind of similar shapes, obviously different velos there, and just kind of seeing what Cope would do with it, and he was able to get a ground ball out up the middle there.
Jonathan Griggs is the batter. He swings through strike one. And takes strike two. It's quickly 0-2 for Willoughby.
Flipped him a slider first pitch, first time we've seen that, and then just painted a fastball there. A really good start to a count.
Griggs committed to Wofford. It's out of Atlanta, Georgia. Swing and a miss, so a strikeout there for Grayson Willoughby in his first inning of work. We saw a nice defense there from Keon Johnson as well. 1 in the books for him, and we are through the top half of the 5th inning. 1 inning of work. Anything stand out?
Yeah, pitch mix was really good. I mean, you can see right there, he's just showing the fastball, a good amount of ride to it, painting the zone, especially working glove side. Slider there looks really good, just throwing a lot of strikes and mixing his pitches really well so far.
Coming back, tied up in the bottom of the 5th.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
PG Crosschecker delivers unmatched coverage of baseball's top players, teams, and draft prospects and gives you everything you need to track the game's future stars. Go deep with a PG Crosschecker subscription and unlock the same advanced tools trusted by pro and college scouts. We welcome you back in to Chase Field, our home this week. The Arizona Diamondbacks and their staff, their grounds crew, everybody out here making it home for us, which has been so nice. They have been for the past few years, and we're so grateful for that. They do a nice job, an amazing job, turning the field over, getting it ready for all the things that take place here at the Perfect Game National Showcase. Tyler Cotilla next to me. I'm Danny Wexelman here on Perfect Game TV. We're with you all day long. New arm on the mound for the black team, Parker Van Engelenhoven. He's going to take over. 6'5", 220, committed to Louisville. He fires in, strike one on the outside part of the plate. Christopher Brown is the leadoff man for the gold team. Drive into left field. That's going to get down for a leadoff hit. Brown's going to hold up at first base.
Good to see Brown here. Saw him at one of our Sunshine Showcases in Missouri. He came out and was, really, really good during workouts and everything. Just kind of showed us, what we look for. So it's good to see him come out and kind of do that. Took good BP yesterday. Don't remember his pop time off the top of my head, but know it's on the site, and he looked really good behind the plate. Just kept throws around the tag zone, and good piece of hitting there. Just found a way to get on base, got to the barrel, and just drove it.
Bottom of our screen, we've got you covered for some of the top times and velos from yesterday. As Tyler mentioned, you can go to perfectgame.org if you would like to see the rest of those numbers from the workout portion. Ty Jones, uncommitted at the plate. Had a triple yesterday, showing off the speed. Really nice piece of hitting by him in the game.
One of those uncommitted bats, too. I think he just really another barrel there.
Yeah.
A little bit under it, but hey.
Shallow into left,
Good
coming
play.
in, diving, making that grab. What a wonderful play there. Gunnar Alm playing left field right now for the black team. Went all out for it.
Now batting number 20, Brady Stewart.
Brady Stewart back to the top of this order for the gold teams. First pitch swinging to short. He's going to be safe. They tried to get the lead runner over at second base. Looks like Levi Nikolai is the shortstop for the black team. I thought he did a nice job getting to the ball and staying down. Throw just a little offline over at second base.
Took a good angle to it. Got to the baseball, at least made the play. Just looks like the throw got a little bit away from him there.
So 2 on. Christian Doty will bat. Taps it over to third, right on the line. Long throw, nice throw for the out. That's a good play over there. Third baseman Brady Marshall making that play.
Should be good to see here for Engelenhoven against Lombard. Obviously, one of the best players in the class here. Just see how he attacks him here, especially with the runner on third.
Jacob back to the plate. Had a base hit through the right side his first at bat. That one's inside and catches for strike 2. So Engelenhoven ahead, 0-2 in the count.
He's spinning that above 2,900 RPMs there as well. I mean, there's real feel to spin. Every breaking ball's been above 2,700. Even the fastballs have been consistently above, looks like 2,400 for the most part.
That's fine. And he crosses Lombard up for the strikeout. That's the third in the bottom of the fifth, so we're going to roll it over and head to the sixth. That's one inning of work for Parker Van Engelenhoven. Gets the strikeout of Jacob Lombard.
Yeah, it looks like, we talked a lot about the hitters and things that happened that inning, but fastball has a bunch of ride to it, up to 91, show the curveball, good shape to it. I mean, elite feel of the spin, being up to 2,900, almost 3,000 RPMs, so lots to like so far in the first inning.
Welcome back into Chase Field. Danny Wexelman here alongside Tyler Cotilla, who is the National Scouting Coordinator for the Iowa region. And there's two parts to the showcase, Tyler, right? We're watching the games right now, but we had our workouts yesterday. So this group of guys, here are the top throws from the infield, top velocities. Archer Horn hitting 96, Keon Johnson and Cole Koninger 95. We've seen Koninger show it off at shortstop. Luis Hernandez at 94, and then Ashton Bailey at 92. Those are the top five guys. If you want to see the rest of them, you can go to perfectgame.org. But Cole Koninger, man, he's kind of showed everything off. He pitched yesterday, was impressive on the mound. We've seen him now make some gem plays over at shortstop, and he's kind of gotten it done with the bat too.
Yeah, I think we talked about the scouts being here earlier. College coaches and scouts. I think he's checked off a lot of boxes so far. Just both sides of the ball, like you said. Just came out, had a really good outing on the mound. Just did everything that you look for, and then just today has been all over the ball defensively. Just ball magnet, everything that's hit to him, he's just swallowing it up, making the plays, just showing off the athleticism. Took good at bat earlier as well.
Another inning of work for Grayson Willoughby. He's back out on the mound for the Gold team. RJ Groomster is the batter. He fouls that pitch away. It's still 1-2. Willoughby shared that his scouting report on himself: competitive nature, plays the game the right way, hard-nosed, who enjoys being out on the field and wants the ball or being at bat when the game is on the line.
You kind of see that too, the way he pitches. He gets the ball back, just gets right back on the mound. Just you can tell he just wants to pitch, wants to attack guys. Just has that bulldog or attack mindset that you're looking for. I think for me personally, I love that in pitchers when they kind of have that energy and that moxie on the mound to just kind of try and command the game. I mean, I think if you're on the mound pitching and you're able to start dictating the game flow and kind of controlling how things are rolling, you're going to have a lot of success, especially forces hitters to be off balance, causes some bad timing swings. So I kind of like that right there. Just, do your thing and just stay in attack mode.
Yeah, making his own pitches. That's his second strikeout of his outing today.
Now batting number 1, Gunnar Hall.
It's why I like the self-scouting reports so much. I like to hear what these guys think of themselves, right? We can sit up here all day and talk about what we see, but I like to hear what they think about themselves. Gunnar Alm is the batter. Just made a fantastic diving play an inning ago and left. Committed to NC State.
You see the twitch, too. I mean, the outfield got a good first step, just ends up running all the way down to track, a good dive to make the play there. And just the swing's always been, interesting, but you really see the bat speed there, that last cut and a miss. Obviously, got a piece of it, but just tons of hand speed, just able to just throw the bat well, and there's just so much whip through contact. And he's one of those guys I've seen on the circuit, over the years, and I think he's come a long way.
4.4 GPA for Alm. As he fouls a pitch way up in the upper deck. By the way, was waiting for that to land. We're trying to find it still. That'll be found by a Diamondbacks fan when the team comes back into town after the All-Star break. Over the last year, he was the 1A State Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, All-Region, and PG Preseason All-American First Team. He does strike out there. There's 2 away in the top of the 6th.
I think that that last swing there still speaks to just his mentality. He's such a quick bat, just so fast through the zone that he just tried to get the barrel through as quick as possible. I mean, obviously missed that one, and it's going to happen sometimes. It's hard to swing through, or hard to go get 93 at the top of the zone like that, spinning at 2,500. So props to Willoughby there for that pitch that he made. But Alm definitely has that aggressive free swing mentality and can produce some results.
Koninger on the ground to shortstop, and he's got speed, but nice play over there at short. That's Keon Johnson making the play, and that's going to end the frame. So Grayson Willoughby, 2 innings of work, a couple of strikeouts mixed in there. I liked him a lot.
Yeah, a lot of quick outs, just found ways to get it done out there, whether it was just the weak ground balls. It seems like every pitcher so far just really wants to use the shortstops between Kenninger and Keon Johnson, just letting them do their thing, but he was really good.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
How they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Parker Van Engelenhoven is going to come back out on the mound for a second inning of work. He shared a little bit about what brings him joy. He said, having success on the baseball field, hanging with my friends, working out, and traveling. The self-scouting report for him, by the way, low 90s fastball, his 2-seamer with 17 to 20 inches of run, slider with 15 to 17 inches of horizontal run. That one's tapped back to him. And not quite able to get the ball there in time. Keon Johnson down the line with the speed. He beats it out. Just to put a bow on the scouting report for Parker, he said that slider, by the way, 2,800 RPMs, revolutions per minute. Changeup has a negative vertical break with some arm side run, and he throws 65% strikes, and he's a competitor. How about that scouting report?
I'd say pretty on par. I think he undersold himself on the slider. He said only 2,800 RPMs, and he flipped one at 2,981 today. So
he'll have to update it.
Yeah, have to give a little more stock in himself there.
Keaton Neal pops it up to right field. And he's the first out in the 6th.
Number 22, Noah Wilson.
One down, bottom 6. Fired in for a strike. Noah Wilson is the batter.
Kind of speaking on that fastball that he mentioned in his self-report there, the two-seam, you can definitely see it. A really good changeup there, but just really kind of gets that life and run to it. Kind of seen it so far, spinning 22, 2400s, and it's getting like 16, 17 inches of vertical and about 8, 9 horizontal when it's at its best shape. And you can definitely see it, just looking at the broadcast, the way he's able to start it over the middle of the plate and just let that two-seam run just take off.
That's a great description. I'll have to update his self-scouting report. Swing and a miss there for the strikeout. There's 2 away. Again, Van Engelenhoven, a Louisville commit. He's out of Powell, Ohio.
There's another slider above 2,900 RPMs, too, for those interested in that side of things. He's really good at spinning the baseball.
He's been consistent, too, right? Sometimes we see that flash, and we're not sure. He's been consistent with that.
Yeah, it's been really good in the outing so far.
I think it's been the best we've seen.
Yeah.
He's got a GPA above 4. Said one of the challenges he's had to overcome is just balancing the workload of the classroom, taking those college classes, having discipline with that, right? A lot of these guys talk about it, trying to balance both of those things. Cy Chrisman's going to get another chance to bat. 6'4", 220.
And, obviously, too, with these guys that have taken the college classes, really, obviously, yes, it prepares them for college, but being able to manage that much at one time, I think, is really good for these kids before they get to a campus, and they're still managing baseball in college classes, but it's also at, a big university, or, just looking at the baseball itself. Like, high school baseball and college baseball are very different. Even if you're at, the best, programs in the country for high school ball, once you get to a campus, whatever high school you came from is going to be very different than, University of Tennessee or Coastal Carolina. Wherever you end up, it's going to be a bit of a culture shock for anybody.
Chrisman with a long fly ball, trailing foul on the left side. By the way, Keon Johnson casually stole second, then stole third. The ball was overthrown, and he came home. We should mention that. Just bringing himself home on that.
Yeah.
That's what Keon is capable of. Speed down the line to beat out that tapper to Parker, and then coming home.
Just, heads up, high baseball IQ guy. Just high motor, too. Just kind of finds ways to get things done.
Chrisman pops it up behind home. Great effort behind the plate there from Maddox Lassard, just out of his reach. By the way, I was looking at Chrisman's cleats. I can't tell if I think they're sparkly. Those are sparkly pink and white cleats. Look how great those are. Wait, I'm obsessed. That's my favorite accessory that I have seen here as he pops it up a mile high. Foul territory on the left side, and nice job by Marshall to make the grab. Chrisman's been great, by the way, these past 2 days. It's not just all about the cleats. Okay. 2 innings of work for Parker Van Engelenhoven, a couple of strikeouts in there, but it's that spin rate, the 2,900. Yeah. Impressive.
Just spinning the breaker left and right. Really good stuff from him. I think just commanded the zone really well. Good outing.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much shit I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
Welcome back to Perfect Game TV. Top 7, Game 1 today, Day 2 of our Perfect Game National Showcase. You got all that? This is the class of 2026. After our second game today, we will stay live on Perfect Game TV and do another round of workouts, the skills and drills portion of the showcase. And that means that you're going to see 60-yard dash times from a new group of guys. Infield and outfield throws. We'll chart those velocities. Of course, first base velocities and catcher pop times. All of that on perfectgame.org. This group already has been through that, and so those numbers are up on pg.org if you want to go check that out.
Kind of speaking of the workout results there, Brady Harris at the plate here threw 100 yesterday from the outfield, so showed off the arm there for sure.
Yeah, top throw there for the class so far. Laird Williams, the righty, standing 6'8", 245 on the mound, is going to get a chance to get 2 innings of work for the gold team. A Tulane commit, and he is facing Brady Harris.
That 6'8", 245 just must be copy and pasted for all of these guys. It's crazy.
Well, out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Going to Tulane. I know you have to have the grades for that. That pitch finds the inside part of the plate for strike 2. Swing and a miss. Nice job by him. One batter, one strikeout there.
Really good breaking ball there. I mean, spins it, just gets it just enough on the plate, tailing off. That Harris tries to go get it, just can't get extended out far enough, and he's able to pick up the punch out there.
Nate Davis steps to the plate. That pitch on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Davis, an LSU commit, set some of his goals over the next 12 months. Stay close and connected to his family. Always keep God first in everything that I do. Finish strong my senior year of high school. Stay positive, humble. Keep building strength and conditioning. As he fouls that pitch away. And then personal development. He said, focus on being the best version of myself.
He looked pretty good during workouts yesterday. Just showing a ton of athleticism, super twitchy plus runner. Just kind of the stuff you look for as a top of the order bat. Hit one out during BP. Actually hit 2 out during BP, but one of them he hit into the pool out there.
The splash zone?
Yeah.
That's iconic. It's a long strike into the stands. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Williams right now looking pretty good. It's inside. It's 2-2. Bottom of your screen, we've got top times as well. It's the top 10 from each portion of the workouts. Thanks to our crew for getting all those numbers and information on your screen. Another foul ball. Fans are really going to enjoy those when they get back here.
Williams is just living at 89 here. Just every fastball's been consistently in that 89 range. Just 2,300 spin or so. Shape's been almost consistent, around 17 inches of vertical and around 9-10 inches of horizontal. Just repeating that shape just over and over and over again.
He looks really collected, very calm on the mound.
100%. Just a smooth mover. Just that simple little sidestep into the leg lift and just works through it really well. Comes out smooth. Not too efforty, not too trying to do too much. Just very simple in his movements, controlling everything from top to bottom. Just kind of one of those picturesque deliveries that you look for, and he repeats it really well. I mean, to the point where he's getting the same pitch shape on almost all of his fastballs.
Good at bat here too, by the way. Nate Davis at the plate, fouling off a bunch of pitches. Runner took off, and that's a drive into right. The dive! Wow! What a play over there in right field for the Gold team. Ty Jones out there, great first step, and then throws over to first base. Man, that's heads-up baseball right there from Ty Jones, uncommitted.
He's been really good. Obviously, we talked earlier yesterday, the extra base set he put together just has shown up, just looked apart during workouts and been able to, kind of put himself out there in front of some of these coaches that are here. Just show that he has the tools, that he has a lot to like at the plate, good athlete, and then, hey, just makes a diving catch in right field. I'm sure some of those guys are scribbling down some stuff in their notebooks for sure.
Absolutely. Nice battle there, again, by Nate Davis, even if the outcome wasn't a hit. Jordan Martinez will get a chance to bat. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Martinez said he loves to watch the game of baseball because it's the game I grew up watching and loving. He said, I always grew up watching my dad's best friend, Daniel Murphy, casual. And I hit with him still to this day. I enjoy getting to pick his brain and the knowledge and the feel that he has for the game, but I just love watching some of my favorite players and learning things from them, whether it's fielding, base running, or hitting. And on his hands, and he yanks it into center field, and they got a guy there to make the catch, playing center field. Noah Wilson will make that grab. So some great defense from the Gold team in one inning of work for Laird Williams, who was pretty consistent there through his first inning. He had a strikeout, gives a little hug to Ty Jones for making that catch.
Got to tip the cap to your fielders, right? Got to help the guys that are supporting you. But no, it was really good. Fastball, showing a little bit of life up to 89, like I said, almost consistent shape. Good curveball. Been good so far.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
The Scouts looking on. They've got their stopwatches. No bucket hats in here since we're inside. Their polos are on. Their notebooks are out. I love getting to see these guys here at this event. Pro Scouts, College Scouts here in the stands at Chase Field for our 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. This is the class of 2026. By the way, we got a new arm on the mound. Nicholas Bradley's going to take over 6'2", 200, and he's committed to Auburn.
Seen Bradley a lot since I believe he was 13 was the first time I saw him. It was 13U, and he was like already throwing like low 80s at the time, which obviously, big deal at that age, and just coming out and doing his thing. So it's good to see kind of him just consistently take those strides forward year after year after year, and now here he is at PG National.
We've seen some nice plays over at third base by Yudelkis Quevedo. He's going to get another at-bat in this ball game, leading things off for the Gold team. Pitch fouled away. Quevedo, the Florida State commit. I really like the way he plays third base.
made a couple of really good plays so far, just kind of ranging in, showing the, ability again, kind of like we said earlier, just funneling well, planning, your angle you're taking to the ball, the way you're going to approach it, the way that you're going to make the pick so that you can set yourself up to make an athletic and clean throw across the infield. He's done that a couple of times now. And I think he's really good at what he does over at third. Just has the potential to stick there at the next level for sure.
He taps it over to third base. A nice charging and running play for the out.
Just like that. Same thing.
Just like that on the other side. Yeah, that's Lucas Kennedy making that play.
You can just see there, the way he kind of just moves through that entire process, staying, so he's, not going to get off balance, makes the pick, comes just funnels through the center, and just gets the ball out quick and clean, and, the throws carry across the field. That's, that's the big thing. You don't want guys skipping throws. Obviously, it happens. Big leaguers do it all the time, but just being able to keep throws on target across, I always say, you want to see the guys that throw the baseball almost through the first baseman's chest. You don't want your first baseman having to be working so much over there, trying to get the baseball, lunging for balls. Just keep it at his chest. Throw it through his chest.
Nice, clean, fundamental baseball. One down in the bottom of the 7th. JoJo Kemp, the batter. And he takes strike 1. He shared some of his strengths. He said, my range in the outfield, my arm strength, discipline in the strike zone, and hitting line drives. There's another one. Nice and easy, right back up the middle. He's been on base twice today now.
Kemp's always stood out to me. Just takes really good at-bats and finds ways to hunt fastballs, especially in plus counts, and just drive it well. I mean, a lot of what we just saw, just I'm going to be on the barrel, I'm going to line one up the middle, and I'm going to go to first base, pick up a single. And like you said, he's, plus runner. He's probably going to try and, swipe the bag here, ball in the dirt. He's definitely going to end up on second, and heck, might even try and get third depending on how far the ball might squirt away or whatever it is. So he's just a heads-up baseball player, and I think he just keeps things really simple in the box. Obviously, the bloodline's there, with Matt Kemp. It's just, it's something that just kind of comes naturally to him. There he is, swiping, or almost swiped the bag.
Almost swiping the bag. Yeah, almost swiping the bag. You knew he would take off eventually, throwing back from behind the plate right now in the 7th. That's Luke Labby. So nice job by him to catch JoJo Kemp stealing.
Good throw there by Labby. Right on the money, trailing towards the second base side.
I thought the transfer was really good by him. Transfer and throw to get the runner. So a strikeout there, and that's going to end the first inning of work for Nicholas Bradley. And this one, Labby gets Kemp stealing. But Kemp looking good, had that nice little piece of hitting there, 2 times on base for him. And again, we've got a little bit more, but inning of work from Bradley. What'd you like?
A lot of fastballs. Just, locating 90, 92. Peaked at, I think, 92.5. Good shape to it. It's a good life. Flipped one curveball at 81, but a lot of fastballs so far. I like to see him trying to mix in the off speed in the second inning. Just kind of went out and found feel for the zone, really.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super micro, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
All right, we welcome you back in here to Chase Field, rounding out our first game today. We should play 10. We mentioned that later today we'll have a second workout, right? We've got a new group of guys coming in. This is from yesterday, top catcher pop times. Cody Goff, Christopher Brown, both 184 leading the pack. Cody Goff behind the plate right now for the Gold team. Talked a little bit about him and his growth. He has been a catcher for as long as I've known him throughout Select Fest. Been working on that. Committed to the University of Missouri. Parker Lowe is the batter. And Laird Williams is back out on the mound for a second inning of work.
He's a model of consistency in the first. I'd like to see how he does it again in the second. He picks up a punch out early right there. So off to a good start.
Yeah, his second strikeout through an inning and a third of work.
Just seems like one of those outings where he's got everything working for him. He's thrown all three of his pitches well. He's just kind of finding the zone and just attacking. I mean, first pitch strikes, mixing them up, keeping hitters off balance. I think it's made for some at-bats where some of these hitters are just trying to figure out what might be coming next, and they're just kind of guessing at times, and it's just helped him get the upper hand on the mound.
Yeah, he's just looked very, very poised out there. Again, committed to Tulane. He's out of Edmond, Oklahoma, 6'8", 245 on the mound. He takes up a lot of space, and obviously when we think about guys who are that tall, we think about the extension too, right? So the ball is coming at you a lot faster. He's a lot closer once he gets downhill.
Oh, definitely. And again, we've talked about some of these bigger guys today. He just controls himself really well. It's, I think you mentioned last inning, he's just very controlled with his movements, and you can see that just, watching the way he moves, from the first initial step going into the leg lift. He's not rushing himself. He's not trying to get to the top. You'll see guys when they get into that leg lift, they'll lift that left leg really high up for righties and then just push a lot down the mound, and sometimes it causes them to almost overextend or push too far. But he does a good job kind of controlling how far he's going to extend, and then with the long arms, he just lets it come through. Like, he just lets everything kind of flow and sync. Like, once that lead leg gets down, the arm kind of flows through the back really nice, and it shows that arm speed that he's flashed so far today.
Made a nice play there too, getting off the mound and fielding his position. 2 away, Levi Nikolai is the batter. So throughout this calendar year for Laird, 3 games pitched in at perfect game events, a .96 ERA, 10 strikeouts. So here's the delivery that we're kind of talking about. It's just been over and over and over again. And for a guy who's 6'8", 245, it doesn't look forced. It doesn't look like it's high effort, right? Even though it comes out high effort.
100%. It's very easy, just the way he just kind of flows down the mountain really well. And you talk about, guys use the phrase like riding the slide downhill, and he does a good job just kind of like just riding the slope downhill, getting that front foot down and just working through it.
You've talked about Nikolai and his game and kind of liking all aspects of it.
100%. He's taking some good at-bats. Saw him earlier as a righty, so good to see what he looks like here as a left-handed arm, or left-handed bat.
He does work the walk, so we'll see a runner head over to first. He gets to stay in the box and hit. Ghost runner taken off. Sliding in there safely. Cole Koninger again out there. No surprise to see him hustling, man. If we had some medals to give out today, he would definitely get one of them.
Yeah, if we were doing player of the game or something like that, he'd definitely be in the running for it. He's just been all over the field. making plays defensively. A couple groundouts, but still, good at bats that he's worked counts well and just kind of shown, his prowess in the box, and then gets it done, running the bases too.
Yeah, and how about Laird Williams getting it done? 3 strikeouts in his 2 innings of work. Man, impressive by the big guy. 6'8", 245, the Tulane commit.
It's what you look for. Found ways to get it done, missed bats, threw a bunch of strikes. Just not trying to do too much, just consistently missing barrels. Another good, whiff with the slider there. Just consistently finding ways to attack hitters and just, get it done.
We welcome you back inside Chase Field. Here's what's happened so far in this game, by the way. The gold team is up 3-1 over the black team as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Keon Johnson's 1 for 2. He had a couple of stolen bags as well in this one. Both Holloway earlier, 6 strikeouts. He started the game, as did RJ Cope, with 4 punch-outs in his 2 innings of work. It's been impressive. The pitchers, I think, often stand out at these events, Tyler, but the bats have been there. The offense has been there, but it really is the pitching that has stood out, especially today.
Definitely. We've seen guys just come out, show their best stuff. And I think a lot of the MO today has been showing the off-speed stuff, establishing the fastball early, and just kind of coming out and flipping off-speed breakers and, mixing in changeups for the guys that have them. And it's been impressive to see the way that the guys are able to get ahead in counts and just attack from start to finish.
Carson May, speaking of big bats, by the way, had a home run yesterday in the game. He's going to lead things off. Nicholas Bradley back out on the mound for 1 more inning of work.
A lot of fastballs early on again. Looks like he's just trying to get ahead in counts with the pitch. Like to see a little bit more of the breaking ball, just kind of see him mix pitches some more.
Gets the first strikeout, his first one of the outing. There's 1 away.
Fastball is a good pitch for him. Gets a little bit of life to it. Goes up top to get the whiff there. See him kind of just start running it in, gets over the middle of the plate, and May just swings through it.
His goals over the next 12 months, by the way, for Bradley, continue to develop himself as a pitcher, refining his mechanics, increasing velocity and command, and expanding his pitch repertoire. He said, "I want to lead my high school team through a strong senior season, both on and off the field, and represent well at national events like Perfect Game. As I prepare to get onto campus at Auburn, I'm focusing on arriving ready to compete, contribute, and grow as both a student athlete and a teammate at the next level." That is very impressive by the young man, the pitcher on the mound in Bradley. Cale Barney is the batter.
You see him just, again, using the fastball. Threw changeup early on, lefty on left, or righty on lefty changeup. Obviously, one of the go-to sequences here.
Cale fouls that pitch off. It's 1-2.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him try and go to that changeup again here. And changeup, fastball, then went back to the fastball again.
Barney said he's been working on his physical body a lot mentally as well. He said the game is hard, but playing with fun and confidence that I can get through any slope that comes my way. Swing and a miss there for the strikeout. 2 now for Bradley.
He keeps elevating that fastball late in counts. And I know I said look for the changeup there, but feels like he's just going to keep doing the thing with the fastball, just elevating once again, misses a barrel. She gets him to pull the head out in front on it and just never had a chance to catch up.
Top left, we've got velocity and spin rate for you if that's of interest. Cody Goff back in the box. He's been working behind the plate, his second at bat today. Committed to the University of Missouri. He's out of Delray Beach, Florida.
Bradley seems to be working pretty quick this inning. Just gets the ball back. Let's just make the next pitch. Just get on the mound. Looking to kind of control the game as I talked about earlier. Just wants to make the next pitch and just kind of keep hitters from getting too comfortable in the box.
Is pacing something you guys pay attention to?
Yeah, 100%. Just kind of the way these guys attack, different hitters and the way that they're trying to speed up or slow down batters. Whether it's, delivery and mechanics wise, like we talked about Stroman earlier, he used to do some things with the leg lift and just the way that he controlled his body as well would mess with hitters' timing. And then you also get the guys that just want the ball back, next pitch. Jack Leiter is a good example. When he was at Vanderbilt, just his ability, he wanted the ball back and he was going to be back on the mound with his glove over his face, just staring you down within, seconds. So it'd be, you see things like that at the prep level, just guys that want to try and make the game there. They want to be in control and be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I love that. Heads up over there. Felled off into the third base dugout. And it feels too, correct me if I'm wrong, when we're watching Bradley too, he gets a pretty good extension on the mound. Like his legs look like they are a huge part of what he's doing.
Definitely. You can kind of see the way he moves. You'll see it with the leg lift, and then he just kind of uses that back foot kind of right there just to blindly buckle that knee and push a little bit down the slope.
It's tapped to second, running and making a nice play there for the out. In the bottom of the eighth, playing second base, I got Cole Koninger.
None other
than Cole. Once again, another great play by him and his glove to close out the eighth inning. We are headed to the ninth. That would be 2 innings of work for Nicholas Bradley.
Really good stuff in the second inning. Kind of showed the breaking ball a little bit more. Hunted whiffs with the fastball. Got a bunch above the zone. Just, again, worked counts really well. Mixing a few changeups as well against the left-handed hitters. And I think he just did a good job setting himself up to throw that elevated fastball and just worked out well for him.
Alongside Tyler Cotilla, the National Scouting Coordinator for the Iowa region, I'm Danny Wexelman. Thanks for hanging out with us on Perfect Game TV. We welcome you back in to our National Showcase. This is the class of 2026. Day 2 here. Keaton Neal's going to take over on the mound. 6'3", 200 pounds, committed to Florida. He gets 2 innings of work. No, 1 inning, excuse me. He'll get 1 inning of work for the Gold team. So we'll see his best stuff here. Lucas Kennedy leads things off for the black team. Leaves that pitch high. It's 2-0. Tapped to short, charging and making the play. There's 1 away. Christian Doty playing shortstop in the 9th.
Good job going to get that one. A little slow chopper, timed it up well, made a clean play, thrown it across. Nice, accurate throw, just what you look for.
Those ones are deceptively harder than people realize. Playing the hop, right? Trying to figure out, are you coming in? You obviously don't want to sit back. That's the last thing you want. Do you barehand it? How fast is the guy coming down the line? Like, a lot to think about, especially in this showcase setting. So nice play there by Doty. Jeffrey Todd Darden is the batter.
Touch on Neal early on so far. He's been 89-91. Long, loose arm action, tons of whip. You can kind of see a little bit of life to it. Spinning it above 2,500 RPMs. Gets a little bit of carry to it. Kind of seeing flashing a little bit more two-seam action at times. Breaking ball's been 77-78. Spinning it above 2,600 RPMs. There's definitely some feel to spin here. Kind of getting some good shape. About 15 to 16 or so inches of horizontal on the breaker. Another one right there. Stuff looks really good so far from Neal.
Scouting report for him on the mound, up to 94, a slider that keeps batters swinging and missing. Accurate?
Yeah. Got one right there. These guys have been very, very spot on with their self-scouting reports. I like it.
The self-awareness of this class is pretty good.
Seems like it.
Yeah. Swing and a miss there from Dominic Santorelli. Dom committed to Louisville. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
It's a harder changeup there, almost as fast as his fastball. Might just be a variation of a sinker there, but it just disappears, kind of just disappears off the table, and Santorelli just having a tough time with it there.
Dom shared he's got a 3.8 GPA. He's in National Honor Society. He also volunteers for Little League camp and for functions at his school. The annual school cleanup as he holds off on that one. It's 1-2. His self-scouting, I've got a lot of power at the plate, can drive the ball to all parts of the field. Aggressive but disciplined. Drives that one heads up over there into the dugout. He said, I'm good with bat-to-ball skills. I back my hitting with my speed where I'm able to steal bases by being fast and athletic for my size. Dom taps it to second. Another bouncing ball play for the out. So Keaton Neal in an inning of work. A smile coming off the mound. You liked it.
Oh, 100%. That was good. He's happy with what he did. I would be too. Up to 92. Good fastball. Flashing some good life to it. Flipped a few changeups there. Good breaker. Just all you can ask for. Especially with the upside he has at the plate too. You can go out on the mound and do that as well. That's going to work.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Welcome back in. Ben Koulitsch is taking over on the mound for the black team. He is going to throw 2 innings for us here. Self-scouting report. It's a long one. I'm going to condense it for you here. Tyler, you said I'm 6'3", 180, can play anywhere. Middle infield is where I've transitioned to outfield now to help fill a position of weakness for my high school and summer teams. When it comes to being on the mound, he said, I've got a fastball that ranges 90 to 94, topping at 95. My slider sits 76 to 80, and I've got a changeup that sits 85 to 87. Easy, repeatable delivery with room to add velocity down the road. Overall, a team first player with high ceilings on both sides of the ball.
That is Koulitsch to a T. I see him a lot out in Iowa at Prospect Meadows. Saw him a bunch the last few years, and he laid it out pretty well there.
One pitch, one ball on the ground, and one away. Ton of speed there, by the way, from the batter. I believe that was John Mora. Yeah, John Mora has so much speed, making that a closer play than it should be. David Ojeda will come up to bat. Koulitsch said he's continuing to learn and develop the pitcher position.
He's been very good on both sides of the ball every time I've seen him. Just really good bat, able to impact it well. And I think he's got even more upside on the mound, especially since, like you said, he's starting to tap into it a little bit more. So it's good to see him come out and do this on the big stage.
That ball's tapped foul. It's 1-1. So primary shortstop has moved to the outfield to help his high school and summer teams, which, by the way, is not easy at all. Very different positions.
I think it just speaks to the kind of athlete that he is. He's just super athletic, kind of twitchy as well. Just everything that you're looking for, that you can kind of plug him in and play him wherever you need to.
Fly ball into left field. That'll be the second out of the inning. Mookie Betts is someone that Koulitsch likes to watch.
Number 6, Christopher Brown.
He said, I enjoy watching him because he can do so much on both sides of the ball. Defensively, he can play anywhere. And he's a liability for his team, which is something he would like to do. Christopher Brown is the batter. Oof. Big pitch there. A lot of ride on that fastball. It's 0-2.
It's a really good pitch there. Just throws it up, elevates it, and says, just see if you can get your hands to it there, Chris.
A pitch just too far inside. It's 1-2.
And he saw that whiff on that last swing and said, you know what? I'm going to go back there and do it again.
That one's up. 2-2 the count.
Koulitsch is another one of those guys that just kind of has that mentality that, want the ball. I want to be, whether it's pitching on the mound, he wants to have the ball in his hand and get it done, or if it's at the plate, he just wants to be that guy up that, you need that clutch hit, like, put me in, coach. I'll be that guy and deliver.
Absolutely. He delivers a breaking ball there for the strikeout. So an inning of work for Ben Koulitsch as we roll through here. We play 10 at our showcase today. We got another game coming up, by the way, here on PGTV as we move into the 10th inning. It is 3-1 Gold over Black.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome back to Perfect Game TV. Hey, take a look at the scoreboard, by the way, as we move into the 10th inning. A no-hitter right now going on. The gold team hasn't given up a hit. Black team's still looking for their first one. Not that we really pay attention to that. Jared Goodwin pointing that out to me. We're not paying attention to that at all. So I have missed that. We've got a new arm on the mound. It looks like Jackson Maxi will get an inning of work. The Arizona State commit out of Chandler, Arizona. 6'2", 180. We'll get to see what he's got today.
It's an athletic frame, just moves really well so far. Clean arm, comes through and repeats it well. Be interesting to see what he's got for us today. Truthfully, I've never seen Jackson before, so it'll be my first look.
I like it. We'll learn together.
Exactly.
So he goes to Valley Christian High School. Rough Riders National is his travel team. Goals this year for Jackson: gain 15 pounds, throw 94 from the mound, 97 from the outfield, and run a 6.4 60. Those were some of his goals coming into this. Self-scouting report for Maxi: plus level, speed, plus arm, and hits the ball gap to gap, makes contact very often, and is a scrappy player, has a lot of upside. And so what's awesome in this showcase is when we get to see these innings, right? The one inning from guys who aren't primary pitchers. And a lot of times it is a pleasant surprise to see from them, especially when you know you only get one inning. I often feel like it just turns into something pretty cool. Ben Koulitsch, who was just on the mound for the black team, is now the batter. We talked about how well he has played on both sides of the ball. Really impressive athlete.
Yeah, he's a right-handed bat with a really loose and quick swing. Just kind of starts with that wider base there, and you'll see he just gets on time for pitches pretty well. It's just that little toe tap inward. Just does a really good job, in my opinion, of just controlling his body and his movements. And he's got that like loose swing with just a good feel for the barrel. He's always performed for me on the circuit, so I can't say I have too much to gripe about.
On the ground, shortstop. Great play over there. We've seen a lot of good defensive plays today. Just staying calm, cool, collected. Jacob Lombard making that one. Primary shortstop.
Now batting number 16, Laire.
Just like his older brother, George. Of course, his dad, George Lombard Sr., the bench coach for the Detroit Tigers. George Jr. was the 26th overall pick by the Yankees in 2023, just promoted to Double-A Somerset. We were talking about it, so George Jr. was on MLB Network last week. And I was commenting, I was like, I think Jacob is a little more outgoing when it comes to interviews, little bigger personality. And it's not easy to go sit on a TV set on network television, and I thought George did a really great job, and I thought he looked great too. I was like, wow, he looked fresh. He's looking like a pro athlete. Luke Labby is the batter. Takes a hack, and it's a high fly ball, foul territory on the left side. Leaves that one up. 3-1 the count from Maxi. Again, Jackson Maxi getting a chance to throw an inning.
Just showing a lot of trust in the fastball so far. Mixing it, a little bit of cut to it at times, but just staying with that pitch for the most part. Show his slider a little bit. Kind of varies the shape. A little bit more 11-5 curveball look at times, but then also snap it off with that more 10-4 shape.
Oh, and smacked into center field for a base hit. Maxi, by the way, a primary outfielder. So primary outfielder coming in to pitch an inning of work in the showcase, which is an awesome opportunity for him. Labby gets the best of him, though, and has that base hit.
takes away that no-hitter. Finally found a barrel, and there we go.
That's right.
We must have jinxed it.
The no-hitter broken up. It definitely wasn't us. Absolutely not us.
Bring it up in the 10th, man.
No
Good swing
way.
good swing by Labby, though.
Yeah, great swing by him. Maddox Lassard coming back up. He hits a fly ball into shallow center. There's 2 away in the top of the 10th.
Now batting number 20, Brady Marshall.
We got another game coming up here on PGTV after this one. About half an hour after this game finishes, we'll be back on the air. And then the second wave of guys will come in for workouts later today. That one hits Marshall. He's going to take a second. That doesn't feel good. So they'll put a runner on first, and he'll get to see straight fastballs from Jackson. How about those gloves? Pretty loud. I like it. Leaves the fastball up.
Just say Bruce Bolt's made a good decision. They started coming out with their golf gloves as well, so they cornered the market on the people like me that may not be playing baseball anymore, but now that we're golfing, it's like, yeah, I'll go get some Bruce Bolt gloves.
It's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I mean, the colors, the design, obviously that lightning bolt is pretty slick.
I got a nice Columbia blue one that I got to get me some of those.
You brought them out yet? They've been used, or?
Oh, I gotta get me some still, but I saw them and I was like, oh, those are nice. Start golfing in those.
That's a fly ball to right field to end the frame. The top of the 10th. We're gonna go to the bottom of the 10th. We'll see Ben Koulitsch come back for one more inning, but Jackson Maxi got an inning of work. The outfielder throwing on the mound. And what stood out?
Just the ability to locate the fastball. Shows it with a little bit of that cutter shape, as I mentioned. And I think he just is able to locate, especially glove side. I think that's when he cuts it the most, but can just kind of like locate on that outer third for called strikes. Slider looked good. Like I said, blended a little bit with the shape, but just found ways to induce weak contact and ground ball out there and a couple like weak flyouts. That'll work. That'll work.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Welcome back. Ben Koulitsch will throw one more inning here to close out the bottom of the 10th. He's from Muskego, Wisconsin. Committed to Florida State, primary shortstop, but he's shown a lot of positive things on the mound so far in this game, and somebody who has started to, I think, grow his stock, at least on both sides of the ball. But he's been impressive in these last 2 days here at the National Showcase, and it's fun to see him get a chance to close out this game. I mean, I feel like what he's shown us is, he shared his self-scouting report. He's pretty honest about it. There's still a lot of room to grow. Primary shortstop, he's playing outfield for his high school and travel teams because they need it. That's how good of an athlete he is, that he's also now throwing on the mound in a setting like this.
He's just one of those high-level athletes, top to bottom. Like you said, he can go out and do pretty much anything you ask of him, whether it's, playing on the infield, playing on the outfield, get on the mound, take good swings. Like, he just kind of does everything you need.
And I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish that
Ty
thought.
Jones with another single there. He's getting it done.
Have yourself a showcase, Ty Jones. Like, shown the speed, the bat to ball skills. It's been really impressive. We also saw him make an amazing diving catch in the outfield earlier in this game. Jones, by the way, a Mookie Betts fan, he said he's a reminder you don't have to be the biggest or most hyped to make it. He said, what I've learned from him is to keep working, stay focused, and believe in yourself. Your time will come if you stay consistent. He said the biggest part of his game that's grown is his overall strength and baseball IQ, a little more power at the plate, which shows his increased exit velo as he takes off for second and slides in safely. He said, also my ability to drive the ball to all fields. It's pretty cool. He's also spent time studying the game off the field, understanding situations better, reading swings, anticipating plays, and knowing where to be before the ball's hit. He said the mental side of the game has really started to slow down for me, and that's helped everything else click. Again, Ty Jones, who's uncommitted, standing at second base right now.
He's definitely had to have made some noise, especially among the coaches who are here, just with the way his workouts went and how he's been so far in the games. It's been impressive.
Brady Stewart gets another at bat. South Carolina commit out of Overland Park, Kansas. And he takes a strike. It's 3-1. Stewart's got a 3.9 GPA, honors math and Spanish. Also spends a lot of time doing service hours as Jones slides into third base. We'll see a ghost runner head over to first. So 2 stolen bags for Ty Jones, man. He's just been all over the field showing off his skills.
Well, those guys are just going to find ways to impact the game. And, players who can do that are certainly going to be valuable in the minds of coaches. Whether it's guys that pick up the extra base on a dirt ball read, swipe a bag just straight up like Jones does with his speed. Just those guys help make the teams, well-rounded all the way around.
Brady launches that into left, but that's the first out in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Now back to number 7, Richard.
Christian Doty comes back up one more time. The Mississippi commit out of Olive Branch. Doty's a little firecracker. I've enjoyed watching him play the past 2 days.
He's certainly been fun to watch. I can agree with that.
Close play over there at first base.
I think Cope thinks he got him. The way he was shaking his head.
Let's see it again. It's close.
That's close.
It's close. I like it.
It's that personality that Cope likes to play with.
Doty said he's got a simple, compact swing, can drive the ball to all fields, quick runner on the bases with baseball IQ. Ooh, that one hit him. That's John Mora, who was ghost running. By the way, he's going to take a second. Maddox Lassard behind the plate, making that throw down. All right, so 2-0 count to Doty. All fastballs here. That one's up. Right back to Koulitsch and up the middle. How about Doty with the scouting report, man? Been working on those bat to ball, hitting line drives to all fields. Can play the game all around, hustle driving. His said personality will carry him far in this game. Drives in 2. It's a 5-1 game, but how about that from Doty?
Short and compact, just like he said. Stays direct with the hands, throws the barrel to it, and just lines one right back up the middle. It's a great piece of hitting right there.
Jacob Lombard comes back to the plate, one away here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Told me yesterday he's hoping to commit in the fall. It's a family decision. And obviously right now with Dad, bench coach for the Tigers, his brother George in Double-A. When everyone's back together in the fall, might have to wait until the Tigers make a deep run in October for that decision to be made as he swings and misses. It's 2-1. Doty takes second on the play. And then, of course, his mom. He's talked a lot about his mom and how impactful she's been. It's just those two at home right now. Everyone else is on the road. And I think what was cool in our conversation is how much credit he gave to his mother for his athleticism and how big of an athlete she was, how impressive she was. So it's been cool to get to know both of the Lombard boys. Jacob now gets a chance to shine. He's been doing a great job.
With all things considered, I mean, there's every reason to believe that he'll be in the conversation to be the first overall pick next year. He's, number 2 in the class as a high school guy. A lot of really intriguing names at the college level as well, too. But, once we get through the draft next week and everybody's initial 26, boards come out across the industry, I've got a feeling that he's going to be in that, that top conversation.
Yeah, and I think what's cool is he's still hungry for more. Like, this is a kid who's not satisfied with anything. His game, obviously, overall, really well-rounded, right? A lot of aspects of it, especially that defense. He takes a lot of pride in that. He's got the soccer background, played soccer for a long time. But the speed and the footwork and the poise that he plays the position with, I think, stands out the most right now. Super thoughtful in our interview yesterday. That'll come out on Perfect Game TV as he hits a fly ball foul into the stands. That'll be out, I think, next week, if you're interested. We got a lot of good stuff on PGTV, by the way. Our team of storytellers. We've been creating for a long time, trying to tell the stories of these guys. It's pretty special. Too far inside, 1-2 the count. You got runners on the corners right now. Ben Koulitsch is on the mound, primary shortstop, but he's had a chance to have 2 innings of work. Looked really good in that first inning.
Yeah. Battle around a little bit this inning, but still been all right.
Looks like that one might have gotten... That's JoJo Kemp over at first. He came in to ghost run. They're going to check on him. All right, we're going to step aside for a moment and while they check on JoJo Kemp. We'll be right back. So JoJo Kemp is okay, just came off the field. He was hit in the back of the head with that pickoff attempt. Jacob Lombard is the batter. He's going to see straight fastballs from Ben Koulitsch. After this game, by the way, we've got another one coming up about half an hour after this one ends on Perfect Game TV. And then we'll have a new group of prospects coming in for day 2 of our workouts. And fouled away.
So it's obviously, no walk, so he's going to keep hitting, but that is pitch 11 of this at-bat. So he's just done a good job just working counts and just fouling a few pitches off here and just looking for something he can do damage on.
It's a deep drive into center field, big ballpark. Nice job getting a good run and jump to make that catch out in center field. Nate Davis over there on the run. 100 off the bat for Jacob Lombard, though.
Now batting number 10, Keaton Johnson.
One more at bat for Keaton Johnson today. 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th inning. Keaton stole a couple bags, got on base earlier today. He's shown off a lot of range in his game, and we've had the chance to see him grow up. I feel like we've known him since he was 12, 13 years old. Now he's 6'2", 196, the Vanderbilt commit. He takes a ball outside. Trailing foul into the right field stands.
It's a really violent swing path. Just the way he kind of coils with that front foot. You can see as he loads, he just kind of twists that front foot, a little pivot move, gets everything loaded up with some coil, and then just turns as hard as he can and just swings as hard as he can through contact. See those hands move too. He starts with those hands up high and kind of drops them into that, preloaded setup once he gets that front foot to turn, and then from there he's kind of at his his loading point or his preset spot, and then as soon as he gets to a point where he's going to swing, he just lets all of it go. Does a good job, staying on time.
It's a great description. Check swing, foul. His hands are also at the very bottom of the barrel, right? Like hit at the handle, excuse me. Like you can't go any farther down than where his bottom hand is.
Oh yeah, he's got his finger kind of wrapped around that end piece, almost underneath it.
Yeah. It's a one hopper over to short. Throw across in time for the out, and so that should wrap up our game, and it does. All right, so give me a couple quick thoughts on what we saw today in Game 1, Tyler.
Obviously, Team Gold did a really good job pitching today, holding the no-hitter until that last inning there, though. But I think we saw lots to like on the mound. A lot of the big guys just going out and doing their thing. You had Grayson Willoughby up to 95, just throwing 3 pitches for strikes. I really liked that outing today. Showed us a lot that we should be excited about with 3 pitches. Slider 80-82 with good shape to it that I thought he spun really well. It's hard to overlook Parker Van Engelenhoven as well, spinning it up to above 2,900 RPMs. That was really fun. Talk about guys who can spin the baseball. Those 2 guys were kind of middle of the game that did really well. You got R.J. Cope and Bo Holloway who opened things up. Cope's obviously shown us a lot over the years, and it was good to see him kind of come out on the big stage and do his thing. Just look the part, be up to 94, and just go out there and throw strikes. Holloway was, like I said, was my first look at him, so that was exciting for sure to kind of see that one as well. But overall, just a lot to like on the mound, I think.
A lot to like. Ty Jones, for me, the uncommitted Ty Jones really stood out today amongst many other things. We got another game coming up at 12:15. We'll be right back here on Perfect Game TV. We can't wait to have you. One more game and then workouts all day today on Perfect Game TV for our entire crew alongside Tyler Cotilla. I'm Danny Wexelman. We will see you back here 12:15 on Perfect Game TV for Game 2 from the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase.
first pick is the #1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. You know, I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be #1. You're going to have your #1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be #1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holloway on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holloway's 2 sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette, are probably your main kind of candidates for this #1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock #1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holloway with the #1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented, focused hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins Gold Glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level, we'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holloway, if you don't mind. When you're #1 and you're #1 for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. And you don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. You know, a lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holloway, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield. And there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically, that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holloway. Now let's go to #2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special, and obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th. just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular, and when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially the number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo's a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect Game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willis, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willis, Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft. But there's very good contact skill, there's very good bat to ball, the hit tool and run tool really shine, and some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field, but there are a lot of fans of Eli Willis.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field, most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 88, 87, 88. It's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Keith Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who can play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15-plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be, for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process, this, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and he by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who is another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the perfect game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number 1 or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much to like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them's still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely. The 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the #1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB Amateur Draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder, the year before, has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that #1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider, that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline, like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, was very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach, Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop. What a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope a successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year? And doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year throughout his time at the 17U, National, WWBA, area codes. a very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100-hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Fiend, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now, we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, here at Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete, and that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft, is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire, he's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively, could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick, Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now with Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get in their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostingers guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Keaton Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game All-American. He was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout and the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much for it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick, because he's tied to travel ball so much now. I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first round pick, Mo Vaughn, now a travel ball guy. 300 plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers, and is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew is coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Games 2025 Mock Draft.
2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Chase Field, our home all week long, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. They've been so gracious to lend us this park and let us put on the showcase. We are heading into game 2. We just wrapped up our first one of the day. Later today, we'll have a full set of workouts, as you can see. 60-yard dash, outfield, infield, first base throws, and then catcher pop times. We'll finish the day with batting practice. It's a long one here all day on Perfect Game TV. I'm Dana Rexelman, sitting next to David Ronsley, back in the booth, DR, for day 2.
Those times scared me. I didn't look and see those were Eastern times.
See?
It's like, wait a minute, I'm going to be here that late today?
I know. It's a little confusing. Thank goodness we put Eastern time for everybody, a.k.a. for me. We are so excited for the second game. We got a ton of great pitching prospects. Again, this is the class of 2026, so we are looking a year out from their draft. The 2025 Major League Baseball draft is coming up this Sunday. You and I were talking a little bit about some of the high school guys who are climbing draft boards right now. Eli Willoughby, of course, Ethan Holloway. But this is where you see the future of the game. Your 26th year coming to Perfect Game National, David Ronsley. This started back in 2001, and you can see the numbers there. 300,000 college commits, over 15,000 players drafted, and 30 on day 1. It's pretty cool to be able to see it from the ground floor.
Yeah, and it's so rare to have a player end up going in day 1 of the draft even that didn't come to Perfect Game National. It's become the place. You know, we're trying to get the top 325 players in the country in one place. You know, the stands are a lot more full of scouts today than they were yesterday.
That's
I thought.
Right, yeah.
So that's very nice to see, and you know, they get to see today's action with the first group. We just finished getting teams 1 and 3 playing. These are teams 2 and 4. And as you mentioned, at 4 o'clock local time, we'll turn it all over and bring in 4 more teams and 100 or so new players.
It's a busy day here, and we are excited to have you. So this is part of the lineup for the Columbia Blue team. There's a couple of pages. These are the guys who will get some at-bats today. And, of course, we have 6 arms who will be ready to pitch for them as well. Most of these guys will get 2 innings. Some of them in the back end during the 9th and 10th inning will get 1. This is Trey Rangel. He is going to start things off for the Gray team. He gets the chance to get this game going. 6'1", 185, committed to Texas, and he's from the Colony in Texas, David.
Yeah, we haven't seen Trey throw this year, but late last summer, he was up to 94 in PG play last year through 9 innings and struck out 21. So he's got dominant stuff, or he has shown dominant stuff in the past, and it's just a matter of now of seeing how much he's improved and what he can do to these Columbia Blue hitters.
The scouting report that he provided for himself, David, very competitive, loves to sequence and change eye levels, will compete in the zone, will throw secondary for strikes, and will keep hitters uncomfortable. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and you can read just in looking at his strikeout numbers, and I'm sure they're similar in high school, that he has good secondary stuff, because that's where you register the strikeouts at this level is by having that quality breaking ball, especially that can fool hitters, create swing and miss. And somebody with those strikeout numbers, it automatically tells me he can spin it.
So this is Martin Shelar leading things off for Columbia Blue. I apologize to him and his family yesterday for mispronouncing his last name. So a quick out there. You and I will get a chance to talk about him. First pitch, swinging there, ready to go. But he had one of the loudest BPs yesterday.
Yeah, he was one of the most impressive players from this whole group of 4 teams. And I will look forward to talking to him. But he got a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right in the kitchen and on the first pitch. So Trey Rangel already showing that he's picked up his velocity a few ticks.
Luis Hernandez will step into the box.
If Shelar didn't had the loudest batting practice yesterday, Luis Hernandez might have been second. He took an outstanding BP, showed his power, and just took 95 straight up the middle on that. And for a 6'5" athlete to get the barrel around out front on that type of velocity is impressive in itself.
Yeah, I actually really liked the BP from Hernandez as well yesterday, the Clemson commit out of Sanford, Florida, primary shortstop position. So he gets on base to get things going for Columbia Blue. This is Jack Richardson. as Hernandez takes off. He's going to be in safely.
I think we had our first caught stealing of the entire event last game, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We did.
The runners have free reign to go when they want. The ghost runners that come in for hit by pitch and walk are generally the faster players. And the pitchers, rightfully so, are not really paying much attention to runners. They're paying attention to showing their stuff and getting hitters out.
That was Luke Labby who threw that bullet down to catch the runner. If you missed the game earlier today, we had a lot of highlights in that one. We're happy you're with us now, though.
That was a defensive show.
Yeah.
That game. That was fun to
watch.
watch.
The gold team only gave up one hit. It wasn't until the 10th. Who knew we'd see a possible no-hitter here, David?
With these arms, they still are wood bats. It's still a big league ballpark, and you've got the best athletes in the class on defense. And Ty Jones made that catch in right field. That had a triple all over, written all. That might have been inside the park home run if it had gotten past.
Yeah, he did a great job in right field. He had a great day today as well. We had another diving catch in left field. Gunnar Alm was really impressive as well, showing off that glove. But Ty Jones, uncommitted. I am sure his phone probably had a couple missed calls when he got off the field today. 2-1 count to Richardson. It's a long fly ball, trailing foul on the right side.
And we'll turn that back to these two teams. One more name I wanted to mention that's been so impressive: Cole Koninger. I mean, he Martin Shelar has been, so impressive. We'll talk more about him, but Cole Koninger, has really turned some eyes, and he came in ranked 17th in the country, so it's not like he was unknown, but he may have been the best all-around player here so far.
That pitch is going to skip away, so Hernandez takes third. I will say we saw Cole make a backhanded play and then a play where he ran across the diamond past second base, ranging, running, and throwing. He pitched yesterday, right? He's been impressive at the plate, too. But to me, just the pure athlete for him.
He looked like a big league shortstop today.
Yeah.
Plain and simple with the actions and the tools, and he looked like a big league pitcher yesterday.
There's a called strike 3 there to Richardson. So the second out of the frame, the first strikeout for Rangel.
Looked like Rangel dropped his arm slot on that a bit, 95.5, right on the outside corner. That's a pitcher's pitch all the way. But I'm gonna watch that arm angle a bit just to see whether that's something he did based on the count or that's it. That's his normal angle. There's the slider.
Logan Corley is the batter, and he turns one inside out, but line drive caught by the shortstop, and a nice play there to end the first inning. The Gray team is going to get a chance to come up and bat. Braylon Nelson with the snag to end the frame, and the first inning of work for Trey Rangel. All right, we welcome you back here, bottom of the first. It's our second game today. If you're just joining us, Later today, we'll have the workout portion of the National Showcase. Here's some of the lineup for Team Gray. We have a couple pages of these guys. Most of them will get 2 at-bats today as we go through the lineup. And again, we'll get a chance to see a lot of elite arms. Speaking of those, we'll show you Columbia Blues starter in a moment as we run through the rest of Team Gray's lineup. But I'm really excited to get a chance to see Denton Lord. He's going to get the start today, a guy that we saw when he was 13 years old, David, from Marianna, Florida. And man, oh man, I mean, you look at him and you can just dream about what this kid could be. Shocker, another 6'8", 215-pound pitcher committed to Florida.
Yeah, he's been up to 97 this summer already, so he has really matured. We looked up when he was at the 13U Select Festival. 13 years old, was 6'4", 160 pounds. So he's only added 4 inches and 55 pounds since then, and he was 81, 84. Now, 84 for a 13-year-old's over the top good.
Yeah.
But now he's up to 97, so we'll see what he brings to Chase Field today.
6'8" is like the new 6'2", it feels like, in high school baseball. I also love the stirrups, look under the pants with the high legs. That is one of my favorite looks right now, and I'm not even being facetious. I'm being honest. I really like that look. It's a little old school.
Yeah, you just made me look around the field to see whether, and obviously nobody else is, because I can't even remember seeing those stirrups before.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've seen them quite yet.
I bet you I could still roll stirrups. Because you wouldn't think of doing anything else.
Of course.
40, 50 years ago.
I wore stirrups in my high school for my high school team. We didn't get a choice. This is Jackson Maxi, by the way. We saw him throw an inning in the first game. Now he's going to get a chance to bat in this one. He takes that pitch outside for strike 2, so Lord ahead 0-2 in the count. Maxi, the Arizona State commit, 6'2", 180 out of Chandler, Arizona. Up to 94 and over the glove of the catcher. Behind the plate in this first inning is John Stowers for Columbia Blue.
I can already see that people who've worked with Lord on the mound on his mechanics have done a really good job. It's such a simple delivery. It's like we call an abbreviated delivery, a hybrid. It's sort of half stretch, half wind up, but slow pace, directional, calm, and especially when you're 6'8" with those long levers, keeping things simple is so important, and he does an outstanding job of that.
1 away and the first strikeout for Lord.
Now batting number 13, Cal Moreau.
Ooh, and look at the nice movement on that pitch. That disappeared.
Cal Moreau will bat. Committed to the University of Central Florida as he watches a breaking ball come in for a strike. He's at a Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. Goes to Monona Grove High School.
I wasn't expecting that curveball. Was looking at his last few outings for the game, and he was throwing a mid-80 slider earlier this summer.
Little bobble, but still in time for the out over there at second base. Landon Tomey makes the play. There's 2 away. It's interesting too, right? So he starts that at bat off with the breaking ball. We know obviously he has the velocity, but he chooses to go with the secondary.
Yeah, that was just what we've always called a get me over curveball. There was an 18-mile-an-hour difference with his fastball. That was a nice work by Tomey because he didn't get rushed. He had that internal clock, and that's something, if you're not used to hearing it, it's a fairly common baseball phrase among scouts, coaches. That's a nice breaking ball there, too. Again, a curveball, 2,600 RPM, so he's getting good spin on it. But having that internal clock is so important for an infielder because when you get rushed, that's when you start making throwing errors.
Can we talk about the movement on these pitches right now? Because he has now frozen Luke Reagans on 2 pitches. It's 0-2.
Yeah, that had 17 inches of horizontal break, which is big sweeping life. And now you come back with 94, or exactly bottom of the zone. That's a tough at bat.
Yeah, and
tough at bat.
That's Colin Thacker. Let me correct myself. Not Luke Reagan's. Colin Thacker there. A really tough look, huh?
Yeah, that was 3 of his better pitches of the inning. Quality stuff from Denton Lord.
Oh my goodness, 2 strikeouts there and a ground out and a whole ton of movement. Whoop. You're in for a treat if you're just tuning in, by the way. The best pitchers in the country who are in the high school class of 2026 out here in Arizona for Perfect Games National Showcase. Right now, Trey Rangel is back out on the mound. In the bottom of the first, he had 1 strikeout in the top of the first.
And what I'd like to see from Rangel, and we're seeing it right away, he was primary fastball in that first inning, was up to 96, and it's like, I know he's got good breaking stuff. Let's see more of that in the second. First 2 pitches to Morrison, breaking balls. 3 straight.
Morrison taps it on the ground to third, charging. The throw was there. It was just a little offline from the third baseman. It looks like Aiden Diome is playing third base for the Gray team in this inning. There's a lot of speed there as well from Bryce Morrison down the line, which sometimes can cause a rushed throw.
Yes.
Now batting number 1.
3 straight breaking balls there from Rangel. The scoreboard's calling it a curve ball. I'd probably call it a slider. The important thing is that they were, the last one over 3,000 RPMs on the spin, which is getting into elite territory.
Ashton Ballou is the batter, 6'1", 170, as he floats that pitch to second. Easy play there.
That's 2 times that Rangel first pitch fastballs have got absolutely into good hitters' kitchens, which shows you something about that arm slot and the movement he's getting on his fastball.
2 quick outs for him, working efficiently. That was Archer Horn who made the play at second base. Vernon Woodard is the batter. Uncommitted out of Grayson, Georgia.
Woodard did a good job yesterday getting the barrel out on velocity and squaring some tough pitches up. But
yes, he did.
Didn't have much on to speak for in that 94 up in the zone.
He said the part of his game that's grown the most since the start of this year is defense. He said, I've gotten better at receiving and throwing out base runners. That was a weaker part of his game before. He's got a 3.9 GPA, taking 9 AP classes. He also volunteers for a special needs softball game.
Nothing like starting your freshman year as a sophomore in class.
The work that goes into that is so impressive. He said that was one of the hardest parts of last year. He said taking 4 AP classes at a time was hard to manage, especially with it being junior year. Swing and a miss into the glove, foul tip. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it says 99 on the screen. The scoreboard says 95. So I would discount that 99 that you're seeing on the upper left-hand corner of the screen. The significant thing was the pitch before. He threw an 89-mile-an-hour changeup with 1,500 spin and killed it. Big sink. It was almost like a two-seamer, but had killed the spin so effectively.
Sounds like a nightmare, David.
Yeah, he's throwing, I mean, that's a slider shape. He's throwing the one defined as a curveball. He's throwing, 89-mile-an-hour changeup. That's not allowed in high school. Up to 96 on the fastball with big life.
There's a swing and a miss for the strikeout. So he's got 2 in his outing so far and 2 away in the second.
Yeah, that had 17.5 inches of vertical on it, and it's real interesting that coming from that arm slot, you usually think sink, and that's getting carry up in the zone. It's getting sink down, but it has really nice carry up in the zone, like right there. That's not a pitch that's possible to hit at that velocity.
And hard to lay off of. Looks so good.
Yeah, that's...
Henry Apt is the batter. He swings through strike 1. From Brandon, Mississippi, committed to Jacksonville State University. Another one up at the letters. Apt lays off of it.
Yeah, he was tempted, but he was able to hold back.
He's a Mike Trout fan. Said, I like his speed and power. He's been working on his 2-strike approach, putting the ball in play. He said, put your head down and go.
3,200 on that slider.
Looks like it hit him. But he's coming back. He's going to hit. They're going to send a ghost runner out to first.
He's probably saying, hey, can I hit against the pitcher, the next pitcher?
Yeah.
I'll pass on this guy.
I'll come in the next inning. So 2 runners on, 2 outs. That spin rate says 3,200, David.
I'm believing it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sharp, and he has feel for changing the shape a bit. When he throws it hard at 84, that's when he's getting the peak spins. When he takes off a bit, 79, it's a little less spin.
And then he comes back with 96.
Yeah. And less spin is still 2,900, which is as good as we've seen. 3,200 is certainly the best we've seen so far here at Chase Field.
That one's going to skip in, so good patience at the plate. How about that throw down to catch the runner over at third base? Behind the plate is Dylan Moss for the Gray team. He's got a bullet, and he gets his pitcher out of the jam. It looks like that's going to be it for Trey Rangel. 2 strikeouts in 2 innings of work.
Wow, that was impressive. That was, we've seen, Savion Sims in 100. That, as far as across the spectrum of pitches, was as impressive as any arm we've seen so far.
A really wide variety, 3,200 spin, and showing off a little bit of that velocity as well. We head to the bottom of the second scoreless. We're going to see one more inning of Denton Lord when we come back.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much shit I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
So there's Trey Rangel. We just got a chance to see 2 innings of work from him. Really impressive. Really saw the full arsenal from him. And you can see the profile on the right side of your screen. Another inning of Denton Lord for you coming up. We welcome you back to Perfect Game TV. So when we saw Denton, he was 13 years old. He shared a little bit about his family's baseball history. He said his dad's brother, Justin, he pitched for Florida State. He's also now in the Nats organization as a pitching coach, has made a huge impact when it comes to his legs, right? So this was when Denton was 13, as that ball is just out of our reach and fouled back. Anthony Murphy is the batter. And he shared, David, he said, I've been learning how to pitch through my legs, not just my arms. He said it was all upper body before his uncle got involved. And he's also been maintaining the diet, right? So he was 6'4", 6'5" when we saw him. And you can see as Murphy drives this into center field, that's going to hang up and get caught for the first out. Malachi Washington makes the play. But it's kind of interesting to hear that when he was 13 years old, he was already thinking about this. It says favorite meal from his mom is beef tips. He also likes Skittles. I don't know if he's still eating Skittles these days. He said he likes being this tall. There's nothing bad about it. And obviously it helps him on the mound. So I'd imagine he is consuming a ton of calories to maintain that 6'8" frame.
Well, it's nice hearing about his uncle because, as I said, right when he was warming up before his outing, that this is a young man who's been very well coached, and
you did say that,
and it was obvious then, and now hearing the background with his uncle just strongly reaffirms that.
Rookie Shepard is the batter, 3-time Select Fest alum out of Las Vegas, Nevada, committed to J.D. Arteaga's program in Miami.
I want to see Rookie get a fastball mid-plate or something, and I'm not rooting against Denton Lord, obviously, but I want him to get a pitch he can turn on and drive, because I haven't seen. We've obviously all seen it, but that was an aggressive swing. I like the swing. Came up empty because of the location of that, but
2-0 pitch. That was the chance to get one of those. But what we saw from Lord in the first inning. First of all, the ability to spin, but he is nibbling on the corners as well. I mean, that pitch there is a perfect example.
He hasn't thrown a hitter's pitch yet. No. Even that 2-0 fastball to Rookie was right there, 92 on the black on the outside corner, and he was looking to pull that ball, but it's not a pitch you can pull. But I just like seeing Rookie be more, this level of aggression.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count. That pitch left up. Count goes full. If you just happen to be joining us, there aren't walks here at the National Showcase. If it's a 4-ball count, a ghost runner will go to first base, and then it'll be fastballs only to the batter. Swing and a miss. Foul tip, though. Looks like he might have gotten a piece of it and out of the glove of the catcher. Behind the plate, John Stowers for one more frame.
Lord certainly likes that curveball, and he's very consistent in the release.
He's also throwing it to righties and lefties.
Yeah, which is very notable. Very good point, Danny.
That feels very advanced for someone his age.
No, I think we saw one changeup.
Oh.
It was rather firm, but that breaking ball, lefty or righty, is tough to hit with that kind of movement to it. 12 inches vertical, 14 horizontal. So your classic 11-5. Whoops, bottom drops right out of it.
Now batting number 16, Cole Prosek.
So 3 strikeouts so far for Mr. Lord. Cole Prosek will bat. Get to see him play shortstop in the next 2 innings.
Prosek has hit some balls hard. Or he hit some hard yesterday. You can see he has that strength in his hips. And just like Denton Lord's talking about pitching with his legs, hitters hit with their legs. They may think, that upper body work and all is going to improve their bat speed and ability to. No, it's in your hips and your core and your legs, because that's where your swing starts if you have a good swing. And Prosek just has that strong lower half that so many good hitters have.
The Ole Miss commit from Senatobia goes to Magnolia Heights High School, hoping to win another state championship, he said. Leaves that pitch down. It's 3-0.
I also like Prosek's hand position. He's getting his hands into slot right away. Instead of having loaded up where you have to drop into the slot, create a variable, he's starting in the slot there, and
that's a timing mechanism. Is that so he doesn't want to load and be late? He wants his hands to be ready.
It's just it's creating a more simple swing. And when you think about the hitters that start with their hands, either high like a Craig Counsell did, or Gary Sheffield and his wild stuff, most human beings can't do that because it creates too much of a variable. Your timing's going to be different, and it's nice to see somebody getting right in that slot, your swing slot, so early that it makes for a very repeatable swing.
Here's the 3-2. Oh, my goodness, David. How do you even describe that? 2 innings of work now for Denton Lord, 4 strikeouts.
Well, he found his pitch that nobody could hit, and it was the breaking ball. So you go away from your 92, 94 and go heavy on that quality pitch.
My Lord. That was fun. That was a ton of fun. Denton Lord, 2 innings in the books. For him, he's coming out now. We move along to the 3rd here in Arizona.
If players want to maximize their potential,
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
they need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the top of the third inning. We've got new pitchers on the mound. This is our second game today. Later this afternoon, we'll have full workouts for our showcase right here on PGTV. This is Jensen Hirschkorn. How about that, David? Another guy standing 6'7", 205 out of Kingsburg, California, uncommitted so far.
Yeah, the next 6'2", you said, and on the mound. Hirschkorn's an outstanding young prospect. He's ranked only 249th, but he's far better than that. We haven't had the rankings redone since he was 95 a couple weeks ago. 6 innings for perfect game this summer. No walks, 13 strikeouts, 66% strikes. So this is a young man who throws hard, has great command as well.
Henry Apt will be the first batter to face him for Columbia Blue. Hirschkorn shared Corey Seager, Paul Skeens, 2 guys he's a fan of. He's like, I've always been a Dodgers fan and really liked following Seager's career. Skeens is such a great pitcher. He's so fun to watch and good at what he does. But he said, I've also loved watching Derek Curiel. That's like the second or third Derek Curiel mention we've had. The freshman from LSU, the national championship freshman, now as he strikes out Apt. He said that his brothers played with him on a couple of teams. It's awesome to watch him as well, the way that he talks about his faith and what he did. I mean, what we just saw from him, I hope somebody's writing about him on their profile right now. Hirschkorn, one batter, 1 strikeout.
He looks like he's playing catch, warming up in the bullpen. Look how easy this is. Oh, that was a little slide, a little more effort on the slider, and he guided that and got twisty out front with it. So that was not his best offering, but when he gets back to that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, it's just so easy.
The Stetson commit, Fabian Anton Santi Soto is the batter. .30 count to him from Mineola, Florida. He takes strike one. His goals over the next year, David, to build some strength and power, agility, and be a more consistent hitter. That's a nice pitch there from Hirschkorn, painting with the curveball for strike two. Swing and a miss, so he comes all the way back and gets the strikeout back-to-back for Hirschkorn.
Yeah, that of the 3 breaking balls he's thrown, that was easily the highest quality. He threw it hard. He was committed to it. He wasn't committed to those first 2, I thought, but he was committed to that one. He got the swing and miss, strike 3 with it.
Harrison Kader will bat. Swing and a miss. There's strike one. Coming in at 95.
And that velocity has to be playing up with the deception of being 6'7". You're farther down the mound. Like I said, he throws that fastball so when he gets on top of it and gets it down. It's such an easy release.
Tapped right back to him. He'll make the play, and a 1-2-3 inning for Jensen Hirschkorn. His first here at the Showcase. 2 strikeouts for him. Good news, we'll get another inning of him when we come back in the 4th.
I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you take
Welcome back. Blake Bryant taking over on the mound for Columbia Blues, 6'5", 180, committed to Clemson. He's from Douglas, Georgia, goes to Citizens Christian Academy, and he's going to get 2 innings of work.
Different build on this young man, only 6'5" and 180 pounds, all arms and legs and projection. And sometimes when you're built like that, you wonder really how much muscle mass you're going to actually put on as you mature. It's been up to 94 before. Ooh, a little nervous on the first pitch.
Archer Horn is the batter. Stanford commit, 6'2", 195 in the box. And there it is, strike one. Got a little zip on that fastball.
94-mile-an-hour sinker, lots of life to it.
That's a one-hopper over to first base. Speed from Horn. Close play over there. Nice job by Morrison to beat him out.
Yeah, Morrison knew right away that was going to be his play, and he hustled over. And Horn busting out of the batter's box, too. That's nice to see.
Here's Dylan Minity. Takes ball one outside. The LSU commit out of Elk Grove, California. Goes to Franklin High School. Smacks it, another one hopper to Morrison. Back-to-back plays by him, 2 away.
Blake Bryant's being rather trusting of his first baseman on the mound there. He's not been the swiftest off the rubber to get over to help his first baseman, but Morrison's taking care of it.
Taking care of business.
There'll be a thank you in the dugout after the inning.
That's right. Not a replay. Those were back-to-back, almost identical plays. This is Dylan Moss, the younger brother of Dean Moss, been behind the plate, threw out a runner.
Yeah, I wanted to give Moss the credit for that we didn't really have opportunity to, with that being the third out. But not only did he make the accurate throw to third, he blocked a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that got on him fast. And it wasn't perfect technique or anything, but he hung in there, got his glove and body in front of it, and he was rewarded with the ball right at his feet. And when you're a catcher and you can put the ball right down at your feet when you're blocking, you've done your job, and you've done it very well. And I wanted to make sure I got that mention for Moss, because it's an underrated defensive play. It's not a diving catch or a throw from the hole, but it was every bit as quality a defensive play.
It's a great note. Great note. Oh-2 up at the letters and swing through that for strike 3. So a strikeout for Blake Bryant, 2 one-hoppers over to first base, and an inning of work in the books for him.
Hardly broke a sweat in getting those 3 outs.
Blink and you'll miss it. Nice job by him to get things going for Columbia Blue. We still have a scoreless game, by the way. The gray team hasn't had a hit yet. We got a lot more action to go here from Arizona. Welcome back to Chase Field. We get another inning of Jensen Hirschkorn. He had 2 strikeouts in the bottom of the third. Excuse me, the top of the third, so we'll get one more from him here. That pitch is taken right back up the middle off Wilkin Lurie's bat. We were talking about the changeup from Hirschkorn, David. He threw just one last inning, and he said it's something he's been working on. He said, I don't get to throw it much, that changeup, during my high school season. So I've been trying to work on it this summer a lot more than the spring. So you and I both hoping to see another.
Yeah, I think we will, especially with a left-handed hitter. I hope there's always a left-handed hitter coming up at some point in this game. A nice piece of hitting by Lurie, jumping on the first pitch fastball.
Joshua Newton is the batter.
We've had a healthy amount of first pitch swinging. I think the hitters, are paying attention and seeing that a lot of these pitchers are living in the strike zone. And
Lurie taking off, sliding in, and heads up. He's going to turn and burn to third and sliding in there. So showing off the speed early. Again, that's Wilkin Lurie on base. Well, we saw that first pitch off speed from Denton Lord. But other than that, David, I do feel like these guys on the mound want to get ahead. It allows them to use everything else in their arsenal, get a little more comfortable.
Now, often the pitchers will, and it's very common, go out and be aggressive with the fastball in the first inning. Establish the fastball, get comfortable on the mound, comfortable, in the big league ballpark, and then when they have a chance to go back to the bench, get a breath. They're like, okay, I want to mix in some things and show them the whole package. And that's what I almost expect to see every pitcher who goes out there do.
1-2, swing and a miss for the strikeout. 3 for Hirschkorn in his outing so far.
Yeah, that fastball is, when you're looking at it on the screen like this from the center field camera, it doesn't look like it has a lot of life. But when you look at the board and look at the measurements, it's got huge life. And you look at the swings, and the hitters are just not seeing that fastball. There's some deception to it, and there's a number of swing and misses. There's another one.
Jack Ryan is the batter. You saw him pitch yesterday, 2 innings of work. Another Select Fest alum. Takes a pitch inside. It's 1-1. So Hirschkorn again, uncommitted out of Kingsburg, California.
That was the changeup, Danny. And he kept his arm speed really well, but he dropped his slot. His normal slot's up here in front, and he dropped his slot about 4 to 6 inches, which is something, he's just developing the pitch. But the arm speed was good, 85 with a lot of sink to it. It's certainly something to continue to build on.
Three balls and 1 strike, the count. Again, being uncommitted, Jensen shared, I've had several great conversations with a number of schools. I'm looking forward to taking my visits and finding the right fit for me. He has 2 older brothers that are twins, Houston and Holden. As Jack Ryan hits that a mile high in the air, just next to second base. And that's going to be caught. Cole Prosek playing shortstop. So there's 2 away. They're twins, David, both freshmen at UC Davis this past year.
They baseball players?
Yeah. Houston and Holden Hirschkorn. How about that?
They were talking about his brothers having played with Carriel.
Okay, that's right.
So.
That's right. Yes, so those 2 19 years old twin freshmen for UC Davis. That's pretty cool. Here's Malachi Washington. He takes a strike.
Lurie at third base is being very aggressive in his leads, and he's a 6'4" runner, and he was good 25 feet down the line when that pitch was caught. So anything in the dirt here, he's liable to be going.
Foul tip into the glove. It's 0-2. Justin Munoz behind the plate for the Gray team. It's fouled away. Hirschkorn's parents, super athletic. Mom played volleyball and ran track at Fresno Pacific. Dad played baseball at Chico State, won a national championship in 1997. Dad's the head baseball coach right now at Fresno Pacific University. It's a D2. As Washington just gets a piece of that. He also said, my mom's cousin also pitched in Major League Baseball, Jake Woods, a left-handed pitcher, 3rd-round pick by the Angels out of Bakersfield Junior College. Pitched for the Angels and the Mariners. So a lot of baseball and athleticism in those bloodlines.
Very much so. I think that was just a change up there, and a better one. So he's getting the feel for it.
Another foul tip. As a scout, David, when you see him throwing that pitch, knowing that it's a work in progress, what does that say to you?
It's a positive. I mean, anytime you've got a young pitcher, 17 years old, who is trying to learn something, it's very well understood that unless it's just an exceptional Dylan Lesko type changeup, you're not going to use it in high school, when you throw 95 miles an hour. So he's exactly right. He's gotten great advice. This is the time of the year to develop it, when you're facing Malachi Washington, one of the best hitters in the country. this is the time to show the confidence, even on the big stage here, and work with it. And some young pitchers can pick up a baseball and throw a changeup right away, and some it just takes a little more repetition and experimenting with grips, because changeup is all, once you establish the arm speed, is all about your grips and all. He's thrown two changeups to Malachi now, and I love to see that as a scout and just watching the game.
It's a 1-2 pitch. This time Malachi puts it into play over to short. He's got speed, but a better throw from across the diamond from the shortstop, Cole Prosek. So that's going to be it for Jensen Hirschkorn in 2 innings of work, 3 strikeouts for him. What did you like?
I like the ease that he threw his fastball and his command of his fastball. We talked about the changeup. Yeah, it needs a little work, and the slider needs work, but there's a high velocity ceiling there.
Uncommitted, remember, probably not for long. He'll make that decision when the time is right. We come back in the bottom of the 4th. We're scoreless.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. There's 0 pain, 0.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody is just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Shooting my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
All right, we welcome you back here. Blake Bryant will get another inning of work, firing in a fastball to start things off in the bottom of the 4th inning. Leading off for the gray team, Lincoln Boyle.
Blake Bryant's in a hurry. He warmed up, it seemed like, in 4 pitches. He made, 8 or 9 pitches last inning.
You might have a flight to catch.
Yeah, he's in a hurry here, which I'm not complaining about at all.
I like the
Fill
pace.
up the zone and move the game along.
Boyle pops that up on the infield. Third base coming over to make the catch. Luis Hernandez is there, 1 away.
Now batting number 5, Neal.
Aiden Diome steps in. Committed to Arizona out of Roseville, California. Quick bat, but foul.
I love seeing all the Northern California players here because it's a hard area to get players to events from. One of the hardest actually in the country. And I grew up in Northern California, so I'm very sad. I have a lot of friends still in the Bay Area, and I'm very sensitive to that area. And I know that the whole San Francisco Bay Area in particular has evolved culturally so much in the last few decades. And baseball might not be as important as it was before, but it's always nice seeing those NorCal players like Kirkshorn or like Diome and such at an event like this.
Swing and a miss for the strikeout, the second for Bryant in his outing so far. There's 2 away.
I think Bryant's another. I've mentioned swing and miss on fastballs before as something the scouts have paid increasing amount of attention to recently, and Bryant has that. He has both vertical and horizontal shape to his fastball, 92, 94, and it's getting a lot of swing and miss, and then weak contact, the 2 ground outs, a pop-up, 2 strikeouts, and he's been a primary fastball guy, mixing a slider. But he's getting his outs with his fastball, and that's nice to see in a young pitcher. That's his best slider yet, too. So
Judson Dowell is the batter. Texas A&M commit. Leaves that one up and out. It's 2-1.
reached back a little on that one.
Right at the knees for strike two, evens the count. Fly ball out of play.
Judson, I think you're going to see another slider right here.
Dowell out of Houston, Texas, said he's been working on his speed, trying to get his 60 down to 6.3, trying to get that outfield velo to 98 and hit 400 next spring as he fouls that pitch off. I also love this. He said he's been trying to grow his investment portfolio, David, for the past few years. Taking some of that birthday money, that Christmas money from his grandparents and investing it. How about that? That's some of his goals. That's his goals for the next year. Man, oh man.
Wait till he finds the real world out there.
Pops it up just behind first base in foul territory. Morrison makes the catch, so a quick inning of work. Blake Bryant now through his 2 innings of work. David Ronsley.
That his fastball is impressive. It wasn't 99 or 96 or anything, but it was so high quality with the life, the location, and his confidence in it. Nice outing.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
PG Crosschecker delivers unmatched coverage of baseball's top players, teams, and draft prospects, and gives you everything you need to track the game's future stars. Go deep with a PG Crosschecker subscription and unlock the same advanced tools trusted by pros and college scouts. Welcome back in to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our home all week long for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Alongside David Ronsley, I'm Danny Wexelman here on PGTV. And lucky for us, we get to see a new arm on the mound. As you can see here, this is Rallen Covey. Rallen Covey, yeah, I got it right. USC commit 6'4", 215, David.
Is he any relation to Dylan Covey?
Rallen Covey. I don't know. I'll have to look. Yeah.
Because I should have looked that up. I apologize to Rallen there, but looking forward to seeing him on the mound. And first batter he faces will be Landon Tomey.
Tomey, a Tennessee commit. Seen him work the glove in the field earlier in this game. Made a nice play, leaves that pitch out for ball one.
I don't think I mentioned to you, Danny, that I saw Landon's dad play when he was 18 years old. If you can imagine Hall of Famer Jim Thome playing shortstop. It was in the Gulf Coast League, and I saw him play shortstop.
I'm not sure I can picture that, but I like the idea of it.
I'm not sure what he was listed as then, but he was a third baseman. But when you're playing in the Gulf Coast League and stuff, they move you around a bit. And
heads up.
Oh, I actually saw that one.
I got you covered here. Thome said his number one goal is to win a state championship this year. Off the field, he said he strives to be a role model for the people around him and treat everyone with kindness. His family traditions, you'll like this one, going to Cooperstown every year for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. He looks forward to that every year, he said. Swings through that pitch, it's 3-2. I loved watching Jim Thome's Hall of Fame speech. Very special.
You've been to Cooperstown, I take it?
I've been there, but not for the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I haven't been to the museum either. It's still on my list. Thome strikes out, so Roland Covey with the first out in the top of the fifth.
Now batting number 7, Ethan Bass.
I can relate to the being in Cooperstown and not going. I've been a couple of times, though not in the last 20 years or so, but my youngest brother in college had an internship at the big theater in Cooperstown.
Okay.
That's Cooperstown is just a beautiful area.
It is.
And I went by to visit him, got the tour of the theater, everything like that, and had to be somewhere else because it was on a baseball trip. And bingo, I missed it that trip. But I've been fortunate enough to go to the museum a couple of times.
Yeah, it's on my list. Ethan Bass is the batter. Gets out of the way of that one. It's 2-1.
Big tailing life on that 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Covey's a fan of Logan Webb as he blows that fastball by. It's 2-2. He said he almost always goes deep into games, gives the Giants a chance to win, even when his stuff isn't on. The quality is one that's overlooked in today's game of numbers, and his workhorse ability is something I try to emulate. Love that sentiment. Love that pitch, David.
Love that pitch right there. Scoreboard said curveball. I say slider. Batter said that was a heck of a pitch. I love the Logan Webb use because he's almost a unicorn as a pitcher in today's game with, his basic sinker, slider, go out and throw 105, 110 pitches every game.
First pitch swinging, John Stowers hits it right into the glove of the first baseman. And so it's a quick inning. Roland Covey, 2 strikeouts and a line out playing first base for the Gray team right now. That looks... I don't know who that is, but I will find out and I will tell you when we come back to make sure that we got that right. I think that was Lincoln Boyle playing first base. Let's check this out. Nice job by Covey. We'll get another chance to see him come back in the 6th for another inning of work.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
All right, welcome back. Bottom five. This is our second game this afternoon. We got a full day today on PGTV. After this game, the amazing grounds crew here for the Diamondbacks will get the field ready for us, and we'll have our second workout of the week. There's more to come from that. Griffin Loy, uncommitted, taking over on the mound, 6'5", 220 out of Nancy, Kentucky.
Yeah, Loy's been low 90s at PG events, ranked number 269. Another uncommitted player. I think, as you might have mentioned yesterday, there just seem to be more and more of those with the continuing evolving nature of college baseball. You know, it's interesting. I was sitting at breakfast with some of the guys down the field, and I bet you we talked about college baseball more in the hour we sat down there at the hotel than we did about what went on yesterday here at Chase Field. It's a fascinating subject, and it's constantly talked about, somewhat controversial at times, but
I think it's still trying to sort itself out as a sport and figure out what works best, what's best for the players, for the schools, for Major League Baseball, right? All of those things go into play, and I don't think it's a black and white situation, so I think we're still kind of inching our way. But I will say, I don't even think we've even scratched the surface of the popularity of the sport. I think that college baseball is still kind of niche to some. You know, I think we're still trying to get fans. That ball's hit on the ground to second. A little bobble, and so Hamilton Friedberg is going to be safe. The Air Force commit, speed down the line. But just a bow on that thought, I think that we're still kind of getting to a point where college baseball is enjoyable during the regular season, right? There's a lot of games. But I think what's cool is when you see a guy like Paul Skeens or Christian Moore make your debuts so early out of college, it reminds you how great the college game is, because those guys were just in college.
Yeah, and that's been the intent of Major League Baseball for some time. Going back decades, actually, it was talked about to put more of the development burden on the colleges and not on the minor leagues. And it's, you know, there's practical reasons. It saves them money. You know, when you have Vanderbilt and Wake Forest and Tennessee developing your future pitching staff instead of doing it yourself down in A-ball. So it's a benefit to them, but it's of course a huge benefit to college baseball, because the quality of play this year, 2025 versus what it was 10, 20, especially 30 years ago, is completely different. It's a different product on the field because virtually all the players are going to college now.
Dylan Knight is the batter.
Dylan wore that one in his back hip, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's going to stay in the box. He'll get all fastballs now, and we'll get a ghost runner over at first.
And we'll get caught up on the pitcher, Griffin Loy, who's been 92, 93 so far with his fastball. The game we were doing yesterday, Danny, what was with a fastball only count, 5 of the 6 hitters got hits, and the other one was a deep fly ball to left field or something like that. So the advantage to hitters knowing it's a fastball coming, even with 2 strikes, is just huge.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And it's a great opportunity for them, right?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. And that's when you see the real quality fastballs we've seen, as that's lined into left field for a hit. That will load the bases.
A shot by Dylan Knight to wait for the right fastball for him.
Yes. Knew what was coming, jumped on it. But it makes you appreciate the pitchers who we've been talking about who are creating swing and miss with their fastball. Blake Bryant did an outstanding job of it earlier. It wasn't a high mid to upper 90s fastball, but it had such quality life that he could throw it near the middle of the plate.
Lucas Naraki will come bat. Oh, nice pitch there from Loy for strike one.
Nice first pitch. I hate using the word, but I could define that as a sweeper.
If you have to.
Yep. That was a sharper version of the same pitch. Yeah, when he's throwing right on left, breaking balls, but when it's breaking that late, 2,800. He really reached back on that one. 83 with 2,800 plus RPM. That was his 0-2 effort. I'm going to throw the nastiest, sweeper I've ever thrown type effort there.
We got the bases loaded right now.
Get the strikeout. Get the inning under control. Now's the time for a changeup if he has one. I haven't seen one, but now would be a nice time for it.
I'd take one.
Another breaking ball.
Fouls that one away. Battles at the plate. Count stays full.
I was almost going to say that's almost de facto a fastball only count after you've missed with a couple breaking balls and maybe lost a little bit of confidence there. It's like 3-2, bases loaded. No, didn't lose any confidence with that.
Catches Naraki looking.
Kind of let up on it a bit through the get me over version just to make sure that he wasn't giving up a run without a swing, and it worked. Backdoored the left-handed hitter.
Now back number 27, Braylon Nelson.
Florida State commit 6'6" Braylon Nelson steps in. And he takes a ball high. He's out of Daphne, Alabama. Shared that he's going to Japan with his family next year. He's looking forward to that trip as he takes a strike. Yeah, he said, we've wanted to visit it for years. I want to continue to work on my photography, capturing special moments for people, something he enjoys doing. The pitch is outside. It's interesting. I feel like more and more we see major league players with cameras in their hands. I know Shamania's got one in the Mets clubhouse. Obviously, Randy Johnson and Ken Griffey Jr. are also getting credentialed and take incredible photos.
Yeah, I saw an article on Griffey the other day somewhere.
A photo from, was it from the Masters? You had a photo, I believe, from the Masters, man. It was, oh, he's so good. Like, how talented can you be? I don't understand. So much talent in one single human. It's a 2-2 count to Nelson. Inside, called strike 3. So nice job by Lloyd to come back here. Two outs in the 5th.
That was a virtual identical pitch to where he got the strikeout with no outs and the bases loaded. The slider right there on the same part of the plate, located the same way to both a left-handed and right-handed hitter.
Here's Justin Munoz, Virginia Tech commit. He takes strike 1. I've liked watching Munoz play. He's been behind the plate. He's out of Hackensack, New Jersey.
I was about to say the exact same thing, Danny.
Have you? Or
You've got your scout's eyes out. No, Munoz has been very good
Yeah.
for me on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, he's just stood out. I feel like he's always moving. He's involved in the plays. He's not passive at all. His goals over this next year, by the way, David, a 1:85 pop time. He wants to have his catcher Velo hit 87 miles an hour. He wants to run a sub-7 60-yard dash, clean 200 pounds. Look forward to seeing him do that, hit 400 over the summer. That one catches the outside part of the plate. So Loy ends up striking out the side after letting some traffic on the bases.
Yeah, he got confident in that slider and used it for all 3 strikeouts.
Very nice job, Griffin. Loy will get another inning from him. Mixon and Machin and ends up striking out the side to finish the frame. We come back in the 6th, still scoreless.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Top 6, welcome back. Still scoreless here. Game 2 of our national showcase alongside David Ronsley. I'm Danny Wexelman. We're so happy to have you here on PGTV. Top talent in the high school class of 2026. Their draft a year away. Major League Baseball's draft coming up on this Sunday. I am very much looking forward to it. We've been trying to talk about Martin Schiller. I'm still trying to get that pronunciation right. Martin Schiller. And the bat and the BP, and he keeps swinging at the first pitch, so we don't get to talk about him, David.
No, that's exactly what happened there. But he's out at second base, so maybe we can talk about him a bit at second base.
Now batting number 12.
Well, what did you see in his BP yesterday? You guys covered it. What stood out to you? I mean, he's his exit velo, 105, 106. Which is impressive.
It was every national showcase, and it's part of, especially playing it in a big league park, you see really loud batting practices. Like you said, 105, 106 repeatedly, 420 into the left field, deep into left field. And we had some good BPs with that first group of 4. His was the only, oh my gosh, loud, stood out for the quality of contact, the loudness of the contact. So that in itself was significant. But one thing we've also found out since then is he's up there attacking at the plate. He's going to, first pitch he can handle, he's going to be attacking it.
He said his goal over the next year to refine his defensive skills. He said, I have really high-level tools, especially my speed and arm, and both of those abilities serve me well on defense. He's trying to read fly balls, get better jumps off the bat, take more efficient routes. That's been his main priority as he takes third on that.
Yeah. And one other thing stood on, and we do the exit velocity testing, which is off a tee and everything, and it's not really a go-to number. It's just another thing that we measure. And when somebody puts up a number that's so much different than everybody's, it stands out, even if it's not a priority for you in evaluation. His exit velocity in the exit velocity drill was 108. The next highest was 100. And that type of difference really stands out. I mean, that's just pure bat speed.
And I told you a little yesterday. So after that happened, I went up to him and talked to him because I was like, what's going on here? I heard some of his teammates talking about his vision and how he works on his vision every day. And he's got a computer program called Visual Edge as Luis Hernandez takes a ball outside. So we're going to see a ghost runner head to first base to put runners on the corners. And he said, essentially, you put these glasses on and you look at your screen. There's 2 boxes and they start overlapped. And you use your keyboard to decide if those boxes are moving forward or moving backwards. And it tracks your depth perception. And he said that that's allowed him to pick up spin as Hernandez going to dump that into shallow center field. A nice piece of hitting by him. It's going to score Sheelar. And essentially that's allowed Martin to have a better approach at the plate, pick up pitches, be able to identify what is and is not a good one for him to hit. But tracking the spin has been huge for him.
Hernandez didn't crush that, but got in the first run of the game, and he continues to have a very impressive event himself.
Yeah, he muscled that one up. And I also liked his BP. I like the way that he plays. I introduced myself, and he was super kind and thoughtful, saying hi back to me. So that was my first interaction with him. Seems like a really nice guy.
I thought you knew everybody.
It's the best kept secret, David. I do my best, but there are a lot of...
But there are only 300 kids here.
Just 300 kids here. Yeah, I do my best. Jack Richardson will bat. Georgia Tech commit out of Atlanta, Georgia. I got to go to Georgia Tech, by the way, for the first time this year. That ballpark is incredible.
I haven't been probably in 15 years, but I've scouted a lot of games there. Perfect Game used to use during the summer tournaments, the Georgia Tech field.
Yeah.
That's sort of a fallback. You know, you get too much rain, you need a backup field to go to. And I was always the one was Ronzi, run down to Georgia Tech. We got 2 games down there. And I'm like, have you ever tried to park at Georgia Tech legally without?
Yeah, right.
It's like, no, it's a college campus. You're not allowed to park there.
There's no parking.
Yeah.
It is a gorgeous backdrop, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ton of high rises around Atlanta, and just the stadium itself is so stunning. They've put so much money into that. So it's nice to be able to be there in person and see that team. Swing and a miss from Richardson. The throw down to second, not in time, and double steal for Columbia Blue.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned much about Raylan Covey this inning, but he's been solid. His best pitch has been his changeup. He's thrown some really good changeups. He kills the spin incredibly. He's been throwing some right around 1,000 spin rate changeups. There's one right there, 1,059, and it's been his good go-to pitch. 90-92 on the fastball, pretty straight, but that changeup has been his best pitch.
He had 2 strikeouts in his first inning of work. And he's been throwing strikes, right? It's not like anybody has really barreled it up.
Oh, no. Ground ball to short that Sheelar got on. The jam shot off Hernandez's bat. Corley had a nice swing his first time up. Lined the ball to the shortstop. Stayed inside. And just a matter of a few feet, or that gets up the left center field gap.
That one's going to get past the catcher. So Tomey comes in to score. He was the ghost runner who came over to first with the walk. Just missed and fouled back. Corley shared with us that some of his goals over the next 12 months: maintain or improve his GPA, excel in his challenging courses, school and dual credit. David, develop strong study habits, explore potential majors and minors that align with potential fields of study. Again, he's a TCU commit.
I like those priorities.
I like the specificity. I feel like the more specific you are, the easier it is to focus on attaining them. Chopper over to second, and there's the second out as the run comes in. It is 3-0 Columbia Blue.
Seeing a 6'6", 230-pound second baseman is kind of a revelation. Braylon Nelson out there handling that cleanly and naturally.
Yeah, had to charge that one. Did a nice job. So 2-way in the top of the 6th inning. Bryce Morrison will come on to bat. He made 2 nice plays earlier in this game over at first 2 bouncing balls. One hopper's almost identical, David, that he made the play on. Pitches outside for a ball. It's 1-1. In on his hands, ball 2. Covey said some of his goals over the next year: get up to 95 on the mound, get that body weight up to 225, and add a 4th pitch. David, when we're talking about a 4th pitch for somebody who's still in high school going into their senior year, what does that sound like to you?
Any number. I mean, you can throw, if it looks like he throws a 2-seamer consistently anyway.
Okay.
So, but you can call a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer different things. Of course, we have a slider versus a curveball, and you can modify that and try to change, the shape and velocity of your breaking ball. He already throws a changeup that's, very solid as it is. So it's kind of hard to say. I mean, when you're in high school and you can throw 3 pitches, and you're still learning to locate them and stuff, that's probably enough. I mean, yeah, Paul Skeens has gotten a lot of publicity for he's up to 5 pitches, and Seth Lugo's throwing, he lost track of fingers for that one. And you can do that when you're in the major leagues and you have that maturity with everything. It's like a hitter trying to do too much at the plate at this age. No, that's something when you're more mature and understand your swing better.
Well, that's going to be it for Covey. We got a chance to see 2 innings from Roland Covey, the Southern California commit. And I liked a lot of what I saw.
Yeah, it was quality pitches, and he's obviously a young man who has some goals. Improving that slide. He threw some good sliders. He threw some not so good sliders, and that's maybe something that he's working to improve on.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Scouts out in full force here in Phoenix, Arizona at the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. We welcome you back in. Griffin Loy comes out for a second inning of work in the bottom of the 6th. Columbia Blue able to push a couple runs across. They are up 3-0 in their second game. These teams played yesterday as well. They did their workouts yesterday. So if you're looking for their 60-yard dash times or their infield and outfield velocities, maybe some catcher pop times, first base throws, you can go to perfectgame.org and see all of those. We've also had the top 10 on the bottom of your screen. You can see our ticker there. Thanks to our crew for putting that together. As you see, Chris Brown, a 184, along with Cody Goff, leading the pack for catcher pop times, but we'll have the rest of them there for you too. We've got another group coming in, DR, today for workouts, and they'll have games tomorrow. We got 4 games tomorrow. Ooh.
That can't feel good. I think sometimes it's the shock of it as much as any contact. And he will obviously go back to dugout, take a hit or two off, get checked out by the coaches and trainer. The trainer already out there.
It's Jackson Maxi who's going to walk back to the dugout now, and obviously Griffin Loy. That doesn't feel good for him as well. Not the intention in the least bit.
No, that was a 0-2 pitch, and you could almost see Maxi leaning out a bit, because that's when Loy's been throwing that slider, is when he gets up and counts, and he got a fastball, obviously in a not the proper location. Even though you can say that's baseball, it's still scary.
Yeah, always scary, especially when it's at the head. So we will keep an eye over there on Maxi. He's being attended to now. So Cal Moreau's going to come up and hit. He takes a ball low.
And he has a fresh count, no limits or anything. Being a new hitter, it's not a fastballs only.
Tapped. Loy tried to make the catch. It kicks away from him. And so that's going to put 2 runners on.
I think Loy was a little in a hurry to get that ball and throw it to first. He forgot to get the ball first.
Yeah, I would guess there's a little bit of being rattled after hitting Jackson Maxi in the helmet.
There has to be if you're a 10-year big league veteran.
Oh yeah.
There has to be that same, just like you said, rattling.
That's a shallow little bloop over to second base, and that one is caught. Nice job ranging back. It's Ethan Bass playing second for
Colin Thacker.
Blue team.
First pitch swinging.
And here's Anthony Murphy. You and I haven't talked a ton about him either, David, because he keeps swinging at the first pitch as well. A ton of speed here. I'm actually going to sit down with him after the game. Have a nice long interview. The LSU commit out of Corona, California.
16th ranked player in the class.
Just a fan of him in general, the way he plays the game, the way he talks about the game. Super respectful, super thoughtful. Rolls over to third base. They're going to step on third, throw it first. In time, but barely. Nice job over there at third base for the Columbia Blue team, making that play. Jack Richardson steps on the bag and gets one of the fastest guys in this class in Anthony Murphy out to end the inning.
Wow, that was a play.
Griffin Loy, 2 innings for him. What stood out? Anything for you?
Pitchability. He got confident in the slider, went to it. Second inning, he was more aggressive with the fastball. He recovered from the hit by pitch well and had a solid outing.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
Welcome back to the top of the 7th here at Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We just got a nice little visit from Luis Gonzalez, World Series hero. And David and I were talking about, first of all, how great of a human Luis is, how wonderful he is. We love getting to spend time with him and part of our Perfect Game family. So he is roaming around here. If you get a chance to say hi, you absolutely should. David, one of the greatest guys and the kindest guys in the sport.
Yeah, I've always said, and I wouldn't be embarrassed to tell him, that he is probably my favorite ex-big leaguer. Of all the big leaguers I've been fortunate enough to meet in my life, he is probably my favorite just as a human being. Never a bad word, never a bad thought, I think, has ever entered into his mind.
Love getting to be around him. So he's in the ballpark now. We got a new pitcher on the mound. Ashton Ballou steps in the box. Devin Long on the mound out of Scottsdale, Arizona. The righty committed to Ole Miss.
Yeah, Devin Long's been up to 93 this summer at our events. So strong arm. You mentioned 6'3", 185. Slept in his own bed last night. Came over to Chase Field and to show us his stuff. 94 on that fastball.
Ty Tillery is going to get 2 innings when Columbia Blue comes back to the field. In case you're watching at home wondering. Just missing outside. It's 2-1. Devin said some of his goals over the next 12 months are to increase velocity, win a high school state championship, and get drafted or start college baseball. He wants to maintain a 3.5 or better. Gets a big swing and miss there to even the count.
Nasty changeup.
It's a great pitch.
Yeah, that was that. I want to see more of that.
Sub 1,000 spin rate.
Yes, the hitters don't want any part of that pitch.
He hopes to also learn to play guitar. How about that?
He just tried to throw it again, but the first one, he tried to throw it better, and he wasn't going to throw one better than the first one, but he just overthrew that, and you can't overthrow a changeup. But that first one was maybe the best changeup we've seen here in the first 2 days.
It's popped up. Out of play on the right side.
Our cameraman on top of the first base dugout watched that with respect as it landed a few feet away from him.
That's Card. He's got the camera on the first base dugout. Three balls and 2 strikes, the count. One's fouled away.
23 inches of vertical induced break on that. That is as big as it gets. I think Savion Sims got up to 24, but 23 is well above average, and you've seen that Long's put a few of his fastballs up in that zone, and it's such a hard pitch to get on top of and hit well, especially at 94.
Ballou chops it foul. Just fighting off pitches at the plate right now. Self-scouting report for Long on the mound, by the way. His strengths, David, he said fastball tunnels well with a power changeup. The slider is effective when located, and the cutter's used when hitters start cheating the fastball.
Well, a cutter for him would be, because of the shape of his four-seamer, a cutter or a two-seamer would be a very effective pitch. That was a different look fastball. That was the same velocity, but that had the sinking action down at the bottom of the zone. So he already has effectively, and I don't know whether it's by intent, 2 different fastballs because you get such great ride up, but that had really nice sink and location down low.
1 away for the gray team. That's going to bring up Henry Abt. Jacksonville State commit out of Brandon, Mississippi, takes a ball outside. One of his goals over the next year, David, is to spend more time with his family before he leaves for college, he said, which I love. His parents, John and Leslie, his brother, JP. Their family tradition is to visit Major League ballparks together. Sounds like he spends a lot of time with his family, loves to be around them.
I don't think I would have had that thought when I went off to college. Good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of time spent with them. He said they're willing to do anything for my dreams, as he hits a line drive, but right to shortstop. There's 2 away in the 7th. Rookie Shepard making that play.
And then the scoreboard defined that as, and I'd have to look at it again, but defined that as a cutter, an 88-mile-an-hour cutter. And it had about 14 inches of horizontal on it, which would mean it's a big cutter, almost a slider type of depth. But obviously got in on App's fists, and App's been really hitting the ball well, and to get in his kitchen like that, it must have been a really nice pitch.
Here's Vernon Woodard. He takes a strike.
You've been talking about goals, and I love hearing them and everything. I have a goal I want to throw out to every young pitcher out there.
Let's hear it.
When you pitch, your goal is to throw 70% fastball strikes.
I love it.
Keep tracking games, keep tracking bullpens. Every time you step on the mound, have somebody there keeping track, or after you look at the stats, especially if your team does some sort of advanced stats, and your goal is to throw 70% fastball strikes. Because that doesn't matter whether you throw 85 or 95 or even 75, you're 14 years old, throw fastball strikes, and that sets up all those rest of those pitches that you're developing and want to be nasty at, like that changeup, for instance.
I fully support that. So how about that? A really nice first inning of work from Devin Long. We saw a lot from him. And good news is we get another one. He'll come out for a second inning in the 8th. But next up is Ty Tillery coming out. He'll pitch in the bottom of the 7th inning for Columbia Blue. They're up 3-0 right now as we're rolling along, hoping to play 10 here in Arizona.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
So yesterday we were talking a little bit about the Select Fests from 2022, specifically the 14U Select Festival, and I gave you some homework yesterday, David Ronsley, asking about how many kids from that Select Fest are here. And so you did the research, and I really appreciated that. You sent us an email. Do you want me to read your email? Is that okay?
That's the best way. And let's preface it by saying Ty Tillery, obviously, is the source of this because he's one of the 48 players who played in the 2022 14U Select Festival, and we're seeing him out here on the mound 4 years later.
That's right. So we'll get 2 innings of Ty, a Georgia commit out of Madison, Georgia, and he throws to rookie Shepard, ball 1. So here's how it is. There were 48 players at the 2022 14U Select Festival. 7 ended up being 2025s, so they reclassed like Crew Schoolcraft, as that pitch is fouled away. 1 is injured, 1 was an international player, and 7 in the 2026 class are not here. So 32 of the 39 possible players from the 14U Select Festival are here. 32 of the 39 possible.
And that just boggles my mind. I mean, we had talked about how many of them were here, and it seemed like a significant number. I would have been way under 32. And that is just such a tribute to Jeremy Brown and the people he has evaluating the young players to, when they're 14 years old, still be picking the guys 3 years later that are the best in the class in the country. That kind of quality scouting, makes me tingle almost. It's exciting. So hat tip to Jeremy, hat tip to the Perfect Game scouting staff for putting that kind of talent on the field, even though they're 14 years old.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, we've got a battle right here between Rookie and Ty, which is really
two guys
fun.
Who were in that game.
Back when they were 14 years old, now both 17, approaching 18 years old, heading into their senior years. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. Jeremy Brown, we've been talking about him the past 2 days and the job that he does. Often underlooked, I would say, when it comes to the work that goes into finding all of these guys. On the ground to second, and there's one away in the 7th.
Tillery's just a quality athlete. He ran a 6.52 during the 60 yesterday or 2 days ago or yesterday. I can't even remember what day of the week.
It's okay, David. I don't know what's going on either. It's fine.
He ran a 6.5 260 at 6'4", 190 pounds. Just so athletic. Has already shown 3 pitches, fastball up to 93. The classic sinker slider look to him.
Swing and a miss from Cole Prosek. Yeah, I feel like I've been a fan of his for a while, just watching him play baseball, watching him grow, right? Obviously, he's a little tall and lanky, but a lot of room to fill out as well. And just a really good athlete.
Change up. In fact, there's a note on the lineup that after he pitches, he's going to hit in the 10th inning. So they didn't want to put him in. He's a primary pitcher and everything, but they're giving him an at-bat to acknowledge the athleticism and two-way potential there in the 10th inning. Is that just a power 93-mile-an-hour sinker? 17 inches of horizontal life on that.
So now two-way in the bottom of the 7th. Archer Horn will bat. How about that?
I see a lot of ground ball outs in Ty Tillery's future.
Yeah, impressive play by him. A little pitcher fielding practice paying off there. So we'll get another inning of Tillery coming up after this. 1 strikeout for him. Nice job of work. Columbia Blue up 3-0 from Arizona.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome on back. A full afternoon here from Phoenix, Arizona, inside Chase Field. Our game recap. This is our second game today, by the way, in the top of the 8th, as you can see. Again, a lot of times it's the pitchers. David, Rollin Covey had 4 strikeouts. Denton Lord had 4 strikeouts. He was a blast to watch. Luis Hernandez 2 for 2 today, and Dylan Knight has Gray's only hit. It's been a tough go this afternoon for the Gray team.
It's been a tough go for any hitter this way. I mean, we've the first game we did yesterday was like 10-3 or 11-3, and the key here has been, I think there's been only a couple of fastball only counts, and Dylan Knight in fact got his hit on a fastball only count, but the pitchers are working ahead. They're identifying real quickly what their best pitch is. They're going to it, filling up the strike zone, and it's been a pitching clinic.
Devin Long back out on the mound. The Ole Miss commit out of Scottsdale. He gets a swing and miss. He's got a 3.7 GPA. And he shared a really great story about his brother Trevor. He said, every time someone asks me why, I always talk about how he paved the path for me to be where I am today, because he painted the picture, David, of what success looks like. He shared that his brother taught him how to deal with the game when things aren't going your way. And if it wasn't for his brother Trevor or his parents, he would have no idea what all of these tournaments were about, what showcases he was entering in. He said his brother showed him what drills would help him become a better pitcher too. So obviously a really impactful person for Devin Long on the mound.
Now batting for 13, Harrison Hitter.
Yeah, trying to navigate all the events, all the different things that you can do, should do, shouldn't do for a parent, especially a parent that they're a young man who hasn't been through it with a family member or somebody on his team. You know, it's pretty daunting and intimidating.
Harrison Kader, the batter, uncommitted out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The ball skips in. It's 1-1. Oh, might have hit him.
Yep, change up that ran in,
Yeah.
got him on the hip. Haven't had too many runners for the Columbia Blue today.
No. Fabian Anton Santi Soto is going to come out to run.
He still had the helmet on
That's right.
from the last at bat, evidently.
Ready to rock. We got Dylan Moss behind the plate in this inning, as that's hit on the ground to second. They're going to go to second and turn it, and they get the double play. The gray team showing off the defense.
Is that rookie at shortstop?
Let me tell you here, David, we got rookie at shortstop. Yeah.
He let the arm hunt on that one. That was a great turn. I didn't think that was hit hard enough to turn, but yeah, he reached back and hummed this one. Nice throw, nice double play. Nice outing by Devin Long on the mound.
If players want to maximize their potential,
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
they need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
We welcome you back this afternoon here from Chase Field. Ty Tillery back out on the mound, getting another look at him. Some of his goals, David, over the next year as he faces Dylan Minity. Keep developing as a player, he said, getting stronger, living in the weight room. Hopefully he brings a sleeping bag for that. He wants to finish his senior year with all A's, strengthen his connection with God. He said Georgia was his very first offer when he was going into his freshman year. He lives 45 minutes from Athens, and he's grown up a Georgia fan his whole life, so it made it a pretty easy decision for him. Swing and a miss from Minity. These two could be facing each other in college. Minity, the LSU commit. Ty's favorite player is Trey Phelps, third baseman playing for Georgia, as Minity drives that into center field. Nice piece of hitting from Dylan.
Dylan's a bat. I mean, I haven't looked up his stats before this event, but whether it's in the summers and falls and perfect game events or whether it's back in high school, he's the kind of guy who's hitting 400, 500 at every level. And it swings like that, just, nice and simple, fine barrels, hit line drives. The power will come.
Easy approach from Dylan Minity. So he's on first base, leading off in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Dylan Moss. Jiu-jitsu is a part of what he does for training, David, and I can't imagine messing with him, right? You're going to be messing with the wrong guy, but he has said that it's helped him train, it's helped his body. It's pretty cool. Swing and a miss there. It's 1-1.
Well, that's obviously I don't even want to call it a sport. Something that will teach you routine, will teach you discipline, but also really help athletically your flexibility and your balance and those things that are underrated part of being a quality athlete.
He said, I love the feeling of sparring. I'm not even going to pretend to know what that is. He said, the community's also welcomed me. Every session leaves me euphoric. We're going to have to talk about that. Go through the details of sparring and jiu-jitsu. Pitches inside for a ball. I thought it was pretty special too. I kind of shared yesterday, he and Dean got to share a field together at IMG, and it looked to me and sounded to me like that was a very cool experience for both of them, especially Dean. Like, I think that these two are very, very close. Their family's very close. And it felt like Dean was really proud of Dylan.
Yeah, I know the first time I saw Dylan play, we'd obviously seen Dean a lot. A younger brother, okay. And the first time I saw him play, I'm like, dang, he's pretty good. I don't know whether he's going to be as good as Dean, but he's certainly going to challenge that. So it was the first time, that was my first impression, was a very positive one. And he's obviously grown into, one of the best catchers in the class.
Yeah, and I mean, the academic side of things, if you're a Stanford commit, I was talking to Dave Esker earlier this year, and it is no breeze trying to get into that school, the level of academics you have to be at, where you have to be in high school, how dedicated you've got to be to your schoolwork. Like, they're not playing around there.
Yeah, you remember perfect game All-American Robbie Snelling?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was a big-time football player, and
That's
he
right.
originally was going to go to football, Stanford, and play both sports. And he was quoted to a friend of mine as saying, I could handle football at Stanford. I could handle baseball at Stanford. I could have handled academics at Stanford, but there's no way I could handle all three of those.
Yeah.
So that's when he chose to give up football, but then obviously he signed out of high school. But
Robbie doing well, by the way. He just came up in conversation. He's in AA right now.
He had a bad 2024, and he's really come back this year.
Yeah.
He's with, I believe, the Marlins organization now,
Yeah.
and they're pretty darn good at developing pitchers.
Yeah, drafted by the Padres and now in the Marlins org. Lincoln Boyle's the batter, and he takes a strike.
I will say that the Moss is home, and Atherton is maybe 2 or 3 miles from the Stanford campus.
I also got to go there for the first time this year. I mean, stunning. It is unbelievable, that campus. We got to do a feature on Rintaro Sasaki. Foul tip into the glove, by the way. Strikeout there. Go ahead, David.
I grew up right next to Stanford campus. I rode my bike
You lucky duck.
to Stanford football and baseball
Wow.
games when I was 10, 12, 14 years old. So, and if I hadn't grown up right next to it, I would have probably gone there. It was just a thing.
It was stunning. It didn't look real.
Yeah, I've played at Sunken Diamond, or what it was in the 1970s, many times. As that ball's lined into the right field corner.
Aiden Diome on his horse, heading for third. How about that? Standing up with a bases clearing triple for Aiden Diome, the Arizona commit. Nice job by him. Had a lot of speed on the bases, and 2 runs come home. How about Grayson back in this ball game?
Yeah, we were just talking about how quiet they were, and all of a sudden, it's not the Ty Tillery is throwing bad pitches or anything. It's just like the Gray's gotten aggressive and found some barrels.
Judson Dowell takes a strike from Tillery. 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. We're expecting to play 10. Coming up, we'll see some guys who are just going to throw 1 inning. Pitching, not their primary position. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Diome's going to come home. And we got a tie ball game here, David. How about that?
Tie ball game, 3-3. That was not on the bingo card for this inning. Ending up with a tie game.
Well, Aiden Diome with the triple down the right field line to clear the bases. Got his team right back in it.
Yeah, we've highlighted the pitching, which has been superb, and a couple good, real nice defensive plays. That was the first really loud barrel we've had.
Yeah, it was a great hit. Swing and a miss. And there's a strikeout. So 2 innings of work for Ty Tillery. A pair of strikeouts for him. What did you see, David?
Well, Tillery has good pitches right now. Big run on the fastball. Every once in a while, he gets really too high in his release point. That's what we saw in that wild pitch to score the 3rd run. But if he just lets that sinker work, throws the slider and the changeup off it, I mean, that movement is a special thing right there for the young man.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding on road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
You pride.
Alongside David Ronsley, I'm Danny Wexelman. Welcome back inside Chase Field on PGTV. David, we're almost through game 2. We got workouts coming up after this. We got a long day here at the ballpark. Lucas Naraki taking over the lefty. He's going to get an inning of work uncommitted out of Aledo, Texas.
But you're leaving me after this
I
game.
am leaving you. Who's coming in? Mike Farron's coming in.
Mike Farron is coming in.
My colleague on Sirius XM just called Sunday Night Baseball on radio. He's going to come in to take over for workouts, and you're going to have to power through. I know it's going to be tough.
Oh, no. Workouts are fun.
I'm just kidding.
You know how I love batting practice.
I got to give Mike some trouble.
Yeah, give him all the trouble.
Yeah. The workouts will be easy.
Don't give me any trouble.
No, I never would do that. So I love, David, this part of the game because you do get to see the secondary arms come in, and you never know what you're going to get.
No, you don't. And Naraki is technically a primary left-handed pitcher. He's been warming up at 93, so you know the arm's there. But he's also a talented athlete. He's hitting the games, and really approached this like a two-way player. But as I said, he's warming up at 93. You know, obviously has some big arm strength. 5'11", 190, strong build. Another uncommitted player.
He's going to face Willoughby. He takes strike one.
You know, as an athlete and everything, who he reminds me of? A.J. Minter.
Oh.
Who was, while he was healthy, was such a good reliever for primarily the Braves, but same sort of body.
Yeah.
Same sort of ability to spin. Look at the spin rate on that, whatever we want to call it.
3,200.
3,200, and it passed the eye test as well.
Wow.
I want to see that again. But Minter was a 50-50 guy in high school with the same body from the same part of Texas. And I usually don't think of A.J. Minter, but that just jumped into my mind. So
I'll take it.
So if Lucas Naraki's family is listening and you haven't heard that name before, go look it up. A.J. Minter. A little different shape on that one, but still well over 3,000 RPMs. Looking down to see whether we have any left-handed hitters on deck or in the hole that are going to have to try to hit that pitch.
Oof. Just missing outside. Spin rate still above 3,000. Left side of your screen, top left, if you're interested.
21 inches of horizontal on that, and that wasn't by any means his best one yet. And that's just huge, especially in the low 80s.
That's floated into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Willoughby having a nice day today at the plate.
Who's your chart say is in right field? Because I know our eyes don't work well enough.
I got Judson Dowell.
That's not Justin Dowell.
That's what it says on my sheet. That's Anthony Murphy.
Okay, that's Anthony Murphy. I said it was.
It's Anthony Murphy out in right
Anthony
field.
Murphy made a great play that was right on the line and made a very strong throw to second base.
He's got that speed to knock the ball down if he can't make the catch and hold that runner to a single. Joshua Newton is the batter. Plays for the Doolin Dodgers, uncommitted.
.94 from the stretch. Rocky did a nice job there, hesitating and changing his pace because I think the runner was going. He wanted to, but he got him off balance.
Laire taking off, sliding in. He's somebody called safe. Behind the plate right now, Justin Munoz. We were talking about him earlier. Strong throw from him.
2.06 on the game pop.
Laire taking off again. He's going to be in safe and turn and come home. Columbia Blue is going to take the lead late in this one.
That's at least his third, if not his fourth stolen base.
He's fun to watch. And I mean, he's tall. Like, he still maintains that speed even with the height.
Something we do with it. He's a 6.47 runner, which is obviously above average in the 60, but something we put in scouting reports would be something like speed plays up on the bases.
I like it. Our scout talk.
That's scout talks.
Jack Ryan steps in and takes strike one. And Naraki ahead now 0-2.
I just wouldn't want to be a left-handed pitcher or hitter. Poor Jack Ryan here. You're going to get the bender.
Oh, swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
Yeah, that was no offense to Jack Ryan at all, who's obviously a fine player. But Naraki's going to get a lot of left-handed hitters out in his career.
Now batting number 21, Washington.
He took off that one bit. He went for the big shape instead of the power break on that one, and it was a good decision because he got him going outside the zone.
Malachi Washington will get another at-bat in this one. Jumps out of the way. Oh, it doesn't feel good when you land on your knee.
Yeah, that's...
Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, I don't think he was hit. I think it was just he landed awkwardly.
He landed on it. Oh, maybe he twisted it. It's that front knee.
Well, the last time he was up, I had the stopwatch out, and he ran a 4:02 home to first, which is an exceptional time. And yeah, it was what we call a jailbreak. It was a rollover ground ball to shortstop, and he got out of the box very fast. I don't think he's going to be running a 4:02 on if he hits a ground ball in the rest of this at bat.
Well, I'm glad to see he's okay.
Yeah,
tough guy.
He wasn't testing his running. He was testing the plant on his swing. And once he was confident, he felt good with that. He's like, no, I can stay in here and swing the bat.
I think it's his front knee as well, David.
Yeah,
that's
what he was doing.
The front leg.
He was testing that stride to make sure that there wasn't any weakness or pain when he strode into the pitch.
1-1 strike the count. 2 away in the top of the 9th. That one, line drive shot over to first base. Dylan Minity makes the catch. And so an inning of work for Naraki. What'd you learn?
I learned I want to see him pitch a second inning is what I really learned, because that breaking ball is just special. That can be his ticket as long as he wants to play, if he can keep doing that and throwing it for strikes. Because that's a separator pitch right there. And when you throw 94, it doesn't hurt either. A.J. Minter.
It's time to raise up, show that evil we and we don't turn the other cheek. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you don't take
New pitcher on the mound for Columbia Blue. That's Logan Corley. He's going to get an inning of work. The TCU commit out of Lucas, Texas, fires in strike one. Hamilton Friedberg is the leadoff man for the Gray team.
We've seen Corley take some good swings today. See what he brings us on the mound. First two pitches, 90-91. Now that we've got interest in these lefties and stuff, it's just one pitcher after another. Change up right there, misses away.
Just missing, fouling that pitch off. It's 2-2. Six-2, 190. Plays first base. As Friedberg reaches and fouls that one off.
Protect the. That's getting. That's like a screwball, effectively. That pitch. It's classified as a changeup, but that had 14 inches of run away from Friedberg, so that's functionally a screwball.
High fly ball, right side, just out of foul territory and out of the glove of Luis Hernandez. Hernandez, excuse me.
It looked like a you have it
yeah.
type of play.
So this is interesting. So Corley shared a little bit about the growth of his game with us. He said, coming into the year, I felt strong. I knew there was another gear for my pitching. David, he said, while my fastball velocity was good, I wanted to push it higher and, more importantly, gain pinpoint command, especially with my secondary pitches, hitting my spots on both sides of the plate with my fastball. I'm aiming to reduce inefficient pitches that led to higher counts. To achieve this, my focus has been on optimizing my mechanics and building explosive repetition. I dedicated bullpen sessions to meticulously breaking down my delivery, from my initial leg drive to my hip-shoulder separation and full follow-through. It's a fly ball into left. Coming in, making that catch. And there's one away. Kader makes that one in left. So pretty detailed there.
Yeah, I was thinking for a primary first baseman.
Yeah.
To go into that detail, to use that type of verbiage to describe the process and his delivery, is somebody who's really thinking about, both aspects of the game, pitching and hitting. Well, you're left-handed. You throw in the low 90s. He's showing three very workable pitchers and a slider and a changeup. There's that changeup again with the screwball look to it. Athleticism, nice 6'2", 190 body. All the elements are there.
It's an 0-2 count to Dylan Knight, who swings and misses. So there's a strikeout for Corley. He said that the payoff's been significant. He said my velo's had a bump, consistently hitting higher marks. More importantly, his walk rate, he said, has dropped considerably as well.
And as long as you have that pitch, you're going to get right-handed hitters out. Because that's I know nobody throws a screwball anymore, but that is functionally a screwball. It's getting as much life going away from the right-handed hitter as some pitchers get on their breaking balls coming, on their natural spin rate, spin shape.
All right, so we just saw an inning of work from Lucas Naraki on the mound. Now we get to see him hit again. That pitch at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1. Fly ball deep left. Just foul.
Say, have yourself an inning, young man. Pick up some strikeouts and a extra base hit in the same inning. Corley's like, I got a breaking ball of my own. You want to see it?
That's right.
I guess you did see it, and you certainly didn't want to see it. Nice pitch to end his outing.
Gets the strikeout of Naraki. So just one inning of work for Mr. Corley, I think. Maybe. We'll see. We are coming back for another inning. We've got one more for you in game 2. After this, by the way, coming up, we are going to have the workout part of our day, and we've got it all for you coming up on PGTV. We'll be back in the 10th. It is a 4-3 Columbia Blue game. So the 10th inning we go, David Ronsley. I'm Danny Wexelman. Mike Farron's coming in to take over for workouts in a little bit. We got that covered later today on PGTV. This is the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase, the high school class of 2026. It's always so funny that we have this, David, right around Major League Baseball's draft, right? So we're already looking ahead, whereas we're still waiting for the draft for the 2025 class. Archer Horn's going to take over on the mound. He gets an inning of work for the Gray team.
Yeah, I will say to mention your point about coordinating with the draft is that back when we had this event in June, it was so much harder to confidently get the best players because you didn't have a month of tournaments and showcases to pick the last things, especially the 17 and under.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these guys here are not our last minute picks. We knew about them, but they've made that improvement that athletes do at this age. And I said, I still can't get used to a July draft, and I looked around at the scouts down there. We saw them on the screen once, and it's like, you wonder how many of them are going to be here on Friday with all the other responsibilities they have with the draft.
That's right. That's right. It bumps up right to All-Star festivities start this week. The draft begins on Sunday. Of course, that All-Star game on Tuesday. So we are sliding into the All-Star break. But, I've been really impressed by this class. We'll see their draft next year. A ton of college commitments already, and a lot of guys who are still making their decisions, which is pretty cool. Landon Tomey is the batter.
I thought maybe we'd see Dylan Moss behind the plate receiving his future Stanford teammate. And Archer Horn, they live about maybe 5-7 miles apart in the Bay Area.
So I'm going to miss. It's 1-2. Looks like for the 10th inning, Colin Thacker's got the duties behind the plate. This is our last inning in our second game today. We're here all week, by the way. It's a long one.
What this really is, the structure is having 3 straight showcases back to back to back. 3 straight 4-team, 100-player showcases back to back to back. And it's the way it's always been done. I asked Greg Sabers before, and I said, any changes this year in structure? He says, absolutely the same as it's always been. And I guess there's no reason to change it.
I mean, it's a really well-oiled machine. For those of you who aren't here, like on day one, the amount of people for Perfect Game that are out setting up the tables for the scouts to get their books, for the players to come in and get their gear, get their shirts, their numbers, and then they go out on the field and there's a pretty large conversation. Everyone gathers around, all the kids together. Here's what you're going to do. Here's how it's going to go. We want you to give us your best effort. Like, we're here to support you. If you're a PO, you can leave today, right? Like, all of those little details that you need. And then, of course, they set up for the 60-yard dash, right? There's so many people behind the scenes who are moving everything that needs to be set up on the field. And then you've got all the cameras from Skills Show. You've got all the scouts with their stopwatches out in the outfield. And then everything's got to come off the field, right? And we set up for the infield and the outfield velocities. And then the catcher pop times and the first base throws, like all of the L screens have to go up for the safety. Like, there's so much that goes on to putting on this showcase that people just don't get to see. It's pretty cool.
The Perfect Game traveling circus.
That's right.
That's what we've called it that before, because it's, okay, we're going to break down shop and show up in another city in a few days and set it all up again. And
well-oiled. Very well-oiled.
Yeah. Well, the two of the guys who come out of retirement, so to speak, to help organize this are Jason Gerst and Kirk Gardner, who had about 40 years between them as a near original. Jason, an original PG employee. Kirk is someone who worked here for 18 years, and they've been running the National that long. And Greg Sabers has been here for, 17, 18 years running the National. And it's a lot of the veteran, same people who I've known for 2 decades that they know how to do this. They're good at it.
It's very impressive. Ethan Bass is the batter, and he takes a strike. There's one away in the 10th. Archer Horn is getting an inning of work. We'll bring in a whole new crop of guys later this afternoon for the workout portion. Malachi Washington taken off. Not hard to identify him with those shoes, by the way. The speed is there, but the shoes are the easy tell as well.
It's nice to see his knee healthy.
Yes.
He's not afraid to use it.
I'm guessing he probably also wanted to show the scouts that.
You
good
would
opportunity.
Think about that. That would be very mature way of thinking.
I would guess so. A great opportunity to go ghost run at first and show himself and the scouts his knee is just fine. Landed on it kind of awkwardly. There's a pitch that came too far inside, and he had to get out of the way last minute, and I'm glad to see he's okay. It's a 1-2 count to Bass. Fouls it away.
He probably got back to the dugout, and his teammates were saying, that didn't look very athletic, Malachi. That was kind of awkward.
He probably had a big smile on his face, too. That kid's got a smile glued to his face. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. There's 2 away.
We'll change up there from Archer Horn. He's been using that frequently as his secondary pitch, up to 94 on the fastball.
Archer said one of his goals this year, a couple of them, add 10 pounds, get stronger, faster. He wants to graduate high school with honors, go to senior prom, and spend quality time with his family before he heads off to college. Malachi heading into third base, the ball gets past him, and a little hop, jump, and a skip, and he's home.
I was laughing there because, as I said, Horn's home is maybe 7-8 miles away from the Stanford campus. He's not running away to the East Coast or the SEC to play. He's literally heading down El Camino Real into the Stanford campus.
Yeah, well, don't forget though, Stanford now part of the ACC, so they have been making those cross-country flights. They leave midweek. It was interesting this year to hear Dave Esker and Mike New, the head coach of Cal, talk about, how these guys do their schoolwork, how they have study hall, and then they get on a plane and they have to fly across the country for these games.
That can't be a long-lasting, tenable situation.
I don't think so.
And I grew, growing up on the West Coast, and I mean, the Pac-10 was the Pac-10. It was Oregon schools, Washington schools, LA schools, Arizona schools, Stanford, and Cal. And that was such a perfect regional league. and that it doesn't exist anymore is just disappointing.
Well, we'll see if it comes back around one day. I think there's talks about that. So an inning of work for Archer Horn. What did you learn?
I learned he has a very good arm. I know he's a primary bat, but you throw 94, it kind of stands out. He's trying to work on those secondary pitches. Had a good inning.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Welcome back to the bottom of the 10th. We're set to round out game 2 here from Chase Field, and then we've got the workouts after this today. It is a full day here on PGTV, and we get a chance now to see an inning of work from Bryce Morrison. He's going to take over. We've seen him play the field. Nice first base today. He's had a great glove today, but now he gets to pitch.
Yeah, and he's been up to 90 this summer, and I was just looking at his file and looking at his picture on his profile page, which looks like it's from many, many years ago.
Baby Bryce.
And saying, baby, hey, Bryce, you can update that picture, buddy.
Baby Bryce.
You look, tall and muscular and athletic and a little older now than you were back at that picture.
He's facing Braylon Nelson, who fouls a pitch away.
I believe that picture was from 2022 because that's the last showcase he'd been to before this event.
Yeah, I'd say he's grown up a lot since then. From Moreno Valley, committed in Southern California. He said he's trimmed up, lost about 35 to 40 pounds. It's made him quicker and lighter on his feet, David. Also gained some muscle, which has made him stronger.
Oh, and you can see that in the picture there. I mean, I love hearing about kids who get their bodies together because I see so many young players have over the years. And when you see a young athlete who obviously isn't practicing any type of nutrition, isn't working out enough, being an athlete, and you go, oh, God, I wish you'd do this. I wish you could work on your body, work on your diet. And Morrison obviously has done that. And here he is on one of the biggest stages in amateur baseball as a result of it.
Swing and a miss for the strikeout, and there's one away. He shared his self-scouting report, David. He said he can run that fastball into the low 90s. Changeup is his best out pitch. And he said, I may not hit with the best power, but I can level out some balls. I believe that. I've loved his defense today. Justin Munoz will bat. And he takes a strike.
Just the opportunity to go to such a great traditional baseball program such as University of Southern California, and play. That's just a testament to his work and his abilities. He doesn't need to justify it by saying, "Oh, I can't. I'm a line drive hitter or I'm this." No, you're a very good young man, and that USC scholarship proves it.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
That's the changeup. It's a firm changeup. It's only like a -5, -6, but he gets a lot of sink on it. That's the second quality one he's thrown.
Tapped right back to him. We know he can field his position. There's 2 away.
It's nice to see a non-primary pitcher. I don't know how many innings he throws, whether he might be a regular starter for his high school back in Moreno Valley. But when you can throw a polished changeup like that as a secondary pitcher, that's a nice thing. I'm not saying he's going to go out and be a two-way guy for USC, but there's definitely some mound talent here.
And pitches outside for a ball. Cal Moreau will bat. 2-way in the bottom of the 10th. This should do it for us game-wise today. Full slate of workouts, skills, and drills coming up on PGTV. Mike Farron and David Ronsley will get you covered for that. And if you're interested in seeing those numbers, just go to perfectgame.org. You can check them all out.
Today's workouts and stuff will be posted by the end of the day. So especially if you're out here on the West Coast, you'll get to take a look at them. For us East Coasters, it's going to be rather late night.
It's going to be a late night tonight. That's right. Because if you do the math, which everybody knows I don't do math live on air, David.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a rule.
I'll see if I can set you up for that.
It's a hard rule of mine. No live math. I've learned my lesson. Although I do know that we are 3 hours behind the East Coast. That's a drive into right field. It's going to get down off Cal Moreau's bat. Nice job by him to sit back and make it look easy.
We'll have at least one more hitter.
Now batting number 21, Colin Thacker.
Colin Thacker is happy for that single. It gives him a chance for one more trip to the plate.
Outside for ball 1. I already see some of the guys, a lot of orange shirts in here, getting ready for the workout as that ball's out of play. Whoa. I don't know if that counts, my friend, but we'll give it to you. Give it to you.
He caught it off the bounce.
Actually pretty impressive. Anyone you're looking forward to seeing later this afternoon?
There are a couple guys, a couple pitchers, of course. Shortstop from New York, Aiden Ruiz, has just gotten glowing compliments from our East Coast scouts, our Northeast scouts, all spring, and early this summer. His ground ball is short, and we're going to have one more batter. But he's one guy. He's ranked 35th right now. Just from the comments I hear, he's one of the best middle infielders in the country. And I think I saw him maybe 2 years ago. I haven't seen him since, and really interested to see him play.
We'll get one more look at Anthony Murphy stepping into the box.
And I'm sure there's going to be a pitcher or 3 or 5 that steps up and shows his quality.
Murphy swinging at the first pitch, per usual. You could book that for Anthony Murphy. So that's going to do it, the last out of this game. We saw a lot. He wants that back. Just not quite enough on it to get through the infield, David. But I mean, I'm so impressed, right? Through 2 days now, we saw our first group of guys come through. What stood out to you?
I think the pitching is, and it's important because coming into this national showcase, only 3 of the top 20 players in this class were pitchers. That is going to change. And I know Major League Baseball wants pitchers to go to college, but some guys really have stepped up in these first 2 days and said, no, I need the scouts' attention. I'm at that level. And you see these 6'8", 6'7" guys, and they're throwing in the mid-upper 90s, and you can't help but appreciate that. So that's really my takeaway from this first outing, is the quality of pitching is, I think, higher than we've evaluated it previously.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun today, and we still have more to come. Our second group coming through. Our workouts will be coming up later this afternoon on Perfect Game TV. 60-yard dash, infield and outfield throws, catcher pop times, all of the skills and drills will be coming up with a new group of guys coming through from the class of 2026. We will be back in a little bit on PG TV. For my whole crew and David Ronsley, I'm Danny Wexelman. We'll see you later.
The first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be number 1. You're going to have your number 1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be number 1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holloway on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holloway's 2 sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette, are probably your main kind of candidates for this number 1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock number 1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holloway with the number 1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented focus hitter, similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins Gold Glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level, we'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holloway, if you don't mind. When you're number 1 and you're number 1 for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. And you don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holloway, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield. And there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular, and when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially a number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo's a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willoughby, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willoughby, Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft, but there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willoughby.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field. Most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside-the-park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor, Pittsburgh Pirates. Pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 87, 88. That's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Keith Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we haven't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who can play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now as a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15-plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and he by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who is another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the Perfect Game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number 1 or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward, with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely the 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB amateur draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder, the year before, has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number 1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline, like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, was very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop, what a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope it's successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year, and doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year throughout his time at the 17U, National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100-hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, here at Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick, Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now it's Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get into their depth system.
Well, you scratch it hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostinger's guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long-term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game owner. I think he was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout and the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much for it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick. Because he's tied to travel ball so much now, I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now a travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers. And is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew's coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Games 2025 mock draft.
Diamondbacks are going to stay with that Arkansas theme we've got going on here, both with last year's pick and pick before just now, and go with Wahiwa Aloy, shortstop out of Arkansas. Really dynamic athlete, took a large step forward this year, both in cutting his chase rate, improving his in-zone rate. You're talking about a shortstop with big power. Hit, I believe, 19 home runs this year. Really good defender at shortstop, too. Has the arm to make all the plays. The question is going to be the hit tool. Like I said, he kind of improved his rate numbers, but there still are some concerns there about the swing and miss. We were talking about a guy who can hit 25 home runs and play the shortstop position, which those guys don't exactly grow on trees.
Hawaiian to Sacramento State, where he was the WAC Freshman of the Year. Then to Arkansas. He kept getting better every year. You're right on those home run totals. 35 all told in his 2 years at Arkansas. Aloy's a fun pick. A really, really fun pick. Now, the Baltimore Orioles last year out of North Carolina picked Vance Honeycutt. Here's why Honeycutt is fun. For all you youngers out there that may not be playing your freshman or sophomore year of high school, look to Vance Honeycutt. Now, I won't go too long on this, but he played the field his first 2 years of high school, and they DH'd for him. And Vance Honeycutt last year was a first-round pick. That was fun to see. Now, the Orioles go back to work. Please represent them. They kind of surprisingly need some help this year. Who do you pick for Baltimore?
Baltimore's going to go with Brendan Summerhill, outfielder out of Arizona. College performer type category here for a profile. Really hit well on the Cape last year, hit well this year at Arizona. In terms of position, might be left, right, center, kind of not really sure where we're going to play yet, but what we're sure is that the bat's going to play. Can hit to all fields. Some sneaky power to the pull side, might eventually be able to grow into some more. But you're talking about a very, very polished college bat here with Summerhill.
That's a fun one. As one of the voices of Arizona on ESPN Plus and before with the Pac-12 Network, I watched him grow up, and you're right. The power. I'm glad he jumped into the show. His OPS has gone from 833 to 950 to 1015 over a 3-year span. One of my favorite Oriole picks through the years. How about in 2010? Out of South Florida, Manny Machado. Now a Hall of Famer. That's a pretty good pick, having a Hall of Fame career, to be fair. So now, the Milwaukee Brewers. We were in Braylon Payne's home last year shooting a documentary when the Brewers shocked us and picked him a lot earlier than we thought. So the Brewers go back to work. They're kind of becoming like the Rays. Anytime they pick anyone, the rest of baseball looks, because they seem to be smarter than everyone.
Yeah, and what they're going to do here is pick Gavin Killen out of Tennessee. Killen was probably the most impressive college hitter through the first 8 weeks of the season. Ended up going down with a little bit of a hamstring injury. Came back and DH'd some for Tennessee down the stretch. Ended up playing shortstop for Tennessee down the stretch too. The infield configuration there in Knoxville got a little wonky as the season went on. But you're talking about one of the best college bats in the class, and a college bat that has always made contact, has always crushed balls in the zone, and now this year has finally developed into more power. Hitting balls harder, hitting more home runs to the pull side. Even if this is not a shortstop, which is still kind of to be determined, you're talking about a bat that's going to hit and hit power. And so you're talking about a very offensive-minded second baseman.
He had that same kind of OPS growth that I was just talking about with Summerhill. This is a fun one. 659, then 952, and then this year, 11-12, and I buried the lead just a little bit. I didn't know where Vinny was going to go. That's a cheeser comes home. He's from Wisconsin. He played for that hitters group where a lot of talented players have come through and played there. So a Wisconsinite comes back home. I like that one. He's a perfect game All-American, killing. First round picks, years gone by, maybe you've heard of a couple of them. Yount, Molitor, Sheffield, those are all Brewers first round picks. The third one I mentioned should be a Hall of Famer someday, let's hope. The Houston Astros last year went with Janik, the catcher, out of Sam Houston State. Walker Janik is his name, and they've had some fun ones through the year like Bregman and Tucker. They were picked in the same first round back in 2015. So who did the Houston Astros go with this year?
The Astros are going to go with Xavier Nyans, high schooler out of Washington. Darren, kind of the common thread you mentioned along those recent Astros first picks, offensive profiles, very offensive profiles, and that's what Xavier has. He walks a lot. He hits for a significant amount of power. Is there some swing and miss? Yes. Is he a shortstop? Maybe not. But what the Astros like is profiles that they can optimize, and Xavier Nyans' peak percentile offensive profile here is a very, very exciting one.
I know it's a good pick when Vinny starts asking himself his own questions. I know Vinny's dialing in when that happens. That's what's going on there. He's an Oregon State commit. According to Vinny, he's not going to make it there. Sorry, all you Beavers fans. You had an incredible year. He did win a state title at Mount Vernon High School, and he played varsity basketball in the winter. So this is a really, really good athlete. We like Xavier Nyans. There's a lot to like about that one. That's a fun pick. The Atlanta Braves picked my neighbor, literally, right down the street, Cam Caminetti. I'm here in Scottsdale. He lives a couple of streets down. He's making his way, he's still 18, making his way to A-ball. So Caminetti was last year. Who did they go with this year? It's kind of out of character to go high school-y pitcher. They're going to develop Caminetti. What do they do this year, though?
The Braves this year are going to go with Tyler Bremner, right-handed pitcher out of UC Santa Barbara. Kind of a top 10 pick, top 5 maybe even coming into the year. Struggled to open the year out of the gate. By the time the halfway point hit and down the stretch, he was right back to being the Bremner of old that everybody had seen before. You're talking about a big, durable, workhorse-like frame. A fastball that averages 95 will touch 97, 98 at times with very good bat missing shape and qualities to it. It's a very, very good changeup. A potential double-plus changeup is his primary weapon of getting guys out. There's also the breaking ball that is pretty solid, but you're talking about a guy who's going to pitch in the big leagues and probably eat a lot of innings should he hit his ceiling.
Look at the Gauchos stepping into the room. By the way, that's a pitching factory with Andrew Checketts. That's a fun pick. It's one of the few programs I've ever heard of. If I get this right, Luke Story, I believe is his name. They actually have a pitcher's strength coach focusing only on the pitchers. That is a pitching factory. By the way, my favorite Braves pick overall, first round, how about Chipper? 1-1 back in 1990. How about a Hall of Famer? How about one of the greatest switch hitters of all time? Kansas City seems to get it right a lot. We watched them pick Bobby Witt a couple of years ago. We watched them pick Zach Greinke, and he's a Hall of Famer, what he did a generation back. Last year, they picked Jack Caglione. He's already in the big leagues. They picked him out of Florida. So the Kansas City Royals, before we go to break, are on the clock. Go.
Royals are going to go with Daniel Pierce here, high school shortstop out of Georgia. A guy that has definitely made waves over the last 6 months. Was very good kind of on the circuit last year. Kind of that prototypical body, that athletic profile you look for. Can throw and run, probably a very good shortstop at the next level. Is going to hit for some power too. A guy that can provide power out of the shortstop position is rare, as we have talked about. But definitely a guy who, at this point, is probably the consensus top guy in the state of Georgia. There's a couple other candidates, but Pierce is probably the most likely to go there.
Wow. I know you gave me Pierce Sutter, all the names I'm going to be looking at, and then you're picking them. But when you gave me that name, that's another one I didn't have my bingo card. Last summer, from 210 to 107 to 69 in the rankings last summer. Well, you guys have him inside the top 20 now. Team Elite, his travel team, parents are educators. Houston, Georgia, which is northeast of Atlanta. You got to drive for a little bit and get out of town. Mill Creek High School. That's a fun one. That's a real fun one. That's a surprise. And now we're getting into the point in this show, near the end of that first round, and a couple that don't have picks that we'll pick for them, where we may have more surprises. This is a lot of fun so far. Daniel Pierce, we just made your dreams come true on the mock draft. Vinny, good stuff. More in a moment.
This afternoon from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, the Day 2 Showcase workout start as we get a look at the middle 4 teams in this, the Perfect Game National Showcase for 2025 with players for the 2026 Major League Baseball draft. From David Ronsley, I'm Mike Farron. Rons, it's great to be back with you. Welcome back to the desert, and this is what we have scheduled here coming up this afternoon. The skill workout just about ready to get underway here as we get things going with the 60-yard dash in a matter of seconds.
Matter of seconds, yes. And this is the second group of approximately 100 players. We just got through the first group, so this is kind of like the second showcase. Our top time in the first showcase, Mike, was Jacob Lombard ran a 6:11. So that was close to 2/10 of a second faster than anybody else. We'll see if anybody from this group can top that.
It's a good tandem with Jordan Ransom, the son of Cody Ransom, on the right there, finishing ahead of Alika Hu. Those are 2 players that we will be talking a lot about over the next 2 days. This next group, Dylan Bowen and Graham Charbonneau. Graham Charbonneau, number 8. He is running on the right. So good closing speed there from Bowen. And we'll list the top times as they come across. And these are the Clark twins, James and Miles Clark. Now, there's got to be a little extra on this, right?
Yeah, and this is an interesting pair here. I'm sure there will also be on our list of talking extensively about as twin brothers who are going to Princeton.
And Desmond Francis, number 12 there, is one of the faster players in this group. You can see his twitchy. Boy, is he a physical guy. Indiana native.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one right there.
That's a really good time.
That passes the eye test. I should have my stopwatch. Nah, that's not going to work at this distance.
Bradley McCafferty, number 17, Drew Messi. Number 18. Messi wearing the 3D glasses today. And E.J. Booth with Onyx Parson on the near side. Rons, what are some of the things you're looking for in these 60 times?
Well, obviously, that flat-out speed is what you're looking at. And I've grown to appreciate the 60 more and more. Way back in the years, I was like, oh, why are they running the 60? Nobody does that. But it's more a test of athleticism than pure speed. Sometimes speed will play differently in the game. But this is an athletic test, maintaining your speed. There are people who run beautiful, people who run, with some difficulty. Let's say, so I'm watching the runners and how they run in addition to looking at the times.
I'm assuming that guys that you like are ones who are maybe a little bit lower to the ground, ones who are showing that kind of control of their body as they run through.
Yeah, you start low. You just like anything. I used to be a huge track and field fan, so I've sort of studied this for a track and field, but there's definitely running technique that if you go to a reputable running coach and learn some of the basics, you learn how to game the start of it, you can take significant time off your 60, whether you're running a 6.7 or a 7.3. It doesn't matter how relatively fast you are. If you do it right, you're going to improve, just kind of like many areas of the game.
Couple guys who are pitchers here, and Ethan DeJesus and Cole McLean. You saw earlier that one of the top time is Jackson Wood, who was in that very first group, and there Denson Veras.
Oh, Jiminy. Ties Jacob Lombard for the event lead so far.
He is the son of former big league reliever Jose Veras.
My goodness, you
former Yankee.
You are full of...
I am definitely full of it, Rons. We know that.
Well, I was leaving that up to your interpretation, but look, did they call that a pregnant pause?
Yes.
Was that okay? If it was Jensen Veras who ran that 6.11, I right away I'm like, okay, because he's listed at 6'6", 225. Yes, a primary outfielder, but someone we haven't had in a lot of PG events, so we don't have a previous 60 time on. So I'm putting up an asterisk right now to see that again and make sure they identified the right player right there.
Patrick Diaz and Isaiah Gollison.
Because if he's 6'6", 225 and running of 6'11", that's kind of headline material.
Trip Hanna, Jaden Jackson. Jaden Jackson, the brother of John Jackson III, the Bears wide receiver. So you would assume that he has a pretty good time. His dad played in the NFL, played baseball at USC. And here's our second set of twins. These are the Messina twins, Charles and Dylan Messina. These kids have been famous ball players for a long time from the IMG Academy.
And unlike the other set of twins, they are going to different schools. Charles to Northwestern and Dylan to Pennsylvania.
Actually, that is Charles Messina there. Excuse me, Dylan Messina there. It was a Jackson Melconian from Malvern Prep that was in that last group. Got a false start there. Ryan Morrell running by himself. Carson Reeder joining Dylan Messina here. As the physical Jax Robinson on the top with Aiden Roman.
Part of the theme of this class, Mike, is that there are some big, strong young men. And I know that it's sort of like that every year as kids get to be bigger and stronger and better conditioned. But between the 6'8" pitchers and the 215-pound position, infielders, and there's some big athletic young men.
It feels like in the last 5 or 6 years that has really changed as we've watched these kids kind of get older and more physical. And I don't know if it was that kids during 2020 worked out more or what it was, but I remember coming back from that. I think we talked about this maybe last year, being at the Futures game in Los Angeles in 2021 at Dodger Stadium, and just being, for the first time, just agog at the size of players that were in that clubhouse. Joey Weimer was there, the former University of Cincinnati star, who looks like an NFL tight end and runs like one too. And all of a sudden, it was like these guys went from being 5'10" to 6'2" athletes to all of a sudden you have these 6'3", 6'4", no doubt middle infielders that are, it's incredible. We were talking before things got started about Ivar Arquette at Oregon State, who has a good chance to be the first college bat off the board in the draft on Sunday and is probably shortstop in Pro Bowl at 6'5".
These first two teams, green and maroon, running twice, and then we'll turn it over to the navy and orange players. Everybody, as I said, runs twice. Take the best time.
There's the Clark brothers again. Let's keep an eye on 12 there. Desmond Francis. It's going to be a good time, I think. Again, he's known for his speed in Indiana high school ball, and he's listed at 5'11", 180. Certainly that's bigger than that.
Yes.
That is a physical 180. I don't have many of the times going up. One of the things he added a few years ago on these were the 10-yard splits, which was always really interesting.
Yeah, that was a Jerry Ford idea. That he believed, especially for certain positions, middle infield being the primary one, that quick first step, is something that should be measured. And now when I look at, results from other sports showcases, football and all, they're doing a similar thing with breaking it down into different distances and comparing those times. So it's something that, as usual, Jerry Ford was a little ahead of the time, I think. I've been kind of skeptical about how much the coaches and the the scouts use that time, but I've talked to guys, they say, oh, yes, we do pay attention to that. So it's something that's used. We may have some sort of confusion down there.
By the way, we got a 6.38 on that time from Francis.
Okay.
So his 2 times, I now have them, or at least we have 2 of them. But a 6.38 on his last run. And we're going to get a little bit of a pause here.
Yeah. Unscheduled pause while they work out whatever glitch has occurred.
Probably just trying to clear Darren Sutton off the field.
Yeah, please, Darren.
Let's stay out of the camera.
You've been a Vic. Yeah, you don't need to be on the camera all the time.
So the second run group, the best time has been that 6.38 from Francis. We also have a 6.45 from James Clark. Boy, I can't wait to talk about those guys as they swing, and I know you'll talk more about them when they play. The Clark brothers from Don Bosco Prep in California, they really, really tore up the Trinity League this year, which is one of the better high school leagues in the country.
I would think many would consider it the best high school league in the country as we're going again. We were talking about the size of the players and everything, and one of the first lessons I learned 35, 37 years ago from a very veteran scout, Howie Hake. The legendary Howie Hake was one of my mentors. Was don't overproject. You have to be able to look at them right now and see them in a big league clubhouse in a big league uniform.
6.27, by the way, for EJ Booth.
Okay,
in that last
6.27,
run.
great,
pretty good time.
Yeah, but that was back in 1989, 1990 when, as we were saying, athletes were completely different. Nowadays, you go down that field, and every single one of those players just about looks like he could step into a big league clubhouse.
All right, 32 on the left is Veras. He's got our best time so far.
Oh, yes. I'm watching it on the field, and that's easy.
That is, I mean, he ran a 6.11, is that right?
Yeah, 6.11. And he's committed to Florida State. Is that for football to play tight tight end?
Well, his dad was 6'6" or 6'7". I mean, he was a really good reliever for a long time.
So that's if that 6.11 is indeed accurate, that's headline material for when we start looking at players in the showcase.
That one for him this time was 6.47. So a little slower.
6.47 is not bad at all.
No, it's a great time. Yeah, let's make it clear. I mean, so maybe we should, for people who may not understand, anything under 7 is super fast. 7 is average, right?
6.8 is
6.8.
6.8 would be the quote big league average. A 50 runner in the big leagues.
And there aren't that many 50 runners in the big leagues.
No, not
either,
anymore.
So,
No, that's people who run I always remember, Craig Biggio, the great Hall of Famer. He would run 4.05 to first base every single time. And you don't see guys consistently busting like that. Of course, Craig Biggio also had 700 plus at bats, plate appearances, and hit into one double play. Watching a big league, I don't even know whether people time runners home to first in the big leagues anymore.
Oh, they do. I mean, they certainly still do, because and now there's so many better pieces of equipment to be able to do that automatically.
Tracking the running speed and when you read that Bobby Witt is the fastest player because he's the different measurements there, it astounds me that technology exists everywhere.
You mentioned something, though. I'm going to go back to this because you were talking about the physical projection, right, and what you would see in players. So how do you, when there is not much more room physically to fill out for some of these guys, but we still see them end up in the big leagues, right? It used to be the concern was that they were going to max out physically and then they wouldn't be able to be productive big leaguers. How is that changing your evaluation?
I think it puts, and that's a great question, Mike, I think it puts so much more emphasis on learning the skills, the baseball skills. When you already have the strength, the tools, we'll see in batting practice, the bat speed and the ability to impact the ball. the average velocity in the big leagues now is what, 94.5 or something, and we will see a significant number of pitchers here throw that hard. So that all the tools are there. It certainly becomes then how the skills are developing. How much room you have, your aptitude for learning the skills of the game, because the physicality and the tools are so much different than they used to be. And it used to be if you threw 92 or 93 at this event, you had a good chance of being a perfect game All-American.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't even register now.
Yeah, I remember when Kumar Rocker threw 98 miles an hour, how big a deal it was. It was him, and Slade Ciccone was in that group. And who was the other one? Ended up being a first-rounder from Washington. Mason Denneberg, I think. That was, this is going back like Florida, 10 years ago,
Mason
right?
Denneberg.
Like they were guys that were...
And they were throwing 93, sitting at 93, 95.
Mm-hmm. But it would touch a 96, and you go, ooh.
Yeah.
And now...
Now, there will be guys who throw 96 from this event, a number of them who do not play in San Diego on August the 17th.
Yeah,
and that's just the reality of it now.
It was funny. I was watching some of the people who track the draft stuff, and I was thinking back to last year's Perfect Game All-American game, and Miguel Sime from New York throwing 98 miles an hour. People were stunned by that this spring, and I was like, baby, if you'd watched PG National, PG All-American last year, you'd been all over the fact that he was in the high 90s with this fastball.
We're on the Navy team now, so Navy followed by Orange will be running their 2 sets next. Now we're just starting to talk. We forgot about the players.
Yeah.
This might become a pattern with Mike and I for the next couple hours.
We
so
get to see each other about twice a year, so you'll have to forgive us. But fortunately, we have talented athletes here, and we are still watching to see who has really strong times.
And these times will be posted on the perfectgame.org website. Not immediately, but as close to immediately as you can imagine. We'll have somebody right after this event, and all the timesheets are turned in, going right into the database and entering them. They'll populate the individual athletes page, and they'll also, if you go to the Perfect Game National host page, all the workout results and stuff will be posted in a separate site there.
Do you want to shout out to one of the players in that last group, Andrew Wong, 28 in maroon, a 6'3", He's a pitcher committed to Northwestern. And that last one, a couple of good times, one for Elliot Lachelle and the other for Juana Martinez. Lachelle at 6'4'8", Martinez at 6'6'5".
You're really in this, we said 6'8" would be an average type time. And in this event, if you run less than a 6'5", if it's a 6'4" or less, they're running under absolutely ideal conditions, first of all. You're running on big league turf inside. And so that's ideal. But anything really under a 6'5" is going to really register. That puts you in the different elite league. And whether it's a 6'3", or a 6'4", doesn't really make a lot of difference. You have the speed to impact the game when you can run like that.
Jacob Webster on the right out of Oaks Hill High School in California. Easton Autry got the faster jump on the left from Corsicana, Texas. Boy, he got off the line really quickly. 23 in blue. Wait to see what his final time is.
Primary third baseman from Texas, signed with the University of Texas.
Ethan Rathman, by the way, number 19 that just ran in blue. We have it a 6'2".
That does not surprise me. He regularly runs 6'4" and high 6'3", and under these conditions, which realistically will take a tenth to 2/10 off your average time if you're running on the grass outside.
Rathman a commit to Miami. Judah Ota from Honolulu, the Arkansas commit on the right. On the left, Raymond Llanes from Alonzo High School in Florida. So this is the first run for players on the orange squad. Marcus Cantu, number 6 on the right. See Jonathan DeBose, number 9. John Dolan, number 8. Dolan, a catcher. DeBose, a shortstop committed to Indiana. We hope that you're enjoying this. If you're sitting in a draft room trying to take a break from your draft prep for Sunday.
Oh, they've still got 5 days to figure out that draft list and a lot of conversations, a lot of negotiations to go.
I talked to an executive yesterday. He said, yeah, I'm heading to town for draft meetings. I said, how's it going? And he went, whew.
Well, just think back to the days when I was running draft meetings in the 90s, and we didn't have just 20 rounds. We had unlimited rounds, you know, and the Astros always were always the last team to pick.
Sterling Coaxum, by the way, who 7 in orange, has our new low at 6:04 as the time.
6:04.
Yep. Outfielder committed to Clemson out of P27 Academy in South Carolina.
Okay, that registers. That might be the second fastest time ever. Okay, we're going to have to watch for orange 7. See him run.
Ezekiel Laire with a sub-6'4" time as well. It was a good group. Laire and Luke Manderson both running under 6'5s.
Yeah. Again, looking back to the days with the Astros, draft meetings are such. If you think of the smoke-filled room, of course it's not smoke-filled. It's coffee-filled. But literally, the amount of work in the 3 to 4 weeks going into the draft is such that my wife and kids literally went back to her parents' house in Nebraska because I was going to come home for 6 hours a night and go right back to the Astrodome, and you're not available.
Well, this is such a fascinating draft, too, this year, because it is not the deepest collection of college bats. There are some really interesting ones. There are some really interesting college arms. And the prep hitters we got a chance to see got better and better all last summer. They were super impressive.
What are there, like double figures, 10 high school shortstops that have a chance to go in the first 50 picks or maybe even less than that? It's just a tremendous high school, middle infield and hitters.
And almost all of them were here at this event and were perfect game All-Americans. And there is a prep right-hander that is at the top of the board, too, and Seth Hernandez, who's one of my, I think, favorite prep pitchers I've seen in the last decade.
In a different generation, it would have not shocked me that Seth Hernandez would be the first pick. The only ever first pick. The closest any high school pitcher has ever come to be picked number 1 is when Beckett and Hamilton were the 2 top guys. And even then, people were paying attention to the fact that there's never been a high school pitcher picked number 1, and some people like Beckett, some people like Hamilton, and eventually Hamilton, got the nod from Tampa.
I would say in 2017 there was a chance too with Hunter Green.
Yeah, that was
Hunter Green and Royce Lewis were the top 2 picks that year. Lewis went 1 to the Twins, Green 2 to the Reds. That was the clamoring was a little bit louder that year. But Green was a 2-way player. I mean, Hernandez is a 2-way player.
Oh, yeah.
Power hitting third baseman. Yeah. Pretty impressive offensively. Another good time for Elliot Lachelle, who ran a 6'4", again, number 14 in blue. So we did not have a just over 6 time, but we've not gotten a second time on Elliot Rathman, who did run a really strong first one. 6.25.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sterling Coaxum's PG record. He did go to his last PG showcase was in June of 2024, so 13 months ago, and he ran a 6.36 then. So there's that's definitely been his tool.
There aren't a whole lot of guys, unless you're going to play first base and DH at Clemson, that can't. They like guys that can run. Eric Bakich loves them because they are good defenders too, or tend to be. And that was one of the things that was so strange in regionals. That was a really good defensive team last year, especially on the infield.
When I'm looking at, and this is from Coaxum goes to the P27 Academy, and they play in the PG Academy League. But he already has 50 games under his belt in PG play this year. Wow. 143 at bats, has 4 homers, also 17 stolen bases.
Going to look at his batting practice coming up in just a little bit. And that was Coaxum there on the left. We'll get his time here in just a moment for you. 6.15.
Okay. No, that's
it's still pretty good. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, 6.04 might be the second fastest time.
Was it Michael Gupton?
But Michael Gupton, baseball was his second sport. He was a track guy. And everybody was shocked when he ran a 5.95. It's like, no, you shouldn't be shocked. He's the number 1 ranked 16-year-old in the country in the 60. But that shows how impressive a 6.4 is. 6.04 is that's less than a tenth of a second difference.
Still, even if that one was a little off, a 6.15 shows you exactly what you're dealing with. Coaxum has got a chance to be one of the better runners in this event. And we're excited to see, based on his performance this summer in PG events and this spring, see whether or not what the offense looks like when he takes batting practice a little bit later on. We'll have outfield and infield drills coming up as well.
Looks like we're going to have our last runner here. Already got some outfielders warming up in right field.
Warren Gravely, the 4th, finishing things up out of Rancho Santa Margarita. A Notre Dame commit. The catcher finishes things off for the time trials portion of PG Nationals workout day here today.
And next we'll break that down, and all the outfielders will gather in right field. They're loosening up now. We're going to see Mr. Coaxum, our top runner so far here at the 2025 PG National Showcase, run his 6.04.
107th best prospect committed to Clemson, flying on the left. Sterling Coaxum, impressive speed today.
P.J. Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Showcase from P.J. Morlando, who had a terrific Perfect Game National Showcase 2 years ago. First-round draft pick last year by the Miami Marlins, where their scouting director is former Perfect Gamer Frankie Pigliari. You see the top throws from yesterday. 100 miles an hour from Brady Harris. All right, David, outside of pure velocity, what else are you looking for on these outfield throws? Body control, accuracy?
Athleticism, how you work through the ball. And your footwork doesn't have to be perfect, although that's definitely a plus. But the athleticism to maintain your direction, make accurate throws, that's the one thing that's probably most underrated in this by the players, is the ability to make an accurate throw. Because if you make accurate throws, that means your footwork's good, that you have ability to repeat your actions. And whether it's 85 or 100, it doesn't matter if it's not an accurate throw. So there's a lot more emphasis than I think the players think, because you can't put accuracy on your Instagram account. I mean, let's just face it. But it's something that evaluators at every level are going to look at, because it's indicative of so many other things.
Saw the top 10 scores up there from yesterday, all over 94 miles an hour. And I have to think, too, now a lot of guys will be looking for PRs, right, to show off their arm strength, personal records. But the guys who can do it with natural baseball actions are the ones that get circled, right?
And I will give this, I hope this group is the same, but we were talking about it this morning. That first group, and we're hoping it's a sign of maturity with the age and just things coming across. They, through their outfield, they're catching especially their infield, didn't try to just, put up numbers. They had game actions, and that is vitally important in evaluating a kid at any position defensively, is game actions. You want to see what they can do in a game. So if you're taking 3 extra steps and winding up and throwing the ball halfway up the screen, those are not game actions, and we have nothing to base our evaluation on.
It feels like the last couple of years the players have toned that down a bit. I remember a decade ago you would see a lot more, especially in the infield, of guys really winding up to throw. And I think it's the toughest for the catchers, right? Because you want to come out of your stance quick, but you're still waiting to receive the ball. And so that might be, it's a lot to ask them to do that in a non-competitive environment. But otherwise, it feels like guys have gotten a little bit better in that regard.
And at the young ages, they still do it. I wasn't at the Junior National a few weeks ago, although I've written all the reports for it. But I was told by scouts who were there that the juniors to be misbehaved, essentially, especially in infield. But I think at this level they've matured a lot more, and they have a sense we're on a big league field. We're not at East Cobb 1 or some other field around the country. We're in a big league stadium, being evaluated. This is on national TV. We have to behave, so to speak,
right,
and just show our tools. And you get very good evaluations when you're able to see that, and especially everybody is doing it.
Jordan Ransom, the son of former big leaguer Cody Ransom, we had a long-time hitting facility out here in Arizona, is our first thrower. And right on the money. Not surprising that the son of the former big leaguer would have an accurate throw.
Yeah, that's picture perfect as far as charging aggressively, quick release, proper footwork. And you're not going to see, regardless of what the arm strength is, everything else is pretty much exactly what you want to see. And that had some giddy up to it too.
Yeah, 2 throws to third, 2 throws home.
3 throws
home. 3 throws home, excuse me.
5 total.
Second throw home. Boy, 3 out of 4 throws so far have been right on the screws. And here comes the last one for Jordan Ransom.
Ransom, like his dad, is a primary shortstop. So this is his secondary position. He physically looks like a middle infielder right there with a lot of growing to do. But 92 for the young man.
That'll bring Graham Charbonneau, the Baylor commit.
I looked on Charbonneau just because that's such a unique name. And no, I did not see any relationship to Joe, the
former rookie. Was he rookie of the year?
Rookie of the year. He didn't last very long, but he sure shined bright. He's sort of the hitter's Mark Fidrich in that regard.
A one-hit wonder. There are a few of those rookie of the years throughout history that had amazing first seasons and then did not reach that same level of success. Here's Miles Clark. Don Bosco Prep, Southern California. Had a little trouble getting out of sync on that one. Miles Clark had the game-winning hit, a walk-off in the CIF finals last year. Something he will always take with him.
Number 12, Desmond Grayson.
There's Desmond Francis. We talked about his speed before from Indiana. 93, the top velocity from Clark.
Your Trinity League knowledge has already impressed me. That was a surprise.
Thank the Los Angeles Times for that help. I was not at the Trinity League final. I had a busy spring, but it hasn't been that busy. That's a quick, low release from Francis.
Yeah, and that low release we saw on the throws, especially to home, that low release is less than ideal, let's say, because you get the big tail. You're on the side of the ball when you release it. It creates the spin. You want to see someone coming right over the top, a high 3/4 to over the top, and that creates the backspin. It creates the better carry on the throws.
E.J. Booth. See a top 100 prospect committed to Vanderbilt.
That's a big physical body, 6', 207. I'm going to go out on a limb and say his best tool might be his left-handed bat.
I don't think that takes much, although he ran pretty good times.
Number 26, Nolan Bradley.
84, the top throw. Ramley from Palos Park, Illinois, committed to Kentucky to go play for Nick Mingione and the Wildcats. Mingione's starting to make strides in Illinois and with a number of Canadian players.
And that's an interesting dynamic because that, of course, has always been Louisville's home territory, Illinois and Wisconsin and that upper Midwest, and it would seem like a natural for Kentucky to want to get into that pretty deep talent market as well.
93 on the top throw there. And Louisville getting back to Omaha this year for the first time since 2019. Great Dan McDowell. 6 trips now. And the last 2 times, 4th place finishes. Matthew Maxon committed to Stanford.
And it is worth noting that there's a 3-way tie for the hardest throw ever at 102, and only one of them was a primary outfielder. We had a pitcher and a catcher.
Now, Kate Beaty, right, was the catcher who's going to be likely the starter at LSU next year. Which of the Hugas brothers was that? Wasn't Griffin, right? It was someone who, it was surprising because he had been a recent emigre from Venezuela, and he was only 92, 93 on the mound, and I think he ended up going to University of Pittsburgh. Here we have Jensen Barris, who 96 already on one of his throws.
Okay.
This is again the son of Jose Veras, the former big league reliever who threw very hard.
He's just playing catch with the catcher right now. I mean that was easy, and it was right in the catcher's chest. The line a bit, but yeah.
Arm strength runs at the family.
I want him to grunt a bit when he throws. It's like, because that's not. Oh, that's one's off the backstop, but
sailed a couple.
But yeah, 96. He has watching him run, watching him throw. It's all such easy, natural actions.
It's a player from the Gold team, obviously. Cale Fawcett from Roland Park, Kansas, and Shawnee Mission North High School. So this is a third baseman. Uncommitted.
And that happened the first group. There's last minute schedule changes, and of course, Perfect Game is going to do everything possible to accommodate people who, schedules and lives change. And
good throw there. That was on the money.
91.
I'm sure we'll see him on the infield a little bit later on as well. Ethan DeJesus, Riverview, Florida. .98 on that last throw from DeJesus.
DeJesus, a primary right-handed pitcher. 5'10", 172, throwing that hard.
Interesting to see what he looks like on the mound. He's able to get his whole body behind these, but boy, that's some real arm strength. That was a very good throw.
Well, he's been up to 93 this summer on the mound at Perfect Game events, so.
Number 2. Now, we know that even though there's not a whole lot of fans in the stands here for PG National, as you see, 98, our new daily leader, but we know that the adrenaline gets going for guys, and they tend to set some personal records on the mound here. Cole McLean from Kentucky committed to Tennessee.
I think any time, speaking for myself and potentially for you as well, as people who've been in big league parks thousands of times, it still makes me excited to go into a big league ballpark. And then to put yourself as a 17-year-old and you're getting to play out there. And yes, some of these kids through Perfect Game events, Major League Baseball events, have been on big league fields before, but for some of them, this is their first time. And, I'd be shocked if they weren't excited and have that little extra jolt of adrenaline.
Ahmed Nasser, who is coming off a really good performance offensively in the PG qualifiers. 96 on that throw.
That's a tall and lean, athletic drink of water right there.
I think he was at the Sunshine Showcase. That's where he was recently and just had a really nice write-up.
Through 94 to Sunshine earlier this year.
He's a loose athlete, isn't he?
Yeah.
Boy, he's impressive.
That's we can't project all players now. We were talking during the 60 about how there's some really physical guys. That's the opposite of that. That's somebody who, imagine him gaining 25, 30 pounds is easy.
Alan Baker committed to VCU. Said in this questionnaire there were a lot of bigger schools that called, but I wanted to go to VCU.
Good for him.
A chance to play in the A-10.
And the reality, one of the consequences of NIL and revenue sharing and everything, of course, I've talked to a college coach who says we're only reserving 5 spots for freshmen in this year's class. Because would you play a freshman who probably isn't going to be up to playing anyway, or would you get that senior transfer who's going to put up numbers?
Right.
It's that came from VCU potentially and decide I'm going to go to an ACC school for my junior or senior year. And that's just the way the game works now. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the mid-majors, potentially the junior colleges, to pick up players that they wouldn't have had an opportunity to in the last generation of college baseball.
Yeah, I was just listening to Coach Curry talk about that on a podcast from Arkansas Little Rock about, is it Jackson Wells, the pitcher that just transferred to an SEC school, and he was talking about how that's part of their sales pitch now is, hey, listen, you've got a chance to come here, play right away, get better, and if you can go to someplace else and get an opportunity to get seen in the top leagues against the top competition, which probably gives you a better chance to move quickly through professional baseball, we will embrace that for you, which has got to be difficult for a coach to do that. You don't want to lose guys.
Yeah, you're ambitious. You want to win baseball games.
But you can win with those guys for a couple of years too. You can have your cake and eat it too if you're good at developing young players and you get them opportunities. And in that case, in like the OVC, a bunch of freshmen who are talented that are playing be in good shape. But those power leagues are older player leagues now for sure. There's still freshmen that play, but it's the guys that'll be playing hitting at the top of the lineup at the Perfect Game All-American Classic or pitching the first 2 innings, right? Yeah. So Ryan Morrell from West Nyack, New York, going to go play for Jordan Bischel in Cincinnati.
I'm just scrolling down the uncommitteds in these 4 teams, and maybe 20% of the players on these 4 teams are uncommitted right now, and everybody will have their own reasons, and some of it may just be, waiting for the right offer. Not lack of offers, but the one that they're most comfortable with. And
we're starting to get to a time, too, where there were now, with the rule changes a couple of years ago, where the contacts can't come until, the August 1st of your, is it junior year? Right? Yeah. So Cody Bischel, this is a big power hitting first baseman, real power. But it gives you a chance maybe to see some more uncommitteds here and be at this event and maybe get your college commitment out of it as their guys are getting ready to start their senior season coming up. You can commit them on the spot if you want. And I think some of that, too, is what you talked about. There has been the roster uncertainty that now the House settlement has given a little bit more clarity to. A little bit more clarity. Yeah.
When you get down to it, in anything, that's what the college coaches, whether you're a VCU, Arkansas, Little Rock, or Tennessee or Arkansas, you want surety. You want to know what the basic ground rules, what your resources are, what the expectations are.
Jalen Walker with a good first offering. Boy, that's an arm. Wow, that was on the money. I mean, head high to third base.
And there's so much more arm strength there because he's building no momentum virtually into his throws. That's just all pure arm strength and no footwork, no technique, just pure strength.
But it's been accurate so far, too. I went a little offline, but
he got into that one.
Wow. I mean, those were 94, pretty good. That was a nice showing.
Yeah, that can be 98 with 15 minutes of coaching, really, with the footwork.
Landon Church. Go play for one of my favorite coaches to spend time with in college baseball, the great Elliott Avent.
How long has Coach Avent been at North Carolina State?
Well, he replaced Ray Tanner there.
Okay,
so I think it's 28 years now. Winningest coach in NC State history. And just, the best part of doing an NC State game is getting to hang out with Elliott for 20 or 30 minutes. Man, he is just, what a guy. He's got this big plan, as Will Suslow throws. And this is worth talking about for a second. His life's been impacted by pediatric cancer with relatives, and he had this idea to start basically a cancer awareness week in the ACC, and his goal is to get every D1, 2, and 3 college to do a week, like a weekend series that is about cancer awareness during the year. Just everybody in the country the same weekend.
Yeah, they have that in college basketball. They have a cancer awareness game where coaches all wear the pink flowers and everything like that, and that is a real priority. And I know I'm a big Creighton Blue Jay basketball fan, and Coach McDermott's wife is a longtime cancer survivor, and it's always celebrated and embraced so much, with the Creighton team, and I'm sure around the country as well.
Johnny Benalla, whose nickname is Johnny Bad. So far, pretty good on the throws.
Johnny Bad.
Yeah, Avent was obviously impacted by the loss of Jim Valvano, right? They were friends, and Kay Yao too, the legendary basketball coach there. So, women's basketball coach. So, I like to bring that up as often as I can in areas where college coaches might be listening. We might have a few, because I think every single one of them will think it is a great idea. So, well, don't be surprised if at ABCA that's coming out of Elliott's mouth.
That would be a wonderful thing. It says it for itself. And yeah, keep us updated on that when we're back here at PG National next year.
Sammy Kane's first throw was 98, and the second one was a seed as well.
Primary shortstop from Carmichael.
99 on that last throw. I can tell you right now that release right there plays on the mound. That is that low release, height, high carry fastball that everybody's looking for. Yowza.
It's also about 3 extra steps into the throw, but while he's throwing seeds, the guy just scored standing up because he held the ball for a while. But
he's a shortstop.
He's a shortstop. But yeah, that's going to be interesting on what he throws, at shortstop. And like you said, I'll take a look here at his resume, and I've not looked at the pitching rotations for the games that start tomorrow morning, but
I don't think he's been pitcher, but
no, he's been up to 92 on the mound. That was a year ago. That was exactly a year ago. He was up to 92, so the arm strength is definitely there. He's also hitting .435 this summer, so
potential two-way guy.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of always fascinations at this event is, the two-way guys that, may not have even pitched. Cole Croninger was one of the stars of the first group, and he's 17th ranked player going to Tennessee, primary shortstop. And he went out to throw an inning, a ninth inning of the first game, and was 94-95 with one of, if not the best breaking ball we've seen here. And, the history of the National Showcase is full of guys, Cade Horton and Jackson Jobe, to name two of them, who came to the National Showcase as primary shortstops, and obviously both became top 10 picks on the mound. And so, it's just curious what, somebody like Croninger or whoever else jumps out like that, how that evolves, whether they, Croninger goes to Tennessee and becomes a two-way player, or whether he just becomes so good on the mound over the next year that you can't help but prioritize his mound work.
Well, I mean, Jobe went right from high school to pro ball, whereas Horton was a two-way player at Oklahoma when he got there. He was, in fact, he was more a third baseman early that draft year. It was pretty good work there from Ramsey. As he was still coming back from Tommy John. This is one of the best runners we had today, and Elliot Rathman. It's a good little string of Miami commits here. For a play for J.D. Arteaga.
3 of them on the Navy team, as a matter of fact.
One he may have gotten under a touch. There's a much better throw. I have to think that last throw is one where your legs are starting to go a little bit right. You've done a couple of runs, and now you've got that 5th long throw.
I will tell you, because I used to set up when evaluating the infields right on the third baseline.
Mm-hmm.
So all the players would run off the field right by me. I almost got drilled a few times too by players who eyes were somewhere else. But they are panting at the end of the 5 infield. I'm sure it's not a whole lot different than the outfield. They're wound up. They're working hard. Full effort.
Well, you look how much you're bouncing around there. As Easton Autry showing off his arm. Committed to Texas. Stay with it.
Big third baseman, primary third baseman.
I mean, we have seen a lot of, the vast majority of guys have been 90 or higher today. Judah Ota. Ota heading to Arkansas in the shadow of the Holloway brothers.
6'5", 210 pounds.
He's got a little bit of hate to make this count, but physically, you can see how he's going to fill out, and that's Aaron Judge. That's how Aaron Judge was built at 18. Now, I don't know that he's going to end up being 6'7", 280, but it's that.
It's a starter kit.
Yep, it's the physicality. Maybe it's just the Navy top, but. One of our better runners again, Raymond Giannis, uncommitted outfielder. One of the top 50 outfielders in this class.
I like surprising people with stories of Aaron Judge at that age. And I never saw him play because he didn't participate in summer circuits or anything because he was a 3-sport standout.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably in high school, baseball was his third best sport because he was heavily recruited as a tight end defensive end, and he was a first-team all-state type basketball player. So
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
His athleticism is really impressive.
And that's what, one of the reasons why talent-wise, you never want to compare players ever to future Hall of Famers, because their athleticism and their skill set is so different, and that certainly applies to Judge. Oh, we can have 6'8" hitters, of course. Aaron Judge is the best hitter in baseball. Here's Sterling Coaxum, who ran the eye-opening 6:04.60, which says center field loudly on his resume. That's center field even if you can't throw as well as ideal. Let's see what we have here. 85 from Coaxum.
Cedric Henderson, primarily a pitcher, another uncommitted.
A two-way guy who we didn't even have on the radar until May. And he showed up at a small showcase in Northern California and just lit it up. You know, our scouts were like, as a pitcher, he was 88, 89. But they're like, this is somebody you can just dream on as much as you want, because it's going to be, high ceiling arm, and you can see how it works here. You can see the athleticism.
Yeah, this is the again, like we're just talking about projection, right? Like, this is a kid that is projectable.
Yeah. This is going to be 93. I was going to wild guess it at 95, but 93 certainly strong.
Taylor Canaz. And to Texas Tech. That'll add some nice conversations with their recruiting coordinator, J. Bob Thomas.
J. Bob's a legend.
Oh, man. What a great guy.
Yeah, he was Britt Smith's assistant at Howard way back in the day, 20 years ago. And he was such a recruiting animal even back then that Britt threatened to not pay his expenses on the road if he ever showed up for practice. He says, "You're not here to be a practice coach. You are my recruiter. I have no interest in you coaching these kids. Just go get me better ones."
He's gotten a lot of kids to come to Lubbock.
Well, if you can get somebody from Winter Springs, Florida to go to Lubbock. Have you ever been to Lubbock?
I have not, but largely because it's not easy to get to.
I have never been to Lubbock, and I once thought I was going, so I looked into flights.
Yeah.
And you think, Texas City Air. You can't get to Lubbock.
No.
And you can't get there at an affordable price. It's like you better just drive to Dallas and drive for 4 hours.
The only way I'm going to Lubbock, and this is nothing against Lubbock and the people there, is if somebody is paying for my flight so that I can go to Lubbock. I would love to go, though. I mean, it's such a great baseball culture that Tim Tadlock has built there. That was a disappointing year for them this year. That team had a lot of talent on it, and it just got off to such a rough start. Yeah, a tough non-conference schedule this year, but I have a feeling they're going to be back in pretty short order.
89 for Ezekiel Lara.
Here's Luke Manderson. Heading to the University of Iowa, 96 on his first throw.
Another Florida. We had Canas going from Winter Springs to Lubbock. We have Luke Manderson going from Jacksonville to Iowa.
Iowa City is just like Jacksonville in March, so soon to be, I think by next year it'll be the newly renovated Dwayne Banks Field.
Well,
Number 24, Grayson Pettit.
And this is like one of the best. 96 is final number. This might be the best thing I can say, in general about a college, is that players go to Iowa and get better.
Yes,
and they're the unmistakable track record there,
especially with pitchers. Rick Heller, a terrific coach. Marty Sutherland, their hitting coach, just really good players there. I don't know if you saw this, but one of their stars from a couple years ago, Keaton Anthony, is tearing up AAA for the Phillies. Yeah. Just got promoted, and well, he had a real chance to win Big Ten Player of the Year his junior year before.
Yeah, I'm nominating this young man for one of the best names in the showcase, without question.
Number 28.
If you just
Pennett's performance flew high.
If you draft him or get his commitments, did you just win the pennant? I mean,
Logan Weideman, the last outfield thrower in this group, first baseman, 6'6", 220.
Just bending over to get the field the ball at 6'6" is challenging.
I'll be interested to see his actions at first base with that, because it's a little different fielding it in the outfield at that and doing it at first. That's the final one of the outfield throws today. So we did not have the record for this PG National or for all Perfect Game Nationals, but we did have some mid-90s throws, a lot of throws in the 90s today.
98 from Ethan De Jesus was the top throw, I believe.
That's right. And grab a protein bar and get ready for Infield. Sammy Kane at 99 as your
99,
top outfield
that's
throw.
it.
They were a shortstop, so.
And we'll get to see him in just a second here.
There he is, right in the middle there, number 8 in Navy.
We begin the infield portion.
So coming up next, infield throws. This is always a lot of fun. Let's see some of our top performers from the outfield throws today here. Day 2, the workout at the Perfect Game National Showcase for 2025 from Chase Field in Phoenix. Get a look at the best throw on day 1 from the infield, Archer Horn. You can see the records for outfield and infielders overall. We've had a couple of guys that are true infielders throw 100 miles an hour. This is one of the best runners that we had today, Jackson Wood.
The program for the infield is 1 straight at the player, 2 to the backhand, 1 up the middle, and then a slow roller. Generally, if you're the best throw, the hardest throw is either going to come on this, the ball up the middle, where you get the right angle through it, and you can kind of wind up. Some players will play at game actions and throw from the lower slot, but either the first ball or that fourth ball are going to be the hardest throws.
And the Hoover, Alabama native finishing up, and this is Jordan Ransom.
Ransom showed nice arm strength from the outfield. This is natural position.
Oh, there was a little low slot flip right on the money. Looks like he may have taken a little infield with his dad from here now and again.
Game actions, you got to love it.
Cody is still coaching in the Nationals organization. He was with the Diamondbacks for a while. I don't know if he still does, but he had a hitting facility here in Phoenix for a while too.
That was smooth. Yeah, he's got the genes and has been coached up. Because that was just smooth. Every play was smooth. The 89 was on the up the middle one. but the charge was perfectly executed. Here's one of the young men that I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Lika Who, 91 is the top throw of the day. Jackson Wood. That one had a little carry on it from a Who. I have a feeling that he is very similar physically to what Iva Arquette looked like when he was going into his senior year in high school, the Oregon State shortstop. I know it's easy to compare a couple of Hawaiian players there, but they're very similar in build.
And Arquette was ranked 331, I think, as a senior. And Aku has just been great since the last rankings. We are a showcase, a very high-quality showcase that ended up in Hawaii about a month ago, and he really, really stood out with the bat athletically.
Did you get to go to that one?
No, I've been, for years, I talked about doing that. But do you know what? A flight from Charleston, South Carolina to Hawaii, that's going to be a day there and then the 2 days to recover for me.
Dylan Bowen with the best throw of the day at 93. James Clark, Trinity League MVP this year. His nickname is Mr. Aura. He had such a kick out of that.
This turns over almost as quick as the 60s. They're moving fast. 5 throws continuous. That's why I said when they leave the field, these young athletes are tired.
92, his top throw.
Trey Ebel. Speaking of genetics.
Yeah, Dino Ebel, his dad, the Dodgers third base coach. Brother Brady will likely be a high pick this year in the draft.
Brady more of a, as he matures, a third base type.
Yes.
Trey, on the other hand, a pure shortstop.
Trey is built a little bit more like Dino. I asked Dino last fall, I was like, where did Brady get that size from? Because, well, my wife it's good genes in her family.
Yeah, a lot of similarities there just with their style, with everything between Cody Ransom and Trey Ebel. I mean, it's not surprising. They're similarly sized athletes, trained the same, big league dads.
Drew Messi heading to Louisville.
Wonder how often he gets asked if he plays soccer.
My guess is that his affinity for Emo's Pizza is a little different than Lionel's. Oh! Hydroplaning at the end.
Hey,
he
still made an accurate throw.
That's great. Love the smile on the face. Caleb Traylor. Go play for Carrick Jackson at Mizzou.
There's an athletic backhand there.
Got a chance to show off the arm a little bit there, going towards the middle.
There's very nice action for this size of athlete. Primary third baseman, but his footwork and his lower half balance is very, very middle infield like.
And this is our one member of the gold rosters. Cale Fawcett. Suburban Kansas City.
For the Maroon team, number 1, Ethan DeJesus.
As we move into the Maroon team now with Ethan DeJesus.
Pitcher who's playing all over the field.
He's doing everything. I always love the kids that do that. Take full advantage of this. You never know, right?
Well, on the flip side, it's positive for DeJesus because obviously he isn't pitching today, as there's no other games today. If you're going through all the drills on the same day you're pitching, we strongly discourage that, because if you're here to show your arm on the mound and to get your arm all hot and bothered, for lack of better terms, twice beforehand, you would never do that before you took a mound in a game. You know, it's going to detract. It's 100% going to detract from your pitching if you go out and go through drills on the same day.
Tied the high for the round, as you see a top 100 player here, Dylan Cheek, who's going to go play at Arkansas. And one more throw there for the Rockwall County native. Dion Cole is going to Georgia Tech. Play for their new head coach, James Ramsey.
So Dion in the outfield earlier, former PG Select Festival athlete.
You're contractually obligated to mention Select Fest every time you play it, right?
Actually, no.
It's a great event.
I'm going to because Danny Wexelman knows all these players from covering the festivals and such, and I noticed there were so many players here who played at the 2022 Select Festival. So I went back last night in the hotel, did a little research on that, and of the 39 players who are still 2026s and weren't foreign players or 2025s, of the 39 that could have been at this national showcase from a team 3 years ago, 32 of those 39 are here.
That's incredible.
And that absolutely shocked me. Boy, the numbers were that impressive that Jeremy Brown, who's in charge of the younger players in the festivals for us, and he and the people he works with, were able to identify the talent level.
Well,
back when they're 14 years old.
As somebody who worked with H for years, that does not surprise me that he picked him out right. So, but that's really cool too. I mean, that's a great thing about Select Fest, right? Is that it gives you an opportunity to really get on the radar early and make some improvements against high level competition.
And obviously, kids develop at different ages, and that applies to pitchers as much as anything. But good athletes at 14 are almost always going to be good athletes at 17 as well.
Last throw for Isaiah Gallison. And here's Trip Hanna. Heading to Stillwater. Yeah. 97 on that last throw from Hanna. That is your new infield leader for the day.
Yeah, that was that ball up the middle that you take a good angle through, you get behind, and it's an opportunity to let your arm hunt.
Laconian is a quarterback at Malvern Prep, suburban Philadelphia.
Athletic powerhouse, Malvern Prep. If you're a quarterback or a cleanup hitter or shortstop at Malvern Prep, you're an athlete.
That's where Mike Rooney went.
Well, he wasn't the cleanup. He wasn't the cleanup hitter or the quarterback either. So,
former head coach there, the ESPN analyst. Yeah, cleanup hitter the last previous couple of years had been Tate Davis, who had a tremendous freshman year at Louisville this year, the son of Ben Davis. And here's one of the Messina twins. This is Dylan Messina.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ben Davis went to Malvern Prep.
He did, where his head coach was Mike Rooney. And somehow he still got taken number 2 overall.
Yeah, and that's completing the circle.
A very, very good program. Don't tell Runes I said that.
Number 22, J.C. Pacheco.
J.C. Pacheco.
Making his way from Wayne, New Jersey, across the country to nearby Arizona State.
Willie Bloomquist getting the team back to regionals this year. They had a win in the regional, a hard-fought one over UC Irvine, a very good Irvine team.
What are we, about 3 miles as the crow flies from the ASU campus?
I'd say it's a little bit further, but not much, maybe 5. Okay. But yeah, it's not far. You know, traffic's never that bad, especially at this time of year in Phoenix, so it's probably about 12 minutes to there. It might even be shorter to Phoenix Municipal Stadium, where they play their home games. Landon Church. I love being able to go to games at Muni. I mean, it's for a 7 o'clock start. I can leave at 6:50 and be in my seat.
Wait, you watch games from the stands?
Whenever I don't get to very often, but that is still my favorite way to consume baseball.
To the main team, number 2, Koulitsch.
Usually it's sitting behind a scout and pestering him, but
there's that too.
Colt Springle from Brentwood, Tennessee. This is always fun to see guys who are primary second basemen be able to show off their release from short.
If you've got the talent, the first thing we think is, you know, when we look at the numbers and look at the actions, is like, why isn't that guy playing shortstop?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he does. Maybe it's a matter of there's another guy in his high school or his travel team that has seniority or is just as good or something.
I mean, 86, pretty good. Number of Puerto Rican players in this quartet of teams today. A couple of them committed to South Florida. Bermudez is uncommitted, but that was Mitch Hanna is the now second-year head coach at South Florida, has had a lot of success recruiting international players and really built a strong program at Indiana State doing that.
I remember when Hanna's first at Indiana State began getting Puerto Rican players. It was an eyebrow raiser. I lived in Terre Haute for 2 years out of college, and I'm like, these kids can't possibly have ever visited Terre Haute, Indiana. But Coach Hanna's was able to put together some great programs, have some great Puerto Rican, especially players, and it's obviously an asset because there's so many. As we get Sammy Kane and his big arm, see how that goes. But Puerto Rico has been hit so hard by storms and weather, and we're just really seeing it now. In the last really 2 years, maybe, our Puerto Rican events have just grown tremendously, and anticipate they will continue to do so.
Sammy Kane with one more throw, 95, his best one today after having the top outfield throw. Antonio Jimenez, the top infield throw back in 2022. There have been a couple of guys that have thrown 100 miles an hour at this event. Jimenez I think I've been there for all of them. Mason Wynn, I think was Mason Wynn 99 or was he 100?
98, I believe.
And Blaze Alexander.
That was 99.
That was 99, okay.
I was worried that Blaze's arm would end up halfway across the infield when he threw, but
Blaze back in the big leagues right now with Arizona. Easton Couture going from Alberta to Miami. Antonio Jimenez started his collegiate career before going to UCF last year.
I'll still maintain the best throw ever at a PG showcase was when Carlos Correa threw 97 on a backhand. And his footwork as a 16-year-old, this was at the World Showcase his senior year, was so perfect. You know, people say, oh, he's going to outgrow short. He's not, athletic enough. And if they'd watch just one play, the footwork on one play, it'd be like, oh, no, his footwork's better than most big league shortstops now.
Whew, that was a wind-up and throw from Martinez. High school teammate of Bruin Agbayani. Son of Benny Agbayani, the former big leaguer.
Number 17, Robert Beaty.
Another Canadian, Robert O'Meady. Oh, we said there are 3 or 4 Canadians on this Navy team.
Mississauga, suburban Toronto. That's hometown of the Naylor brothers.
There's been a lot of players from Mississauga.
Yeah. Good baseball there. A lot of guys have represented Team C.
Number 22, Jacob Webster.
Webster from Victorville, California. Santa Barbara commit. 6'4", 190. Speaking of projectable bodies, again.
For the orange team, number 2, Aiden Ruiz.
This is young man Aiden Ruiz who's going right now, number 2 orange, that I've really been looking forward to seeing play because our Northeast scouts were just effusive in their praise of him from this spring, early this summer, and you can see the athletic quickness there. He did not run the 60, and I don't know the reason for that, but you can just see the athletic quickness that he has coming to the ball, working through it. The release is like lightning, big league. That's big league quality release and hands right there.
Those are, pure shortstop actions.
Yeah. Number 6,
really impressive from Aiden Ruiz. Marcus Cantu.
number 9.
And Cantu finishes his round of infield throwing.
Smooth actions for the Texas commit.
Johnson DeBose heading to Indiana. Play for Jeff Mercer. Getting down to the final middle infielders here. We get to see the first baseman work. Oh, there's a one-hop throw.
The wind-up throw.
Number 17, Matt Panatasi.
And here's one of the more interesting athletes, not only in this group, but at the National Showcase. Matt Panatasi from Hamilton, Ohio.
94 on his first throw.
He throws a lot in his athletic career. He's a four-star quarterback who threw 56 touchdown passes versus 3 interceptions this year for Moeller.
Wow.
High school.
Oh, wait, does Cincinnati Moeller have a good history of sports? It's unclear to me.
Just occasionally, on and off, but a rivalry between them and Malvern Prep across all the sporting spectrum would be a natural rivalry if schools were closer.
Keep an eye on the screen here. 101, a new record for Petoskey.
Am I surprised? No. I mean, that's a unique athletic talent there. I'm glad he showed out well, but not really surprised. And he's been a hard one to get on the baseball field a lot just because of the nature of being that level of football player. You know, even in the summer with 7-on-7s and camp starting early, and they take their football, as you implied, rather seriously at Moeller. But he also just recently committed to University of Kentucky to play both sports.
Miles Young finishing up his round.
I got those graphics updated very quickly. Hat tip to the production crew. There we have Matt Panatasi there, who's now enshrined in the perfect game record books.
Getting a little fist bump. Panatasi. 101. Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you did it, but you did it. So that's funny. Good, nice camera work there. Oh, the young man with the big smile, and for all his athletic achievement, it's a second of innocence there to see the smile and the joy on the 17-year-old's face.
Threw so hard he dropped his glasses.
That was the one right there.
Panatasi. Still smiling about his record throw, 101 miles an hour.
All right, Matt, let's go. Get ready for batting practice. How about that?
It's coming up soon. We had first base throws and then catcher pop times, and we should be ready to go for a few hitters. So we get a look at Coy Suzik, Bakersfield Christian High School in Bakersfield, California, primarily a pitcher.
You'll see a lot of these first basemen are primary pitchers for easy to understand reasons.
Because they're tall.
They're big. A lot of them are left-handed.
Maroon, number 3, Ahmed Ness.
In fact, I don't think I have ever seen a player list himself as a left-handed pitcher only for an event. No matter what the age or the size of the showcase location, you are always a first baseman, a left-handed pitcher, first baseman.
Ed Nasser had one of the better
throw 96 from the
Yeah,
outfield?
outfield throws.
And it looked like 96. It was athletic. It's projectable.
But he's got some good. I mean, this has been an impressive round of throwing from him, too. I know he kind of had trouble finding a handle on one ball, but there's a little bit of feel to the way he throws, too, which is impressive.
You're watching when you're evaluating first baseman there, you want mobility. And yes, some first basemen are playing there because they're big guys who are there for the bat. But
That guy's an athlete.
You want to see how your hips turn to make those throws to second, whether it's a right-hander or a left-hander. You want to see the different slots because you're going to have to make low slot throws, especially to second base. You know, the throw to third never happens in a game. I don't know whether anybody's ever kept track of the number of times. I'm sure they keep track of everything now, but a first baseman is thrown in the game to third base. But that's to show arm strength.
Yeah, normally you would see them maybe charging on a bunt to make that throw to get the lead runner.
Yeah, that would be really the only, maybe going first to third, ground ball, first base, guys trying to go first to third.
Or behind a runner that maybe was thinking about scoring and you go to it. But yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
What's fun to see is you'll see a left-hander who has the athleticism where you're like, if he was right-handed, he'd be playing shortstop. and when you see a first baseman like that, and you break out the 8+9, which almost never happens on a first baseman on the PG grading scale, it's like, oh no, he's a shortstop, but he just happened to be born left-handed. That's not a complaint that you were born left-handed. There's advantages in this game, obviously.
Cody Laire, who looking forward to watching him take batting practice later on, an impressive power bat. Easton Autry, we were talking about him earlier. This outfield throws, a third baseman by trade.
That might be an old position. He looks like a first baseman. Yeah. He has obviously has a first baseman's mitt. He's a first baseman.
Number 24, Frank Gerhardt.
Frank Gerhardt, local kid. Brought to Hamilton High School. One of the Arizona powerhouse programs, heading to Northridge, where he will be a Matador. One of my favorite nicknames and logos in college baseball. There's a CSUN player that's making an impact in the big leagues right now. Denzel Clark. Speaking, we were talking about Canadians earlier.
He made maybe the catch of the season.
Might have been the catch of the decade. It might have been halfway over the fence.
Former PG All-American Alec Thomas made a nice catch last night for the Diamondbacks. I saw that.
Judah Oda there. It was one of my favorite moments at a PG All-American was talking to Dylan Head. And I said, well, who's the guy that you looked up to growing up? He goes, Alec Thomas. And he was here at this field. And the Diamondbacks had been on a road trip, and they got home that night. And Dylan Head got to meet Alec Thomas.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That was really cool.
He showed up here at, 8 o'clock at night or whatever, when they got in from their Sunday. I think it was a
Sunday night game.
Yeah, so they had a Sunday afternoon game, and they flew in, and he came to the park probably just to pick up his car and his stuff and everything, but came in and got in the dugout and was very gracious talking to the kids. And
Dylan Head was really excited about that. That was pretty cool. It's fun when you hear. I mean, these. We kind of marveled at it last year. I think you and I had the conversation about how many of these guys now are, when they get asked in these questionnaires, like, who are the players you look up to? How many of them are either guys that they had seen in high school, or how many of them are college players? The number of kids that said that Rock Chalowski was their favorite player was really impressive. With somebody they looked up to, which is, I mean, it's tough to do because there aren't that many games on the Big Ten Network, and Big Ten Plus is expensive.
And there was another one in this first group of 4, and I'm trying to remember who the player was, but it was another one just like that. It was a guy who's, it might be into this draft, but just somebody who they follow college baseball obviously so closely.
There's a Trey Morgan. Somebody said that if you're going to pick a guy to emulate, that Trey Morgan might be the best amateur defensive first baseman that I've seen.
And Trey Morgan is tearing it up in the minors too. He's going to be
a great kid.
He's going to be in the big league soon and for a long time.
Yeah, he's going to be a real popular player. He's never going to really hit for power, but he is kind of an old school. I hate to make the comp, but boy. There's a lot of Keith Hernandez, Mark Grace in the way he plays defense. He is really special.
All right, we will set up for the catchers. The catchers get 5 throws each.
And there's the top velo for first base, Carson Reeder. As you get a look here. Some of the first base work and catcher pop times are next. And then batting practice, one of our favorite parts of the showcase. Who's going to grip and rip today? Day 2, perfect game, All-American workouts. Continuing. As we head behind the plate. Jared Goodwin's going to show him how it's done.
Yeah, Jared. No, Jared has a stopwatch for this. I can safely say that Lloyd Thompson will be throwing this, knows the routine.
Lloyd Thompson is one of my favorite people in baseball, and nobody has a rubber arm like Lloyd Thompson. He had surgery a couple years ago, and he was really bummed because he is the best, most consistent BP thrower in the country.
Oh, no, he's the GOAT. I mean, there are very rare times where you get to be in the presence of somebody who you consider the best at something, regardless. And Lloyd Thompson is the best batting practice pitcher any of us have ever seen.
Yoran Castro, who was uncommitted, but one of the top players in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, now see, for evaluation purposes, and I'm not being hard on Castro because there are other people who are going to do it. This is pretty worthless for evaluating purposes. He's standing up. He's moving into it. They're not game actions. One of the most important things when you're evaluating a catcher, whether it's a showcase games actions, is how a player comes out of his crouch. You're looking at lower half athleticism, hip flexibility, and you can't see any of it. When you see that, you're going to have to, if you have him on your list, hey, I got to evaluate this guy, you're going to have to watch him in games and see how he does.
Number 17, Bradley McCaffrey.
188. You see Kate Aaron Beaty, who also had that 102-mile-an-hour throw from the outfield a couple years ago. Top pop time there. Bradley McCaffrey, who was originally committed to Duke but changed his commitment when that coaching staff moved to Charlottesville. Chris Pollard and company.
And Brian Sikowski.
Former PG'er. Got to see Sack during regionals this year in Athens. In spite of Sack being there, it's a great staff at Duke. It's just in case he's watching.
I bet you Brian is. He's in Marietta now watching the WWBA 16U. He texted me from down there a few days ago. That was back in the days where Perfect Game had 5 or 6 scouts.
Yep.
Now they have 20-some scouts, exponentially more events tournaments and showcases.
Alex Parson losing the handle there, but talking earlier about Mitch Hanna's recruiting in Puerto Rico, and that is one of the players that is heading to him at University of South Florida.
For the Maroon team, number 15, Charles Messina.
188.
Yes, you're obviously familiar with Luke Stevenson.
Oh, yeah.
Potential first-round catcher from North Carolina State, is it?
No, UNC.
UNC.
Yeah.
I was afraid I'd
Draft
get that
eligible
wrong.
sophomore, yeah.
Yeah, but when he came to a showcase trying to get an invite to national, it was a smaller showcase, and he did the standing up side saddle, and I stopped it after 2 pitches. I said, we're starting over. I said, Luke, I know why you're here. Show me what you can do. Don't show me that crap. And he looked at me like, oh boy. And he went and was great.
Yeah.
I mean, just outstanding. And I pulled him over afterwards and I said, Luke, I apologize for yelling you in front of everybody, but I knew why you're here and I wanted to be able to evaluate you. But also, you're going first. He was like blue number 2. And I said, you notice everybody who went after you didn't cheat. You know, they saw that I was not going to be happy with the best player here. When he did it, they're certainly not going to do it. And he got a smile on his face. A charming young man.
Oh, he
Just
is a
huge
real,
smiles, loves life.
The makeup is fantastic, and he looks like he was chiseled out of marble.
Oh, when he was 17, he was no different. He is one strong young, but has flexibility. And threw 87 at that event from the catcher spot or something.
I'm a big fan of his. I know that he had maybe not the season he was hoping for this year, although he still did hit for power. But I think he's going to be a really good pro. And
is he still switch hitting?
No, hitting left-handed only, but better.
Well, that's not bad. I mean,
but I'll tell you what, he was better in his 2 years at North Carolina against left-handed pitching than he was against right-handed. Which sticks out
because he was a switch hitter in high school, and that's interesting that he can make that adjustment but still be, able to hit left-handed hit. Yeah. That's a huge tool to have that left-handed hitting catcher is a very scarce demographic in baseball.
There are talked to a couple of people who know hitting, and they've said there was like 1 or 2 little mechanical things that they think he can clean up to tap into even more power. And he was North Carolina's leading power hitter this year. So,
all right, let's focus for a moment on what's going on in the field.
So let's talk about pop times here, because obviously if you've got a guy who is getting out of their crouch appropriately, you want to evaluate. Major League average is, about 195 right now? Just between 1.9 and 1.95?
I will tell you what I think of pop times in a showcase environment.
Okay.
I do not put them in the reports. If you show me a pop time in a game, 205, certainly anything under 2, that will be in the report. But I basically don't look at the pop times from a showcase. I look, there's arm strength is significant, especially when you're looking at such a wide spectrum of players and age groups as we do. But the actual pop time, to me, in this environment is not particularly relevant. Now, the players think it is because it goes on. It plays well on social media. But in terms of evaluating a player, I want to see how he moves. I want to see his hip flexibility. I want to see in the game how he moves side to side.
Tejano Martinez, who's a shortstop, and this is interesting because he is an athletic guy.
Those are pretty, it's not a pure catcher's arm action. It's a lower slot, but he's comfortable moving. He's a very good mover with that lower half.
Coming out of the one-knee stance.
Number 20.
And there are a lot of people who've caught in the big leagues who started off as shortstops.
Yeah.
It translates very well because you have to have arm strength, you have to have lower half agility and balance, and those are 2 absolute requirements for being a high-level catcher.
Shortstop's third baseman, and at 6'1", 185.
This young man here we have severely underranked right now, I'm pretty sure, at 149. Because he probably is the best player in Oregon in this class, and you can see the quickness and we talk about 60, staying low out of the block in the that's the way to do it. Stay low and move forward. If your first move is standing straight up, it's not going to work. You're losing arm strength. You're losing time. Just working through low, just like that. I mean, he's gaining more ground than he could in the game, but he's doing it the right way.
T. Scott with solid pop times, 1.88.
I think they're just putting up the top one so far on that. But I expect Tegan Scott also to hit very well. I'm still a little 50-50 on the one knee down stuff.
So, yeah, I've had this conversation a lot lately, and there actually was just a really good article on MLB.com with Logan O'Hoppe, who was one knee down early in the year, went back to a conventional stance, and then went back to one knee. And the data shows you that there is no difference in terms of the ability to block pitches, and catchers that I've talked to who went from traditional to one knee said even from a throwing standpoint, it gives them a better base to work from.
Okay, because that surprises me about the blocking, because you're setting up almost making one side. Yeah. You're weaker to one side in your agility.
You would think, but the other part is that your body's not bouncing around.
Yeah.
And that's the way it's been explained to me by both catchers and by catching instructors. And so the numbers are actually, in terms of the wild pitches per pitch, there is no difference between the traditional stance and the one knee. And I think people who complain about the one knee, because, listen, it's different.
Yeah.
Right? It's understandable there. The difference between that and most of the traditional catching we watched is that not every single pitch was on television. And so now we see every wild pitch, even though we're on pace for one of the lowest wild pitch totals in the last 25 years. So some of that, the wild pitch totals I should add too, are due to the PitchCom devices, and specifically Major League Baseball PitchCom, because there's no cross-ups anymore.
Yeah.
Or there shouldn't be. There still are, but there are very few. But there's not a single catcher in Major League Baseball right now that is a traditional.
Yeah, I would and it crossed my mind. It's like, what percentage do what or one versus the other now? And it's predominantly one knee down.
And it helps you with receiving, and that is your new leader. Pop time, 185. Good quickness there for the Scottsdale native. Alain Gomez Gudinho.
Yeah, one of our veteran scouts, former big leaguer Jason Phillips, who's caught in the big league.
Yeah.
He has taught me in the last 2 or 3 years a number of things about evaluating catchers. And that's what he loves to. I mean, when he takes catching notes, it's most of the notes are from the games, actually, which is the right way to do it. You know, you're measuring game actions, but he's all about pocket awareness and ability to set up in different stances and lower half flexibility and stuff that plays at the highest levels of baseball.
Boy, that's so valuable. I mean, I can't tell you how many catchers I've had, scouts, good evaluators talk about who are like, I don't know that they can play the position, and then they grade out extremely well as big leaguers. The guy that always comes to mind is Tyler Flowers, who was arguably the best framing catcher in baseball for nearly a decade. And scouts were not all in line that he was a good receiver when he was in the minor leagues, but his hands were so fast. But I think that's the very difficult position to evaluate, because there's only a handful of people who are smart enough to get behind the plate. As one college coach referred to it, as put on the tools of intelligence.
Yes. That concluded our catching pop time. Alain Gomez Gudinho with a 185 is the top pop time recorded in that section.
And he's pretty happy with himself as well. He should be.
And he's cheating up and stuff, but
some of the earlier ones from today. Catcher throwing finished. Up next, it's batting practice for the 4 teams here. The final group of VPs coming up here. The next couple hours here at Chase Field in Phoenix.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
You see the top exit velocity from day one batting practice here at Chase Field. Now we will get to see all of the hitters today. This kid's getting a chance to take a few swings in a big league ballpark for the final workout groups for day 2 of the Perfect Game National Showcase, this 4.5-day event here in Phoenix. Today, the green team will get to go first.
You see Martin Sheelar's name there with 108 exit velocity. He had, by a significant margin, the loudest best batting practice of the first 4 teams. So they're really the only batting practice, and there were a lot of fine batting practices. But his was the one that you went, oh my gosh. You know, he's making a big league ballpark look small. So that's one name from the first 4 teams that, especially with the bat, you know, really stood out. And I sincerely hope we get a few more of those batting practices that you just go, wow, by the end of. And I will let you know if there is a wow batting practice. You'll know when it's happening, because the ball will be rattling around the seats in left center field or right center field about 12 to 15 rows deep.
Well, we are set to go for BP as we get things rolling here. Our first hitter will be Yoran Castro, uncommitted catcher from Puerto Rico.
Every hitter gets 10 swings if you're a switch hitter, which are fewer and fewer, trust me, at baseball at this level than there used to be. You'll get 6 from each side.
Castro is one of those switch hitters.
So we'll be seeing 6 from the left side, 6 from the right side. I know Jeremy Brown, who we've mentioned earlier, has a theory about switch hitters and batting practice, and he says a player will always start off from what he thinks is his best side. That's not 100%, but when he told me that, I'm like, you know, that makes some sense.
Yeah, get a little confidence going.
And, you know, part of that is, you know, you don't have to have a better side. I mean, the true switch hitters are the ones that are pretty equal from both sides. And those are rare to find in, you know, at any level, somebody who doesn't have a weakness one side, whether it's bat speed or whether it's swing plane or, But when you can have the same setup, the same timing from both sides, that's very advantageous, and we'll see if Castro does. We also might see a lot of guys list themselves as a switch hitter, and then they get here or get to any showcase, and it's like, no, they're aware that they're not as good, and they don't want to show something that isn't their strength.
It does feel like he is going to hit left-handed for sure as he gets deeper into this. Castro aspires to, if he cannot be a professional in baseball, he wants to be an accountant. Might have to get his card. And that is 10 swings for him, and that is it for Castro.
Wait, he
must not have known that he's going to get.
Yeah, there's some community. That sounds to me, just looking at Jared Goodwin in the background shaking his head, that sounds like a,
He thought he was going to get 10 swings from each side. Okay.
Or that he just said, no, I'm a switch. He didn't tell him it's a switch hitter until afterwards.
A young man who idolizes Yadier Molina, finishing up his round.
As so many young Puerto Rican players. Having showcases in Puerto Rico is actually very difficult because every young player in Puerto Rico is either a catcher or a shortstop. And I'm finding pitchers and even people to play the outfield is very difficult in Puerto. And we've brought in so many pitchers, from outside the showcase just because we needed the innings. Because I know Jose Barrios has been very successful, obviously with Toronto, but the list of successful big league Puerto Rican pitchers is an extremely short one. Jackson Woods here.
Yeah, Wood, all-state performer in Alabama this year.
Very twitchy young athlete. I'll drop a quick Jose Barrios story on you. He was a primary middle infielder. You look at his size. And he was playing on a team where Carlos Correa was the shortstop and Javi Valentin, two future big league. They were playing shortstop and second base, and he said, "I'm a shortstop." And his coach kept telling him, "No, you're a pitcher. You're a pitcher." And he finally left that organization, went to another one who would let him play shortstop. And then 2 weeks later, they moved him to pitcher too. And it's like, no, son, you've got a special talent there.
Ended up being a second rounder.
Yeah. Having a great year this year for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, he is.
How about those Blue Jays?
How about them? 9 in a row coming into the night.
All of a sudden, I'm thinking, okay, they're up above 500 now. They're in first place by 3.5 games in that difficult AL East.
It's a little bit of a different AL East this year.
Yes.
Jordan Ransom's dad knows a little bit about playing in the AL East as a former Red Sox. Uncommitted.
Yeah, there must be a reason for that because he's a nice young player who's just going to keep getting better and better. He has a little strength there. That's a young body.
It's a good swing, too.
Yeah, it's good.
Really good swing.
His defensive actions were wonderful.
He looks like he's been around a big leaguer his whole life.
Yeah. 17 years old, so he's, right age for the class.
All right, here's Alika Lou. Lou committed to Stanford. His goal is to be Gatorade Player of the Year this year in both baseball and basketball. His dad didn't play pro ball, but was a shortstop at the University of Hawaii for the Rainbows. Back in the mid to late 90s.
We don't have it on the screen right now, but up on the big scoreboard here at Chase Field, for every swing, we see exit velocity, we see launch angle, we see distance. If there's any big highlights there, we'll be sure to share them with you.
Yeah, what are you looking for in terms of consistency? I mean, that one was 97. That would be above the major league hard hit rate of 95, but obviously these guys are still developing physically, right? The 108 yesterday, that's an extreme outlier at this level.
Until you throw, yes, that's an outlier, and then you throw a few 104s, 105s, and 106s with it, which Martin Sheelar did. And that puts you in really rarefied area. Yeah, you always want to see consistent barrels, and you want to see them early in a count. You know, every hitter after seeing 6 or 7 premium BP pitches should be timed up. You know, the rarest thing in a batting practice is seeing a first pitch home run.
Right.
Or, you know, and seeing a first pitch barrel makes you happy because that's somebody who is timed up right away. You know, and if you have a swing that you can repeat the timing, that's going to be amplified, you know, during a batting practice.
Lou did have a bunch of balls that were hit 97. This is Dylan Bowen, the Indiana native, former high school football player who's not going to play this fall. Going to focus on baseball before he heads off to Oklahoma State. His brother is a very good football player at Notre Dame. Drake Bowen actually just threw out the first pitch in a White Sox game about a month ago.
Wow.
Yeah, he's one of the White Sox NIL athletes. Dylan Bowen, compact swing from the right-handed hitter.
Very, very simple and repeatable, and he wasn't trying to. He was just working gap to gap. He kept it simple. He didn't open it up a lot. You'll see a lot of hitters do that up the middle, gap to gap for the first 6, 7 swings. And then for the last 3 or 4 swings is when they open it up, they clear their hips earlier, look to really lift and drive the ball. And Bowen stayed with the plan there for all 10 pitches.
Ram Charbonneau heading to play for Mitch Thompson at Baylor.
Coach Thompson.
JUCO legend.
Texas legend. I mean, he was when I began working in Texas in the late 1980s and all. He was a young coach then, an assistant on the Baylor staff, in fact, and one of the nicest men in baseball I've ever met. You know, kind of guy you might not see for 5 years, and you see him at a field like in Jupiter or something, and it's old home week.
Charbonneau, by the way, had a ball 100 miles an hour off the bat that hit off the wall in left center. So that's been the best we've seen in BP today.
Yeah, anything that was 100 as well. Anything is triple digits there is something we are basically obligated to share with you because that stands out. You know, Charbonneau's 6'4", 200, and he's taking a healthy hack at it. There's another 100. He's not getting the launch angle, getting under it, but that's irrelevant now. I mean, he's got bat speed and he barreled up so many balls. Yeah, I want to caution all you teenagers out there watching this. Maybe you're aspiring to be it next year or the year after, PG National or whatever. Do not, when you're 15, 16, 17 years old, worry about launch angle. It's way too early to do that. Right now, you're worrying about timing, barreling up the ball, perfecting your basic swing mechanics. And then, when you're at the next level, you're physically mature. Yeah, you're working with advanced hitting coaches. Yeah, you can start doing that. But that's things that people get to the big leagues and are adjusting, angles. So when I see a 15-year-old trying to drop back shoulders and lift and stuff, I'm like, no, son, you weigh 145 pounds. That's not your swing.
You want to see guys, drive the ball in the gaps, right? And the power will come. First the doubles will come and then the home runs.
You'd have to learn how to square the ball up and be timed and have barreled the ball before you start worrying about my launch angle needs to be increased by 8 8% or whatever it is. And it's not an easy thing to do. Some people try to do it, with the best instructors in baseball, and it just doesn't fit their swings and their bodies and such. And some people it comes very naturally.
James Clark gives way to his twin brother Miles. They're, I guess, polar opposites in the box, huh? Not exactly identical. Mirror images, I should say. It's a good, compact right-handed swing. Down to the final couple of swings here from Miles Clark. One more to go. Two more to go.
There we have our hit data on the screen there in the lower right-hand corner, so you can follow along on that as well.
Miles Clark finishes his round of batting practice.
Now batting number 11.
And here is Trey Ebel. Ebel said one of his goals is to be just like his brother, be a perfect game All-American this year. First swing, 92 miles an hour off the bat the other way. All right.
97 there.
Trying to work the off field. Son of a big league coach having a professional batting practice. Who would have ever thought it?
Now he'll work around the next 2 or 3 swings and maybe be more left center gap oriented. No, sticking to the, there's a definite little bit of barrel lag there. He's getting nice contact. I mean, a lot of upper 90s opposite field. There we go. Turn the barrel, 100.5.
And he got into that one a little bit better. It'll fall shy of the fence.
Yeah, that's I'm sure when I look at the BP notes on Trey Ebel, somebody will say professional round. Because that's what that was.
6 foot tall, 180-pound right-handed hitter. And here's Desmond Francis, 5'11", 180. Plays for the fine Indiana Bulls program on their black team.
He posted a nice 60 time, didn't he?
Yeah, very nice one. Showed decent arm strength in the outfield.
Let me refresh the old workout results page and see if we have any of the. Yes, we do. We have 60s and 10s and 60s up on the Perfect Game website. Right. So if your teammate, your son, your niece is playing here, take a look at the Perfect Game website and you'll see his 10 and 60 splits.
Or your commit.
Your commit, yes. If he's your commit, you're saying, I hope he was slow.
Yeah. If he's your commit, there's part of you that's like, well, if the data's really good, it's great. And the other part of you is like, well, it's one day.
I'll tell you a funny story from the first set. Danny Wexelman has a good relationship with Coach Vitiello at Tennessee.
Yeah.
And Cole Croninger went out and was just lighting it up on the mound, and he's a primary shortstop. And so she coached during the game, texted Coach Vitiello and said, what do you see him as, a player or a pitcher or a two-way? And he answered back quickly, I see myself congratulating him on signing his pro contract.
Tony V is a great sense of humor. Tony Vitello, took Tennessee to the national championship a year ago. Bradley McCaffrey
gives that a ride.
Well, it lines up on the warning track. Not quite enough. There are a number of balls towards the corners here that will get out in that kind of low 90s, high 80s range. But, well, it is a big ballpark, and even here without baseballs at the humidor, it does travel well in this park. You have to hit it to get it out between the alleys. I mean, it's 374 to the alleys, and it's 407 to dead center. Still think back to the 22 showcase when Alfonso Rosario put on a show. He's had a nice year in the minors of the Guardians now. He's part of a trade for Eli Morgan.
Yeah, he was a guy who was unknown. He was still ranked 500 when he showed up and, threw like 98 from the outfield and then took BP, and we're like, is this for real?
I mean, I remember.
Why don't is this legit? And it's been very legit.
It was clanging off the seats in St. Pete. It was wow.
The other guy at that, I believe, was at that event who did the same thing.
Arjun Namala.
Namala, of course. Daniel Cuvée.
Yeah, who has had a great first two seasons.
Oh, yeah. And that is surprising me absolutely zero as we see Drew Messi in the box swinging from the left side. But, yeah, Cuvée was making, Tropicana's, pretty easy field to get the ball out of. And he was leaving in places that big leaguers want to hit the ball. Although nothing at Tropicana ever matched when I saw Josh Hamilton with an aluminum bat take batting practice at Tropicana.
Worry about the Rays tank there.
And, it was silly. He'd hit balls that were line drives off the center, field wall, and it was just like, no, that was impressive. Yeah, it's always fun thinking back on some of the best BPs. Like we were talking about switch hitters before, and probably the best switch hitting BP ever at a PG National was by Cameron Maben, who was at Tropicana. He hit multiple balls out from both sides of the plate.
Wow.
And you're just like, and he was a very well-known player at that point, but you're still going, oh my gosh, I've never seen this before at this environment, and we've never seen it again either.
Onyx Parson, committed to South Florida.
A little bit of strength there in that 6'1", 195 catcher's build.
That one 97 almost off the bat. Into the pull side a little bit here.
We'll tell you the worst field to do batting practice at. The City of
Palms Park in Fort Myers.
Yeah. Or not City of Palms, the one the Red Sox use now.
The Jet Blue.
Yeah, Jet Blue, because players get on that field and they see the monster and it changes their swing. But then at the same time, you have left-handed hitters who can hit balls that would be over the monster, off the monster, who are hitting what look like lazy fly balls to right field because the dimensions are just so different.
Yeah, I remember some BPs in that ballpark. Joe Rizzo, I think, was one of those left-handed hitters who peppered the monster. Or Mickey Moniak, I think. Did he homer there?
There's not been many left-handed hitters who've...
Somebody hit a pull side home run I remember in an early morning game into the sun. E.J. Booth committed to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, when we saw Booth in the outfield, I said, that's going to be a left-handed bat with that build, going to Vanderbilt, his ranking. So we'll see if he matches up there. Lloyd's throwing a little cutter there that should be perfect for reaching a left-hander's swing.
We should really get the data up on Lloyd's BP, too.
Well,
so everybody can see exactly how consistent it is.
And that exists. Not recently. Is that
go.
one? There
Booth
we
finds
go.
the seats at 99.
398 on the distance. No, there was a...
that one's got a chance, too. It just drops the head and lets it work.
Yeah, there was a workout years ago, Atlanta Braves pre-draft workout at in Atlanta, and they had all the TrackMan and everything hooked up, and for their scouting purposes. And Lloyd threw 750 pitches that day, and 749 of them registered on TrackMan in the strike zone.
Wow!
And to the surprise of no one, but it's still one of the most amazing things I've ever heard.
749 strikes and 700. And also, he threw 750 pitches and didn't need to ice.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't.
I got to make sure I get down to see Lloyd tomorrow. He's just one of my favorite people. Absolutely love him. Nolan Romoli from John Cangelosi's team, Sparks Black. Suburban Chicago. Heading to Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm just going to clear up on somebody we'll be seeing very shortly at the plate. Gerson Veras, who we originally, he is listed as a 6'4", though, so there was some glitch there on his first run.
Good.
Although 6'4" for an athlete of that size is still wildly impressive.
Yeah, a guy who's 6'6" doing that.
But it wasn't that original thing, which just seemed like it wasn't right. And I'm glad they were aware of that down on the field and got what I'm sure is the correct time down.
Couple hard hit balls for Romoli here. That one 101 off the bat.
Turn it open the swing up in those last couple swings and back-to-back 101s.
Those were our hardest of the day. Caleb Trainer.
And it's interesting that Sterling Coaxum is up here as a 6'15".
So that one was.
Yeah, I have. No explanation for that. They met, in the middle of it and did something. They were talking about something. We had a little 5-minute pause. I'm not sure what that was about, but 615 is still, absolutely top shelf.
That was his second time. Yeah, it was impressive.
Yeah, they have Ethan Rathman at the 6.25.
Well, it is the desert, so sometimes a little dust gets in the timer.
At the end of the day, the object is to be right. And you were getting, there's a lesson. This is trailer gets into that one pretty well, but we have a rule at showcases that players can ask what they threw or what their time was, but anybody down on the field is very specifically told, do not answer or say it will be posted soon, because things can get miscommunicated. As things can get miscommunicated. Sure. You can say 7:05 and the kid may have heard 655, and then, then that just causes a whole nother level of problem. So I'm not saying that's what happened with whoever was feeding you those times, but it certainly is plausible.
Yeah, there's some things. Sometimes there are mistakes that happen too. Yeah. So Matthew Maxon is the hitter from Stanford, or committed to Stanford, I should say. He is primarily a right-handed pitcher. Stanford now finishing their first season in the ACC this year.
As someone who grew up a mile away from the Stanford campus and was raised a Stanford guy and still has Stanford sweatshirt and stuff, the mere idea that Stanford and Cal are in the ACC is like emotionally disturbing to me.
It's not a great year for either of them in conference play this year.
Well, what do you expect when you have to leave on Wednesday to go play a weekend series on the East Coast? It's like, how do those guys keep up their, academic, especially a school like Stanford or Cal that's, so demanding? It's like just huge. The length of those road trips and the miles they fly would make a big league player, scared.
Well, I think the kids probably adapt to the miles better than the grown-ups do. But the practice time lost was one of the things that talking to coaches there were a little bit concerned about. That was a pretty good poke from Maxon at 95 off the bat, 346 feet. And here is
this will be very
Veras.
This will be very interesting.
Yeah.
He threw 96 so easily from the outfield. Big league pedigree. Big league body already.
95 the other way on the first swing.
It looked like he didn't even get the barrel on that.
Oh. .96 the other way. I mean, yeah, that's wait till he turns one loose here. This is going to be impressive.
Nice hand position.
Got into that one a little bit better at 100 almost. Maybe trying to do a little bit too much on that swing. That one 100 miles an hour to the warning track in center. That's a 397.
That's an easy 6+ hang time there as well.
That one he got. That one's going to be about 400 feet.
101 and 407.
Wow. He didn't hit one out, but he hit two to the deepest part of the ballpark. And again, it's 407 to dead center and 413 just to the left and right of it. Impressive.
Yeah, if you follow the PG National over the years, there's going to be somebody who emerges from the 400s to 500 ranking and loudly proclaims themselves at this event. It happens every single year, and I think Garrison Veras is candidate A for that distinction in 2025.
I would say that sounds about right. Very, very impressive day for him. It'll be fun to watch him in the game action starting tomorrow.
There's another son of a big leaguer in this group of 4 teams who used to be a two-way player, but who's been one of the most impressive pitchers on the circuit so far this summer. We'll see him in game action, but that's Joseph Contreras, son of 11-year big league veteran, former Cuban, Jose Contreras.
Contreras, yeah.
He was
a terrific pitcher with the White Sox.
At 17 and under last week in Atlanta, I watched video of his outing, and it was absolutely filthy. 94-97 with the slider from HE double hockey sticks, as my wife calls it.
Cale Fawcett.
And he actually called, or he or his dad contacted Perfect Game right after that performance and said, please list Joseph only as a right-handed pitcher only after this. And every event I've seen him at, he was a primary shortstop. So it was like, no, son, you're a pitcher, and the more time you spend being a pitcher, the better off you're going to be.
He's going to end up, I wonder if he'll learn his dad's splitter, too. There was a run. Jose Contreras had about a 2.5-year run where he was one of the best pitchers in the American League. I got a front row seat for a lot of that. He was really impressive.
And remember, he didn't defect from Cuba back when that involved a whole lot of difficulty. Until he was late 20% or something.
Yeah, he was. I think he was 30 almost. He also had a particularly harrowing journey.
Yeah, I heard a story this morning about when he was in Nicaragua actually as his waypoint. And the story goes he was getting the offers in as he was there from teams, and they were multi-million-dollar obviously, and he's one of the most acclaimed Cuban professionals ever to go on the market at that point, and he kept telling his agent, sign for that. And the agent said, no, there's a lot more money. These are just the first stuff, the warm-ups. And he told his agent, I was making 75 cents a day back in Cuba, and they're offering me $8 million, and you want to turn it down? He says, just hang in there. It's going to get a lot bigger. I think it ended up at 4 years, $32 million or something.
That's right. And that was with the Yankees as Ethan DeJesus hits, and the story was that Theo Epstein was so mad about that as the man who ran the Red Sox that he fired a chair into a wall. That he was so angry.
Theo.
And then he had a very good first season, splitting time as a starter and a reliever. DeJesus with a pretty good swing from both sides here. He had good actions defensively, too. And this is primarily a pitcher.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss too much of him, but to finish the story on Contreras is he had a really rough second year. The White Sox got him, and then in 2005, he was their ace when they won the World Series. He was really, really good. But he was 31 when he made his big league debut.
You're right.
Really good swing.
That's a really nice swing. And, we see
his right-handed one was good, too.
We saw his arm strength, and it's like if he didn't list himself as a right-handed pitcher, which I'm even questioning now. It's like you're going to have to be really good, son, off the mound to top what you've done athletically during these drills.
I don't think he's going to be uncommitted for long. That's a pretty impressive performance from him today. He might be 1A on the list of guys that get your attention. Cole McLean, Tennessee commit. McLean. Those guys that have the good performances here, you want to circle for the game actions that get underway tomorrow morning with these 4 teams. Because if they perform well, especially these guys that are two-ways, that's... Start talking about them as perfect game All-Americans, and we start talking about them more and more for the draft next year.
And we really haven't talked much so far in the first 2 days about the PG All-American Classic and how this is not the only factor, but really the biggest factor into being selected for that elite team. But that is on the line here. I know all the players are aware of that. Game will be August 17th in the Sunday in San Diego, California. It's been here for the last couple of years. I don't know what happened to move it back to San Diego, but
Well, as a Phoenix resident, I'm disappointed that I can't drive to the game, but also San Diego in August is pretty nice compared to Phoenix.
I don't think anybody's complaining. There's such a long history of going to San Diego. We're going to be back working with Rady's Children's Hospital. We just traded Luis Gonzalez for Trevor Hoffman again.
It's a huge trade and a big upgrade as far as I'm concerned.
You wonder, with all due respect to the Hall of Famer, whether in the peak of their careers, whether you'd have made that trade or not.
That's a good question.
I say that all with a big smile on my face. Obviously, two of the best human beings of any major leaguers, any people I've ever met in baseball.
Yeah, I just love to give Gonzo grief.
Oh yeah.
Generally, as we go to the same barber, one, I'm impressed that he still needs it, but two, I like to leave messages for him, with him, and then I get text messages that are. It can't be repeated. But,
well, if you're going to give him grief, he's going to give it back with two barrels.
That's part of the joy of it. Yeah, he really is a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
Gonzo in his career against Trevor Hoffman, by the way, 226, 314, 387 slash line, but more walks and strikeouts, no homers. He had 2 triples off Trevor Hoffman.
Okay.
I wonder if one of them was, just at the anniversary of his cycle. I wonder if one of those was in the game that he hit. No, they were early in his career, 1993, 1994.
Yeah, that's fair. He was either still playing he wasn't playing for the Diamond.
No.
Then he was with the Cubs, I think.
No, he was with Houston.
Still with Houston.
Yeah.
I was raised with when I started working with Houston, Gonzo was in Double-A and coming off labrum surgery.
He was, it was 95. He was traded, I think it was him, Scott Service, for Rick Wilkins, if I remember correctly. Rick Wilkins had a 30-homer season a couple years before.
Houston spent so much time trying to find a left-handed hitting catcher to the point of trading Kenny Lofton for Ed Taubensee.
Oh, gosh.
Which
worked out well for Cleveland. It's Ryland Baker, the VCU commit. Ahmed Nasser's round before that, who had a very good defensive showing. Yeah, a year and a half with the Cubs, then he went back to Houston, did Gonzo, then to Detroit, and that's where the power started to come. And I believe he was traded to the Diamondbacks for Kareem Garcia.
There's a name from the past.
Who was, I believe, one of the expansion picks for Arizona. Gonzo's number retired here, and 598 career doubles. Great career. Like most players of that generation, you'll love this story. He was always skeptical of defensive metrics, and he and I were doing a series in Pittsburgh, and the Sabres seminar just happened to be in town. And my friend Mark Simon was doing a presentation from Sports Info Solutions on retrofitting defensive metrics to players during their career in the 80s and 90s. And he said the data showed that one of the most underrated players defensively was Luis Gonzalez in left field, and that he probably should have won 4 Gold Gloves if they had done it by the position there. You want to know who bought into defensive metrics at that moment?
I mentioned that Luis, as we see Dylan Cheek swing here, I believe it was 1988, underwent labrum surgery.
Yeah, he did not have a good arm.
He had one of the worst arms in Major League Baseball. He's the kind of guy that he's playing left field, and he can be playing as shallow as you can. If there was a man on second base and he didn't try to score, I actually wrote up a thing with stats and everything behind it, saying with certain pitchers, especially soft tossing lefties, Gonzo should go play right field, and Derek Bell, who was our plus armed right fielder, should play left, because the majority of the baseballs are going to be hit to left field, and that's with certain profiles, left-handed pitchers on the mound, and that arm, the fact Gonzo wasn't going to throw out anybody from anywhere, and you better have your best arm your best defender where the ball's going to be hit. People, they ignored that, but it made sense to me.
I understand where you're coming from on it. But he caught a lot of balls. I think
Yes, he did.
was Mark's point. Also, I think that this was retrofitting it so that because back in those days, it was always there was one category for the outfield, right? So it was always the center fielders that won. So this was trying to break it out by left field, right field, and center field. And we all know left field is at the bottom of the defensive spectrum.
That's why Alex Gordon won like about 6 Gold Gloves in Kansas City.
It's pretty good, yeah. Deion Cole, the Georgia Tech commit, first ball off the bat, 98.5. That one, 102.
Yeah, this is a very strong young man, ranked 47th in the country. He got around on that one.
Now, they generally don't have good hitters at Georgia Tech, so he won't fit in there at all. That's some pull side damage he's done so far.
It's a simple swing. He gets his hands into slot very early. Just a simple lower half turn. It's a pull-oriented swing, but there's so much strength there that you can see him working the outside half and lagging the barrel a bit and driving it to right center field with just as much authority.
A rare take. Center at 100 again, and seven balls over 90 miles an hour in the 10 swings that he had. Pretty impressive from Deion Cole.
Very nice round there. And he wasn't selling out for it. That's his natural swing. He wasn't, dropping the shoulder and turning his hips early, and that was his swing.
Patrick Diaz from the Bronx. A number of New Yorkers in this group. New Yorkers, Canadians. So going to drop and drive a little bit on these. He has a quick readjustment. And the last swing. Pretty good one.
Yeah,
this bolt that he's hit, 102 miles an hour. Nicely done.
Now batting number 9, Isaiah Gallison.
Isaiah Gallison from Houston County in Kathleen, Georgia. Georgia Tech commit as well.
Ran a 6.3 160. I believe he threw maybe 94 from the outfield, so he has really shown his physical tools. Or 94 from the infield. I think he played both, but I'm going to refresh the screen here. Maybe we have throw times up. Nope, still just 60s. There are some throw times up. I'm I correct myself there.
Starting to trickle in. Waiting for the precincts to report.
Yes, that's kind of what it's like, but a little quicker in this case.
Allison had a couple over 91, 96 plus that in his 10 swings.
Now batting for room number 10.
Trip Hannah is next.
Trip Hannah with 97 from shortstop, which had a short-lived lead on top of the infield velocity leaderboard till Matt Ponatoski passed everybody with his 101 throw.
And a couple more swings here for Hannah. I'll start to get timed up now. Last couple have been 94, 95 off the bat. Just missed that one. One more to go. And on to Jaden Jackson from St. John Bosco. We saw Clark twins from there, and now Jackson. Look at him. This is the son of a former NFL player, the brother of an NFL player. His dad, John Jackson, also played in the minor leagues with the Giants. Part of the Trotsky program.
Yeah, there's some definite hand speed there.
Mm-hmm. Some athleticism, too. He had good run times.
6'4", 89-mile-an-hour arm.
.198 off the bat. That one 102.8.
That had game triple written all over it.
Yeah.
Isn't 102.8 our top exit velocity? So
we have 103. That might be the top one.
Okay.
I think it might be the top. But it is a really quick bat that he has because he's got that kind of hitch in the load, but he gets the bat to it. There's a lot to like about Jaden Jackson.
That was nice.
You look up in a couple of years, and he's going to be a player that's going to be really impressive at UCLA.
I was just looking at my my text, which I generally forget to do during drills or setting anything like that, and Francisco Lindor's agent, after Aiden Ruiz went through his infield with those lightning quick hands. I thought at the time all his agent said was very Lindor-esque, which is exactly right. I thought it. I didn't say it, but that's kind of what Aiden Ruiz looked at shortstop. So.
Malvern Prep standout, Jackson Melkonian. Couple more swings for him. And a good finish. And now we're on to the Messina twins. This is Charles, a right-handed hitting catcher, who's heading to Northwestern. They had a nice season in conference this year. Ben Greenspan's second year there. Greenspan was such an important recruiter for Tracy Smith. Michigan and Arizona State, Indiana, now running that program at Northwestern.
There's a number of Northwestern players here, which is not something that one normally sees at this event.
That is, I mean, you're talking about a guy with an excellent recruiting reputation. And if schools like Duke and Stanford can be successful in baseball, there's no reason Northwestern can't be either.
It's a matter of investment and commitment.
And I think if you're bringing in somebody like Greenspan, then you have to have some commitment. I believe I don't know if there's renovations coming, or maybe they're talking about them to Rocky Miller Park there. We've got about another year left on the renovations for Ryan Field, the football stadium.
I was going to say, after what they've gone through with the football stadium, they're definitely investing in their athletic future. They're on the north side of Chicago.
They have a beautiful indoor facility. The Ryan Field's about a mile from where my parents live. And it'd be fun to see Northwestern be good in the Big Ten. As somebody who grew up a big Northwestern fan, that's... I'd love to see it. Now here's Dylan Messina. So Charles is heading to Northwestern. Dylan is going to go to Penn. It's been one of the better programs in the Ivy League. There was a feature a couple of years ago on a web series called No Days Off that featured the Messina brothers. And they are gym rats. Oh, Dylan is going to switch hit here. Okay. I mean, they were 13 years old and up at 6 a.m. without their parents prodding every day to work. They didn't have necks at 13. They had been lifting so much there. So,
well, you don't end up going to Northwestern and Penn by mailing it in. It's like that shows a work ethic right there in the classroom and in the books. So
5 days a week in the gym, and they were taking ballet lessons in their spare time to try and improve their flexibility. And I can't remember which one said at the end, he's like, yeah, it's just like every other ballet class, so we don't wear tutus. So even at 13, they had a sense of humor.
Yeah, now I have thought that often about simple things like yoga. Ballet didn't come to mind first, but
Pilates, yeah.
But people, we had Dylan Moss in the first group, who is very, very into and has the belts to prove it, jiu-jitsu, which again is kind of combining balance and discipline and different flexibility, different ways to get to the same athletic result.
Ryan Morrell is going to head to University of Cincinnati. He's a 4.0 student. Put a pretty good charge into that swing. And that one, well, doesn't he know that Jordan Bischel's team plays the inside game a lot? Good pull side swings to start.
Now he's working it around.
There we go.
Everything's on the barrel, though.
Yeah, it has been 5 swings, 6 now, and 4 of them over 90 miles an hour, and most of them well over.
We were talking about JetBlue Park and pro batting practice. One of the more impressive batting practices I ever saw at JetBlue was Daz Cameron, who might have hit 10 straight balls off the wall. Just line drives, no attempt to lift the ball, just hit ball, 10 straight balls, easy, simple swing, off the wall. And it was just like, okay, that's a 10-10, on our grading scale. Professional round.
Carson Reeder committed to Texas. Yeah, I remember Mike Cameron telling me he thought when Daz was going into his senior year that he was more physical than him at that same point. And I don't think he quite got to that level. Daz was in the big leagues for a while this year with Milwaukee.
Yeah, he's in that 4A type category now where you're going to see that ball was launched.
Yeah, 96 miles an hour off the bat by Reeder.
383 to the pull side.
But then again, I don't know that there are a whole lot of people even at, what's Mike now, 51, 52, that are as physical as Mike Cameron is. So
I was going to say, Daz is 6 feet tall. Dad was 6'3", 200 back when that was a big, big build for a big leaguer and pure center fielder. It's like, no, that was a world-class athlete, Mike Cameron. Not that Daz is anything to, be embarrassed about, but I mean, Dad was a world-class athlete.
You want to talk about phenomenal human beings too. Mike Cameron is one of my favorite people. I cannot believe he's a grandfather because he doesn't look like
I hope he's one of these people who shows up at the ballpark and it's like he could go through the player's entrance and be mistaken for a
absolutely, yeah. Everybody knows what he did for work. What a warm, wonderful, wonderful guy. Jax Robinson out of Waxahachie, Texas. Not to be confused by the band of the same name that's, I believe, also from Waxahachie.
I recall looking for a field in Waxahachie, long before Google Maps, and getting very frustrated that I couldn't find the name
with the
high school
Atlas out.
field.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
and it was like Atlas out. Yeah, I made the phone call. They told me where it was, and I still can't find it. And then back in the old days, the default was look for the water tower,
right,
and look for the light poles, because even with the water tower, the ballpark was going to be close by. And it was like, I couldn't even find those. Scouts are...
Maybe somebody just tried to cloak it so you wouldn't get there to see the player that you wanted to. As Aiden Roman stands in.
Scouts are spoiled now with Google Maps and Marriott points and
the old Red Roof Inn days are gone.
Oh no! I mean, the limits we had on hotel spending back then were kind of embarrassing, to tell you the truth.
Still a couple teams that do that. Poke there from Roman.
We've gone informal on batting practice now with the pants off. Must be a pitcher.
And Aiden Roman gives way to J.C. Pacheco. Channel heading to ASU. Couple of good swings to right center for him.
Yeah, he keeps it very short. He's going to, when he learns to extend through contact more, there's going to be more power there, but he's finding the barrel often.
That one hop the fence.
365.
It was only 89 off the bat, but that's some pretty good carry to it.
Yeah, between, just natural maturity and strength and just getting a little more extension through contact. There's some untapped power there, no doubt. Nice round there from J.C. Pacheco.
Yeah, you can see that there's a chance for him to be able to add a little bit more strength, and certainly it was an easy swing. All right, here's Cody Boschel. We are excited to see him. He has real power.
You obviously have some background with Cody, because I think that's the fourth time you've said that so far.
Well, he was a candidate for the national home run lead for a while this year.
Oh, we had the leading home run hitter in the first group, Ty Chrisman, who hit 19 back in his Utah high school. I read earlier that was the lead. And how many did Boschel end up with?
I don't know what the final total was, but I know early on in the season he was off to a tremendous start. I haven't really seen him get into one yet, but that one he just missed, felt like. There, he runs one out. Got one into the right field stands. Finishes his round. Here's Jalen Walker.
Now batting number 26, Jalen
Walker, another son of a former NFL player. His dad, Ramon, played for the Texans. Walker's still looking for his college commitment. Pearland, Texas. Am I right that that's a big Texas or a football hotbed, Pearland?
It's a suburb of Houston, which some would say, no, it's not in Dallas, so that means it's not a hotbed. But yeah, it's a suburb.
Would those people be from North Texas that say that, Ron?
No, perhaps.
It's Houstonians. You would not be one of those people, though, that would say that, of course.
No. Spent 12 years living in Houston. All three of my kids were born in Houston, so I've got a lot of fond memories of that gigantic town.
It is sprawling.
Oh, it's huge. And shows no signs of stopping either.
It is, I believe it's gonna push Chicago in the next census for the third largest city in the U.S. It is number 4 right now, I believe, and not by much. Walker is done, and Landon Church will be the last member of Team Maroon. North Carolina State commit.
I was just thinking of my kids anyways. I just got a text and a picture from my youngest son, and he was wearing a vintage 2004 Perfect Game Showcase shirt.
Wow.
Because back then he would have been 7 years old back in that time or something like that. And my kids always had Perfect Game gear, of course. And so he had saved it. It looked like it was in pretty good condition. A 2004 showcase from some showcase that I gave him when he was a little kid. I'm sure he might not have been wearing it today because he's a little bigger than he was then. But
maybe you're relieved that he's not wearing it then.
Yeah, he wants it when he was in high school. He was like, I might have been just showing off. He wore Perfect Game gear to school, different one every day for 3 weeks.
He learned very early on, if it's free,
yes.
It's for me. Two more swings for Landon Church. That's nice ball to the pull side. Will be foul, but over 90 miles an hour, he's going to get one more. And makes the most of it. Driving that one to center field, and that is it for Team Maroon. On to the Navy team. 2 more teams to go.
That's also it for Lloyd Thompson on the mound for this edition of batting practice. Rico Billups coming in to take his turn.
A couple of warm-up tosses here from Rico. Lloyd's still working his way back from that arm injury a couple of years ago, so he can't go all 9.
Well, he's also 70 years old. He's been every part of his body has had some operation over the years. But I mean, to think he was a shortstop in the minors back in the 1960s, late 60s. Swung the bat pretty well for a 6'3", 170-pound shortstop.
Weren't a whole lot of 6'3" shortstops at that point.
No.
Colt Springall will start things here.
You'll notice a different pace from now on, where Lloyd's arm action is so long and smooth, and Rico just gets up there and fires from that compact high release point and works at a faster pace and with the same result. So if we're going to be analyzing swings and commenting on things, we've got to do it faster from now on out.
Now batting number 3, Will Susslow.
Will Susslow will hit now. Second in line here for the Navy team. Strong performance last summer at the Junior National Showcase. Staying in the middle of the field pretty well as he gets through his 10 swings quickly as you predicted.
Now batting number 5, Johnny McDowell.
Johnny Bad, as he says he's claiming as his
nickname.
Well, that's better than we've talked about Martin Shelar before. He identified on his thing that his nickname was Party Marty.
Party Marty.
And I'm like, son, you're 17 years old.
I knew where the party's at. It's with Marty.
Yeah.
A couple of really hard hit balls for Johnny Bad. Mid-90s. That'll be it for Johnny Bad. Not bad for him.
Obviously some strength in the swing.
Navy number 6, Luis Bermudez.
Luis Bermudez is listed as a shortstop, but in reading some of the reports on the Puerto Rican showcase, third base projection, which should mean that he is strong.
Yes. 6'1", 188. I already see some size and strength in those thighs and hips.
He's got that little timing mechanism that gets him into a big power load. The last swing. And here is Kane, who has impressed already today with his throwing arm. Sammy Kane.
99 from the outfield, 95 from shortstop.
Pretty good run times. Uncommitted. 92 almost off the bat.
Needs to get that foot down a little sooner on that timing mechanism. But still getting the barrel head out. 94 on that double down the line. A lot of barrels here.
Yeah, they're pretty good rounds.
Got a nice groove there the last 5 or 6 swings and barreled up everything, hit it to different fields.
He's not going to be uncommitted for long, I would say. Sean Dunlap. Northwest Indiana product who is committed to Tennessee. He suffered a broken leg right before his freshman year of high school, where a chunk of his femur came out kicking a soccer ball. He played the whole summer on it, tried to rehab. They finally went and did surgery. He missed a couple of years, but he's a player that has really elevated his game. He said his left leg is still just a little bit longer than his right. Clearly a tough kid if he can play through some of that. Crown Point High School in Crown Point, Indiana, the pride of the Duneland Conference.
102 off the barrel and 380 on that last one.
Well, there was a couple of them over 100 miles an hour for him. Good swings. Easton Katura. Boy, that's your classic left-handed middle of the field swing, isn't it? Boy, he gets his bat into a near perfect slot on the foot for those first 4.
And the strength isn't there yet, but the swing, base swing certainly is.
Got tied up a little bit on one of those and still fought it off the center. Yeah, that one, the barrel lagged a bit, but I mean, he hasn't really needed to turn and burn on anything. He just using the middle part of the field. Nice performance.
He's got his swing ID, what he's comfortable with down, and he's going to live with that middle of the field smooth as can be. Timed up from the first pitch. Very clean swing.
Elliot Lachelle. The Yaley, or future Yaley, I should say.
Yeah, we've got Yale and Princeton's and Penn's, and
the Ivy League has come calling this year here, huh? One more coming for Lachelle. This is the last one. I miscounted.
that's okay.
I do have 10.
We'll forgive you.
I just hadn't gotten to it. Canu Martinez hits. Martinez committed to Oregon. Helped lead St. Louis High School to its first state championship this year in 11 years. Just missed on that swing. Good take. I give guys enough credit for good takes. There we go. And his hardest hit ball of the day to finish, 94-8 off the bat.
Now number 17, Robert O'Meady.
Robert O'Meady, another Canadian-born player committed to Kentucky.
That ball's got some carry to it. Oh, our outfielder had a chance to pull it back in, pull a Denzel Clark on us, and he wasn't quite up to it.
374 on that blast.
That's 97 off the barrel. Nice. A little bit of turn and burn in that swing approach. More balance there. Line drive to center field, 95.
Yeah, well, that one's got a really good chance.
Yes, it does.
It's gone. That's our longest home run I think we've seen from a left-handed hitter for sure. 384.
90. That had been 99. There's another one into the right.
And here comes one more. That's 4 home runs for Beaty in his round of batting practice. Well, that was an impressive round from the Canadian.
He didn't even watch the last one. He just turned around and walked away. He knew it was gone.
Trenton Ramsey, Miami commit.
Primary left-handed pitcher.
Ocala, Florida. 96 off the bat for Ramsey. Into a couple there.
Rough start, but got his timing quickly.
And the last one for him. Here's Ethan Rathman. He was one of the best runners, showed well in the outfield earlier today. He is also committed to Miami, Windermere, Florida. Miami with a great season, winning the Hattiesburg Regional and then losing a one-run finale in Game 3 of Supers at Louisville this year. Boy, there's no, look at that. That's just a turn and twist, like very little lower half movement for him, and he generates good bat speed.
Yeah, that's that upper body rotational swing.
There's more in the tank there.
Yeah. Especially for an athlete with as much lower half twitch as he obviously has, running a 6.25, and you know there's bat speed there that is yet to be tapped.
Yeah, that was the best one at 98, but everything was in the 90s for the most part. That was a pretty impressive round by Rathman. Tegan Scott, you said you thought he was going to have a good round.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. Get the foot down, Tegan.
Yeah, it does look like he's a little late on his timing.
Yes, and you can even tell that by when you see a foul ball over the first base dugout for a right-handed hitter. In batting practice, it is almost always a foot timing issue. There, he just shortened it up. He had a little different leg there, and that's good self-awareness. He went back to the higher one.
One before that was 96 off the bat.
And he had a completely different leg load. And he went back to what I guess his comfort zone is. And
it did get him back closer to on time. I mean, he hasn't barreled. There we go.
Now batting number 21,
Sean Sullivan, committed to Alabama, right-handed pitcher. Some third base, some outfield out of Walsh Jesuit. Very good program in Cleveland area.
I would not be surprised if we don't see Sullivan light up the radar guns in his 2 innings on the mound later. He's a hard thrower, very live arm.
He's a top 40 prospect on the mound. He got that one pretty good. Good final swing for him before Jacob Webster hits. Webster listed as a switch hitter, shortstop, right-handed pitcher, committed to Santa Barbara. Should all be so lucky.
One had a nice carry to the middle of the field.
All 71 of those 3 swings have. That's a really impressive. Got under that one a little bit, but and smartly resetting. Boy, it really does jump off his bat, doesn't it? There's a chance for more. smart, too. And he doesn't get a swing that he wants. He takes a little breather.
Yeah, and as we mentioned with the pitching change, Rico works fast. That's just part of his style. And if you're not comfortable, that's exactly what you should do.
And there weren't a whole lot of 90-pluses there from Webster, but controlled the middle of the field, and there's going to be a lot more in there.
Yeah, there's a lot more in there. That was a much more promising round than just the base numbers showed.
Easton Autry sends that one out. That one crushed to center. Wow.
That's pretty easy power there, boss.
It is. Ooh.
Yeah, he was on time from the first swing and is just crushing some balls. It's kind of like what we describe as strength over raw bat speed, but the strength is significant.
That one hopped the center field fence.
396 with 100.7.
I'd love to see him take a round with metal here.
There we go.
That's number 2. That one is way out.
That was a good 10 rows deep.
404. Wow.
101, 404. Perfect launch angle. Yeah, that was one of those no doubters. And it's like, okay.
Now, that's what we had internally on the TrackMan. It said 409. So, wow. Very, very impressive.
I want you to go into a patented Mike Farron home run call or something when you see that.
It's a little different with all the swings at BP.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get one. You're scheduled to do some games on Thursday, I believe. We've got drills again tomorrow, and then
drills tomorrow, and then Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, you can't give them your best fastball in the workout, Rons. You gotta.
We aim to survive the workout and
let's see if I can drop one in
entertain
the last group.
Entertain in the games.
Now maybe number 27, Evan McElvain.
Evan McElvain is the younger brother of former Vanderbilt and now Arkansas pitcher Ethan McElvain.
Former PG All-American.
McElvain had some good moments at Vanderbilt, but is going to go pitch for Dave Van Horn and Matt Hobbs at Arkansas. Never quite found his footing as a starter at Vanderbilt. That was Evan's best bolt so far.
I see the McElvain brothers playing this. The oldest two are pitchers, of course, and they raised their youngest brother to be a catcher, and that was a matter of convenience.
That's some smart brothering.
Evan was catching 94 when he was 11 years old, probably.
I guess it's that he is a very strong receiver, that he's got strong wrists.
He probably dreams at night of shifting to first base or something so he doesn't have to.
Well, he should be an accomplished hitter if he had to hit against his brothers too, so you bring out the pitch back.
Right. Teenage catchers are not allowed to hit at any level.
That's true.
I mean, you're not allowed to run the bases. You can't hit because you're too busy catching bullpens.
The old courtesy runner.
Being a teenage minor league catcher in some little South Atlantic League city has to be the worst job in baseball because you're catching every rehab pitcher, everybody who has bullpens. You get no batting practice. And when you do get batting practice, you've been beat up and you're in the last group. And
Not a whole lot of power, but a lot of hard-hit balls from Oda. Everything's been over 90. There was one that registered internally here at 105.
That might have been a glitch.
Well, it did say 103.7 on the TrackMan, too.
Okay.
So it's somewhere in there. A lot of low-line drives, but...
There's a 103.
That's a 104.7 on the TrackMan on the screen there. So that's, boy, he's going to end up tapping into some more power in Fayetteville, it would seem like.
No question about that.
Chase Wilk, uncommitted first baseman from Vegas, baby.
He's put up some big numbers for Bishop Gorman over the last few years.
Not a bad high school program.
Yeah, we've gone through like a top 10 of high school athletic programs just in these 4 teams. You know, talking about Moeller and Malvern and Bishop Gorman and
yeah, Vegas is such a good prep baseball town. So many good players out of there. Think a lot about the Southocene brothers. It looks like Tate is probably going to be a pretty good pick this year. Ty was a 4th rounder 2 years ago. They were PG kids.
Yeah, Justin Crawford, who's in AAA now, is a 21-year-old with the Phillies. Bishop Gorman grad.
Bishop Gorman was Joey Gallo too, right?
I believe so.
Chris Bryant from Vegas. So that'll do it for the Navy group and our last group of the day.
You forgot about the consummate Vegas.
Bryce
player.
Harper?
Yes, that would be him.
How could I ever forget about him? I mean, he was so Vegas, he went to Southern Nevada for junior college.
Yeah, as a 16-year-old or whatever he was.
Yeah, dominated the league.
Yeah, and hit 32 home runs as a 17-year-old. 17 actually would have been his senior year. You know, with a wood bat. And it's just like,
Raymond Giannis. He is uncommitted. Outfielder from Florida. Pretty good run times, too. He's
6.50.
Here is Aiden Ruiz. Again, we did not see run, but the Vanderbilt commit had one of the better rounds defensively at shortstop.
Lindor-esque.
Lindor-esque.
And that's from Francisco Lindor's longtime agent.
Switch hitter listed as a switch thrower. He's a shortstop, catcher, outfielder. I think he should probably just worry about shortstop. That seems to be a good spot for him.
That seems to be the appropriate spot. Yes, I'm thinking back at that infield. I'm hoping Vinny Cervino down there is one of the scouts doing infield, because Vinny can get very flowery in his descriptives when he really likes a player. And it's very entertaining to read. It certainly makes the point, but it's not like standard scout talk or anything like that. So, and that was one of those rounds that you just go, you know, that was impressive. And yes, Ruiz is going to switch hit.
That's the best ball that he's hit so far. little bit more power from the right side, it looks like.
Yeah, he's hitting .424 with 10 extra base hits in 13 games in PG play this summer so far. And
this looks like a natural right-handed hitter who's learning how to hit left-handed.
Yeah, no doubt. I think you nailed that one. He hit .448 in 24 games last year in PG play. So this is a kid with the wood bat, and this is a .453 the year before that. So this is a guy whose bat in games really comes to play.
That right-handed swing plays too. That's pretty good. The lefty could use a little bit of work, but it was good control of the strike zone with it. It's just going to take some time. It always takes some time. Even switch hitters at the big league level can improve.
Yep.
They're in a ballpark where, Ketel Marte was a slap hitter from the left side for a number of years and finally put it together in 2019.
But one thing that Ruiz is going to have to, make the adjustments quickly, because you hit so much more often left-handed, and there's a point where it just the return on investment is just not there.
Well, here's the thing, though, too, is that you can be two different hitters, right? He can have more power from the right side, and if he shows that, it means it's probably in there from the left. It's just got to get comfortable with it and then be not afraid to turn it loose. So, but I think he'd be just fine if he were right.
Yeah.
It's with that shortstop play, that's a really good player.
And I've never seen him throw left-handed. I don't have anything in our records when I looked before that has us throwing left-handed. Obviously, self-identifies that way, but when you're that ambidextrous,
yes,
that you can even conceive of throwing two-handed.
And he also didn't run today, too, so maybe there's a little bit of a lower half issue that's bothering him or something that maybe impacted the left-handed swing, but the right-handed was really good. Sterling coaxed him. All right, we've been interested to watch him hit now because he had such a spectacular run time. Committed to Clemson. That was a good swing.
I'm just going back through in my mind some of the truly elite both hand throwers, because it's such a rare skill.
Oh, jeez.
The
Gerangelo Sanchez.
Yeah, well, he's in a different league altogether. But talking earlier, Anthony Ziegler, Cartersville High, perfect game All-American, who was first-round pick of the Yankees 6-7 years ago, and just has struggled getting healthy. Finally had a healthy year as a third baseman, is up in the big leagues with Milwaukee, which just is thrilling because I've seen him go back-to-back left-handed, right-handed on the mound and throw 90 from both sides.
I always liked Carlos Cortez, who was a left-handed thrower in the outfield, but a right-handed thrower at second base, and also pitched left-handed.
Yeah, and he was going to be the next guy I mentioned. He also crushed the ball.
He was just a little. He's still in AAA. It's just a little bit too aggressive approach, but I was always a big Carlos Cortez fan.
Another switch hitter here, and John Dolan.
Dolan hit a bunch of balls hard there.
See whether he replicates that from the left side.
He's not quite in sync the same way from the left side as he is the right, at least so far. There we go.
Yeah, it's more of a upper body pull the barrel through the zone swing than right side, where he's driving his hands a lot more effectively, getting to that strength.
But that feels like if he can get comfortable with that lower half move, that things will get better from there. Because, again, another good right-handed swing. And he's a guy that we didn't spend a lot of time talking about, but showed really good athleticism, I thought, throughout the day.
We'll make that note and see how it plays in the games the next 2 days.
Johnson DuBose, the Indiana commit. Yeah, it was his best bolt so far, 97 off the bat. We got another one there, pretty good.
Same type of athlete in his body and his swing as we saw in Webster before.
Yep. Webster a little bit more consistent with the swing, but there's definitely some twitch to him. Alan Gomez Cudino from Scottsdale, committed to South Carolina, had a very impressive round of throwing behind the plate. Goes to Saguaro High School. Those are those big cactuses with all the arms that you see around here. That's what a saguaro is. Used to live about a mile from there. Right on Hayden Road.
We're going through the Saguaro National Forest, or is it a national park?
National Park in
National
Tucson.
Park down
Yeah,
by
it's
Tucson.
beautiful.
Oh, you see some impressive sights, and I'm a national park hunter. So
no, I love it. It's one of the beauties of living in Arizona is that you have access to so many great national parks. That's a pretty good left-handed swing too. That one found the seats. Let's keep an eye on Alan Gomez Cudino. The right-handed swing was good. The left-handed swing is better. Wow.
404 on that bomb. It almost was tracking the pool.
That is an impressive young man. Circle him for game action.
Yeah, South Carolina needs a few players like that. The natives are restless in South Carolina.
Didn't take long, did it?
No, it did not. I was surprised Coach Maneri didn't have a year to,
Whew. I mean, I guess what do you expect? They ran Mark Kingston out of town for going to regionals, right? So, I mean, Kingston taking over Creighton this year. So the Big East signed a new digital rights deal, so all of the Big East baseball games will be on ESPN Plus, which will be easier for folks to see, and
that's very nice.
It's a good conference.
Oh, I'm as I mentioned before, the team that I root for in all sports above all else is Creighton basketball. And
so you listen to my buddy John Bishop doing the games on the radio, huh?
It's a familiar name.
Screaming at officials.
Yeah. Oh no, we just. I mean, the Big East in basketball, there is not a single game that's not on TV somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Even in South Carolina and Charleston, which is obviously not a Big East market, but.
Yeah, John does the prelim games for the Men's College World Series too on Westwood One. A legend in Lincoln, Nebraska in his own mind. Tyler Knast, committed to Texas Tech.
He's finding some nice barrels.
Solid round as Ezekiel Lara from Mater Dei High School in California will stand in.
Well, they often talk about adding schools to the Big East and everything, but so much of the charm of that conference is that they're non-football schools,
right?
And basketball, and Creighton plays to sold-out arena, 17 plus every single game at home, and they're not the only stadium in the league that sells out like that. And you've got UConn and their national championship history, and Villanova, and
DePaul. Don't forget DePaul. At some point they'll come back, I promise.
Well,
it's been a while.
They're not going to get worse.
Never should have left the Great Midwest Conference.
When Creighton went from the Missouri Valley to the Big East, that was a
yeah.
huge move. But they happen to have Doug McDermott in there in the first season, and hired his dad as the coach, and along came his son to become one of the great college players of all time.
Luke Manderson hitting. By the way, I didn't say Laire had a bunch of hard hit balls in that round. We really didn't get to it, but this grouping here for the Orange team has been pretty good so far. And Matt Ponatoski is on deck, who I know is the guy that you've been waiting to see. He had set the record for PG National for the arm strength on the infield, 101 miles an hour.
He and Aiden Ruiz are definitely the two guys in this group of four that I came in sort of highlighting in my mind. And they have not disappointed so far in the least.
And here is Ponatoski, the Cincinnati Moeller product.
A strange hand position. He's got the barrel wrapped in front of his helmet, and that's problematic. I mean, you've got to be a tremendous athlete to get the barrel back into the zone at any sort of timing and stuff to start the bat there. Obviously, we have an exceptional athlete here as he drives that 194 to right field.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of guys that can get away with that at the upper levels. Julio Franco is the first one that always comes to mind.
But even then, you're loading the barrel behind your head. You're not putting it essentially, over the visor.
Tipping the barrel, yeah.
Yeah, but the tipping the barrel is, all you need to do is imagine the barrel coming through and how much longer of a path that is than if you have a vertical barrel or even one that's maybe a little tilted back. It's just you can create whip theoretically, but the timing has to be just so perfect.
Now batting number 23, TJ McQuillan.
TJ McQuillan, St. John, Indiana. Pretty good first swing from him to the warning track in right center.
Got the barrel out on that first one and
There's another
until
one there.
then hasn't been able to replicate that.
Hey,
But that
finds the pool area almost there. 100 miles an hour.
397, 100 miles an hour. Not a lot of consistency on the bat path, but he certainly has shown what he's capable of.
When he gets it, he gets it. Committed to Wake Forest.
I just assume if you're committed to Wake Forest, they probably can hit.
Got the top 60-yard dash times today coming in on the ticker at the bottom of the screen right now. Just for the for the entire event. Apologies. Winston Pennant
E.J. Booth had at 6'207" had a sub 6'3". That is impressive because he had some nukes in batting practice as well.
Yeah, he found the seats quite a bit. He's one of those names to keep an eye on. Winston Pennant's going to have to shorten his first name. It's got to go by Win Pennant.
Yeah, Win Pennant. That's that. You're not the first one who's thought of that.
I'm sure, probably, but if I am, I hope he makes T-shirts. He put a charge into that one to deep left and gone. 395 off the bat.
Now back number 28.
More of those will help you win pennants. Logan Weideman, 6'6", first baseman from Marietta, Georgia. He is uncommitted. Yeah, Weideman with a pretty good swing there. He's had a couple around 95.
Those long levers on time and create some impact.
And that'll do it for him, but a couple of good swings in there for a big right-handed hitter. Here's Miles Young from Houston.
Young ranked 30th in the class. I think he might be actually the highest ranked player in these middle four teams.
I think that's right.
Obviously a physical specimen at 6'3", 220. A nice easy 101 off the barrel there.
That's a really good poke. That one is way back and one hop against the fence. And he follows it up with another pretty good shot to left center. That one will get to the warning track almost. He's picking on the deepest part of the ballpark right now. There's not a whole lot of big leaguers that get out there.
Sort of gathering here for the last swing or two.
Just missed that one. Boy, that is a bat that has a chance to feed the trees in Athens for sure.
A little bit of Trey Phelps there, maybe?
Trey is just... It's tough for me to compare anybody to Trey Phelps because in addition to the power, there's the personality.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about baseball profile.
Yeah, true. Trey barreled everything up, though, in that, he played about 400 perfect game events a year, I think. That kid loves to play baseball, man. We're in Gravely, second to last hitter here for the Orange team.
As a draft-eligible sophomore, I'm curious whether he's going to want to go out and start his pro career now or potentially wait another year.
My curiosity with him is like where he would go, because he's probably going to be right on that line of having a decision to make between whether or not the NIL money he gets from Georgia is just good enough
Yeah, because he's going to get
rev sharing money.
He's going to make enough money at Georgia to be very tempted to stay. As you said, unless he's a,
top 2-round pick, and I don't know that that's going to be the case.
Yeah. What's the line between where the recommended bonuses drop below 7 figures? It's somewhere in the 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
So approximately 2 rounds.
Well, so I used like the Prager last year as the example, right? He was early 4th round by the Angels.
Yeah. And
it was about, I think they may have offered him or overslot like 450 or 5, and that was not quite enough. I don't know what A&M, I heard rumors about what A&M gave him, but Francisco Rivero is our last hitter. But I also think that there's, you can earn more the next year, theoretically, right? So, and if you're Phelps, who battled some injuries this year, he had a hamstring that really hampered him early on, but he's such a fun personality, though. I worry that Pro Ball will beat that out of him, you know what I mean? Which would be just a shame because he's just a joy.
Are you saying there's a little bit of grind to Pro Ball, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know that when you dive into third base on a triple and you put your head in your hands and kick your feet up in the air, that's going to be met with much joy from your opponents or teammates, but I enjoy it. I love it. Swagger's part of what makes Trey Phelps special.
Well, there's more of a
good little pass from Rivero. Just missed.
Well, there's a more and more room for celebration in the big leagues, and there used to be far more room, to tell you the truth.
But there's
a line.
Well, I don't know. I'm less worried about the big leagues and more about the couple of years getting there.
Okay.
That's where it is. So that'll do it for our workout day here on day 2 at Chase Field in Phoenix. You can see the schedule tomorrow. Green and Maroon will meet up at noon at 3:30 tomorrow. Navy and Orange, you can throw out the records when those two teams get together every year. And then coming up at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, we'll be back here with the workouts for day 3, the final 4 teams. For David Ronsley and our entire crew here in Phoenix, I'm Mike Farron. Thanks for joining us for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase Day 2. Day 3 back, 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow.